All right. Welcome, guys, to the DeVory Darkins Show, where we're going to be covering the 2024 election live. We're going to be showing you guys some of the results. We're going to be talking about it. I'm going to be answering your guys' questions in the chat. Now, before we get into the actual election, let me just go over a few things. Number one, if you want me to answer your question, there's only two ways to really do it. Number one is you can, if you look in the chat, there's a pinned comment. If you buy me a cup of coffee, I'll answer your question first, or you can super chat. Totally your choice, okay? Because I know I'm going to have a lot of people watching, and I'm not going to be able to answer every single question. All right, that's number one. Number two, I just want to say thank you right up front. This channel has grown pretty fast. I think some of you guys have been watching me since the beginning. And we've gotten to this point because of you. So I want to say thank you. Also, if you did vote today, please tell us in the chat right now who you voted for and where you voted from. I want to see what those answers are as well. Lastly, if you want to go a step further and support our channel, in the link or in our chat, we're going to drop a link to our merch store. You can buy yourself some merch if you like. Now, let me give you guys kind of the bigger picture of how I'm going to do this, right? Obviously, what time is it for me, right? Because I've had so much going on in my mind today. Okay, so it's 4 p.m. over here in California, right? I'm not going to be in front of this camera for the next 12 hours, right? I'm going to update you guys as much as I practically can right now. And then if I get to a point where I feel I don't have anything to offer you, I'm not going to have you staring at my ugly face, right? I will put some of my interviews and some of my videos on the screen. There will be a ticker for you guys to see when I'm going to come back and then update you guys. So just give you a heads up. If you see me walk away, it's not because we're going to end the live stream. It's just I know you don't want to stare at me for 12 hours, right? So I think we got everything out of the way so far of what I wanted to say. And let me give you guys kind of what's happening in this election right now. Actually, this is a great place to start. Let's start with kind of the psychological mindset thing we all need to understand here, okay? There's a chance Trump can lose, and then there's a chance that Kamala Harris can lose, right? Or vice versa. And we all need to be prepared for both outcomes, okay? Because what I don't want to happen for anybody, really, is to go into a depression because they don't like the outcome. We have to understand there are three branches of government, okay? Regardless of what happens, this country will continue to move forward. Now, me and you both know if Kamala Harris wins, we will move forward. It's just going to be very tough, right? And it's going to be more of the same that we've been experiencing. And it might even get worse, especially with what's happening overseas, right? In the Middle East, and whether or not China is going to make a move. Okay. I think that is fair to say. And then obviously if Trump wins, we expect clearly the media is going to triple down on trying to stop him. Obviously, both parties, Republican and Democrat, are going to stop him because you have to understand the people that is in his cabinet, the people that is part of his transitional team, these people are not establishment. So it doesn't matter whether Kamala Harris wins or Trump wins. They both are going to face a high level of resistance one way or another. It just depends on who wins, and then we'll find out what that resistance actually looks like. So if Kamala Harris wins, clearly the Senate is going to go to the Republicans. We'll show you guys that tonight, why that is. It's possible the House could be Republican as well. We're going to really find that out tonight if that's going to happen. But definitely the Senate, according to a lot of polling and things of that nature, most people believe the wisdom here is that the Senate is going to lean Republican. So if she wins, clearly there's not much she's going to be able to do until the next cycle comes up. Now, if Trump wins, like I stated, the type of resistance he's going to face is the fact that he's going to put different people in his cabinet that he did not before. And of course, people in Congress are not also going to like it. You think the Republicans want to hear him say no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security? They don't like that, right? He's a populist candidate. The people in Washington, these people are establishment. They're not about doing what's right for me and you, right? They're doing what's right for their donor, okay? The lobbyists, the people who truly have the power and influence. And so obviously if Trump wins, it's going to be historic. If Kamala Harris wins, it will be historic. And so we're just going to cover this as much as I can from a common sense perspective. I voted, my wife voted. We did vote for Trump today. And the reason why we did that is because of common sense. There's no way that you can convince me that Kamala Harris is prepared to be the next commander in chief. That's number one. She does not answer questions. Even if she tried to answer the question, she clearly does not know what she's talking about. Secondly, even if she doesn't know what she's talking about, I mean, she doesn't even sound confident in what she is saying. Why? Because that leads me to number three. She ran a campaign that was manufactured on being a lie. All these policies she doesn't truly believe in. She believes in Medicare for all. She believes in granting amnesty for illegal migrants, okay? She believes in soft crime policies. That's exactly who Kamala Harris is. And she was not allowed to be that person during this campaign. So as a result, most people call her fake because they didn't let her be who she really is. And so, again, you're asking to be, really, she's asking for a promotion. She's also asking to be the leader of the free world. And she's asking to be the leader of the greatest country on this planet. And I would say that's a high standard. And even if you said that Trump doesn't meet that standard, well, I would say that he was already the president. And the last time he was president, he didn't do what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did. So when it comes down to the results, that's how I vote, is based on results. Okay. And I voted based on common sense. And I look at the totality of everything. I've been following Trump even before he was a politician. I knew who he was. And so a lot of these stories that come out and call him racist and all this other stuff is all nonsense. That's all political stuff. Okay. Any of you guys have ever worked for a company where you were high up the food chain, right? You were in a leadership position. You know what politics is all about. You know there are people who are trying to save their ass. You know there are people who have an agenda. You know there are people who will lie to the end of the earth to destroy you, okay? So at the end of the day, I know that Trump is not even half of what they say he is. He might be politically incorrect. He might not treat the press with any respect. He might have rhetoric that we wouldn't be speaking to our kids with. But that's not why I'm voting for him. I'm not voting for a role model. I'm voting for someone who's going to go to Washington and put a foot in their ass, right? That's really what's happening here. And by the way, Washington is so corrupt. Everyone in Washington is literally a monster, in my opinion. How do you defeat a monster? You defeat a monster by sending one there, okay? So again, that's why I voted for Trump. And I'm sure my wife in the comment section, she will, add her 2 cents. She is the moderator, by the way. So make sure you guys shout out to our moderator, my wife, Kennedy. She's doing a great job. And what else? I just want to make sure I get this all out of the way, because when we start looking at the numbers, it'll be a different conversation. I think also it's energy. So I'm a firm believer in mindset. I'm a firm believer that when you meet someone and you have a conversation with them, you can feel someone's energy. You may not be able to describe it. You may not be able to understand, but there's a feeling. It's like when you meet someone, you get the impression whether or not they are genuine. That's not Kamala Harris. Today, I'm going to show you guys a clip. If you guys didn't see it in my other video, this lady was calling at a phone bank. She wasn't calling anybody. She literally made a fake call so they could record her doing it to just act like she was actually phoning into voters. I mean, that's sad. And anyways, Trump has always been a guy who walks in a room and makes people feel like they are the most important people in the world. And so it's an energy thing. Even if you don't like his behavior or what he says, if you're around someone who has a personality like Trump, you either will love him or hate him. If you're around someone who has a personality like Kamala Harris, I don't see why you would ever love her. That's who she is. And so at the end of the day, I'd rather run a monster going to Washington. I'd rather have someone that our adversaries are somewhat scared of or intimidated by or who might think twice. Kamala Harris, listen, maybe I'm going to sum up everything I'm saying with this analogy. Can anybody in the chat tell me the last time Kamala Harris was ever challenged in her entire political career? Has Kamala Harris ever had to go through what Trump has gone through over the past 8 years? Has Kamala Harris's family had to go through what Trump's family has had to go through over the past 8 years? So when it comes to electing a leader who's battle tested, who's literally been shot, who's seen more combat than she has, and hasn't even served in the government as long as she has, yeah, I think we know who needs to be the next president, right? I mean, she's not tested. I don't believe if she can't even do interviews, she can't even handle uncomfortable questions. Do you think she's going to be able to handle Putin? Please, please. So I think a lot of voters out there are going to vote in that way with that mindset, which leads me to this. I think what we're going to see tonight is one or two scenarios. Scenario number one, people hate Trump, whatever fiber they're being, and they believe the whole abortion issue. They believe Project 2025, and they're going to show up in numbers we've never seen before, and Trump is going to lose. Even if it's by a little bit or a large margin, he will lose. Or scenario two, there's too many people in this country that are fed up with the nonsense. They're fed up with the biased reporting of Trump. They're fed up with how dangerous her rhetoric was towards the end. They're fed up with the economy and how much things cost and how much gaslighting has occurred, especially over the past 2 years. Bidenomics is working. No, it didn't. Right? We just saw the jobs report that proved that. Right? And so there are people who are fed up with that. There are people who are fed up with the border, people who live in these sanctuary cities. Right? Hey, they had their mayors telling them that they were priority number one. Now, all of a sudden, the illegal migrants are priority number one. Right? Then you have people who are just disgusted at the Hamas and Israel war. That Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they're weak leaders. They've dragged their feet. Whether you support Palestine or you support Israel, both of these people feel the same way about this current administration, that they haven't really done anything about it. Not to mention the rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses that literally went unchecked until they finally got people to resign, which is crazy. So I say all that to say that there's going to be this scenario number two where a lot of people, they may not even like Trump. They're going to vote for him because it's a middle finger to the people in Washington. And I think the only way the people in Washington, especially the Democratic Party, can wake up and get a reality check is losing this particular election. I think 2020 has got them a little cocky. It got them to the point where they just said, hey, if we just focus on Trump, we should be able to win this election. No, you need to focus on doing your job. And that's what they haven't done over the past 4 years. So I hope there's a lot of people out there that see that and they're going to vote that way. So having said that, again, thank you guys for joining us. What you guys are looking at right now is the current reporting where we're at. Before I get into those numbers, I want to address some super chats that we have on the screen here. And we are live on YouTube and Rumble, by the way. So I want to shout out to the people on Rumble. I got a little ahead of myself. I know I have an audience on Rumble, so thank you. Definitely leave your comments in your chats, and I will get to them, okay? All right, so let's see here. Super chat from OXLORRNE says, just found you 2 weeks ago, best channel on YouTube, Arizona for Trump, Vance, Gabbard, and Kennedy. Now, he brings up a great point. And I wish the campaign for Trump would have did this more often. By voting for Trump, you're voting for like 6 presidents, right? Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, right? Tulsi Gabbard. Okay? I mean, all these people could literally become the next president, besides Trump, of course, right? What is Kamala Harris offering? Liz Cheney? I mean, get out of here with that. And I think that's another reason why she's going to lose. That was a terrible move. Terrible move. Let's see here. Uh, Eli.F_1979 says, just want to say thanks for the outstanding work this election season. Good to have common sense news without the BS. Voted Trump in Michigan. Good for you. Grandpa Barney says, Trump, Seattle. I don't have a question. I just want to say you are amazing. You're a rock star. My brother, much love. Thank you, Grandpa Bernie. Appreciate you. Coco, super chat. Diddy's friends are all Kamala supporters. It sounds like nasty tape blackmail to me. What do you think? I also live in Virginia and voted for Trump today. I think where there's smoke, there's fire. I think that clearly the whole Diddy situation is to be expected. I think there are seasons in life. I think this is the season where people are getting exposed. And you see that because of how many people have either tried to scrub their social media accounts that had anything to do with Diddy, like Usher. You've seen how some people have come out of the woodwork who worked with Diddy, pretty much confirming what the accusations are. And so I can't wait for that to be front and center. Right now, the election is front and center, but that whole case is going to blow up. And so I'm interested to see what happens with that. Let's see here. Super chat from Teresa. Thank you, DeVory, new to your channel and love your content. Appreciate you. Voted 2 weeks ago in Ohio. Trump for the landslide. Exactly. Let's see here. Carrie Lynn Edwards. I've enjoyed watching your videos and listening to your common sense. Thank you. Yep. Thank you too. Oh, Daisy Tran put $100. Enjoy a cup of coffee. I will. Thank you. Plenty of them. Let's see here. All right, we're going to circle back on these super chats. Let's see here. Erica inputs. Thank you so much for all your videos. I'm 30 and live in California. I've never voted because I don't see how it would count. Everything has changed with this election. Voted for the first time. Wow. I love that. All right, so let me first update you guys on where we're at with the election. And then what I'm going to do is check in on social media so you can see what I see about what people are saying, okay? We may hop over to CNN to cover certain stories. We may use other news sources. We're definitely going to use X. We're going to give you a little bit of everything, and you make up your mind how you feel about it all, right? So obviously Indiana and Kentucky closed first. Trump is definitely in the lead there. 15% of the votes are counted and he's ahead. And Kentucky, they're at 11% counted and he's ahead. So right now, what's more important, excuse me, what's more important, which I'm about to get into right now, is what are the most important counties to pay attention to? That's what we're going to look at. Because this right here doesn't tell me anything. It's the county level that's going to tell you the story of which direction are we going in this election. Because there are certain counties that either went for Biden in 2020 or went for Trump in 2020. And we need to figure out, hey, is that happening again? Has it changed? Has there been a shift? We also want to look at counties that are located in a certain area. For example, counties that are predominantly liberal. What does that look like? What about counties that are predominantly Republican? What does that look like? And so we're going to do a lot of comparing from 2020, 2024 to kind of give us a good picture of the direction that this election is going, because there's a chance that we may not know who the winner will be tonight. Okay. Or there's a chance that by tonight, we're going to have an idea of who the winner could be pending tomorrow. Or we go tonight, we don't know anything, and we have to wait till tomorrow and figure that out. So hopefully at a minimum, we have an idea who's going to win tonight. That's what I want to go to sleep with. Listen, perfect world. I want Trump. He won, and it's 10 p.m. at night, and it's over. That's what I want. But anyways, so we're going to dive into the county level. Okay. Virginia is already reporting, which is crazy. South Carolina is reporting, and Georgia is reporting, and Florida. Okay. So those are the states currently right now that are reporting, and Vermont and New Hampshire. I just saw that up here. Okay. All right, so let's look at a couple of videos that came across my timeline on X that I thought was interesting for us to pay attention to and listen to, that we'll get some value from, okay? Let's start with Kellyanne Conway, who ran the campaign in 2016. Let's see what she has to say, because I do value her opinion. She's on Fox News, I guess, with Lawrence. And here's what she's talking about. Let me just bring that in full view. All right.
This is the first time that Donald Trump has a public polling path to 270 in his 10-year presidential
Let's
career.
talk about that, because if Donald Trump sweeps the East, that's Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and
He's
Georgia,
the president, and it's an early night.
that gets him to 270 as well,
That's
right?
it. That's an early night. And then he's just tacking on Arizona, Nevada. Nevada has not gone presidentially since 2004, but that is the only state that went from a Democrat to Republican governor in 2022. They're really suffering with foreclosures, defaults, unemployment in Nevada.
But Kellyanne, this doesn't include Arizona.
No, I
And
said
it-
you can add Arizona. I got him at 297 on a good day, in the best scenario. And I can even add on to that. I think Michigan is one she may be able to get. That's the last one for Trump. But he's got Pennsylvania. Wisconsin's notoriously difficult to poll. It showed Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden up by almost double digits. It's gone by less than a percentage
Kellyanne,
point both times.
before we move on, PA, the election results
Still to reach state.
coming in, so it's going to take a while. So we could be waiting, though, right?
It'll take a while, but here's what we're not waiting for. The early vote and the voter registration returns. What the RNC has been able to do, America First Works, Sentinel, Turning Point USA, and of course Trump himself and the Trump campaign, has been nothing short of remarkable. Cutting those voter registration gains by the Democrats more than in half and getting folks out early to the polls. They won that lawsuit in Bucks County. But when the lion roared, the rest of the kingdom followed. When Donald Trump told people, it's okay if you want to vote early, go and do that, make a plan. People listen to that, and we have historic turnout.
Yeah. All right. So I just wanted to see what she had to say. So the bottom line is they were talking about scenarios when you're talking about the pathway to victory for Trump. But one thing that she did mention that I definitely agree with is the turnout. So we already know, without getting all nerdy about it into the details, the early vote, meaning people who showed up in person before Election Day or people who mailed in their ballot before Election Day, those numbers have favored Republicans. Just overall, that is the bottom line. What the margins are and the percentages doesn't really matter right now. The point is it's favored the Republicans, because that has always been the advantage that the Democrats have held for some time now, especially in 2020. That's how one could argue that Trump lost Arizona, not because of in-person voting. He lost because of mail-in ballots. So, and you know, we could talk about whether mail-in ballots is a smart thing or not, but I digress. The major point here is Republicans have been favored in the early voting. So now the question today, and I want to start seeing these numbers if they show them, are the Republicans showing out today on Election Day? And if they are voting in higher numbers than Democrats on Election Day, it will be over early, because you already have early voting. And then on Election Day, Republicans are leading. Yeah, at that point, what else is there? So hopefully that's exactly what happens. All right. Let's see what else that we got. One more thing I want to show you guys here. We got other voters stating who they are voting for. Let me see here. Oh, yeah, this is a funny one. I think you guys will get a kick out of this one. Yeah, let's maybe a little entertainment wouldn't hurt, right? Check this out.
Do you know who you're voting for?
I do. Kamala Harris.
Camilla. That's a new one. What's one of your favorite policies of hers?
There's quite a few, but I'm looking forward to it because I'm about to be a home buyer. So I'm hoping that she gets the first-time home buyers thing to go up, and we get to move into a really nice home.
Let me play that again. That's
Do you know who you're voting for?
I do. Kamala Harris.
Camilla. That's a new one. What's one of your favorite policies of hers?
There's quite a few, but I'm looking forward to it because I'm about to be a home buyer. So I'm hoping that she gets the first-time home buyers thing to go up, and we get to move into a really nice home.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I love that. Hey, we have to laugh tonight, guys. I don't want you guys being filled with all this anxiety, okay? Can we at least make this fun? God, I mean, what is this guy wearing? Look at him. I mean, what if he jumped in the pool? I don't think he could breathe, huh? All right, let's see here. Here's a good one. I think this is worth watching because it validates what I said earlier about the type of people that are voting for Trump that didn't show up in 2020. All right, let me go here. Here we go.
We just voted. Who we vote for? I personally don't like Trump. I'm not a fan of him.
But we voted for him.
We voted for him. And here's why. I heard someone say the other day that Election Day is not Valentine's Day. You're not voting for someone if you like them personally, if you like all the decisions they made. But we decided to vote for the one candidate that acknowledges our king. Right? When you hear somebody say Christ is king at a meeting and one candidate says wrong meeting, red flags.
Very clear.
And so Trump is not a perfect person. I actually personally don't even care for him, but I do know that he acknowledges Jesus Christ, and because of that, our values and our morals, that's what matters to us. The economy is going to always be jacked up.
Yep.
Housing is going to always be jacked up. What's going on in this crime is always going to be jacked up. But more importantly, I wanted to stand with someone that acknowledges that Jesus is king and we believe in life. So hope you guys vote. Let's go.
Go out and vote today. Your lines are going to get long.
All right, yeah. Listen, there's people in my family here. They're Christian, and they voted for Trump because the Democrats, they're just straight up evil. I mean, that's what it is at this point, okay? They are evil, all right? They don't want to acknowledge the babies that are being murdered. They don't even want to meet us halfway and establish some type of compromise on abortion. They just refuse. Their mindset is, screw the government. We'll do whatever we want. Where was that attitude during COVID? You know, I find that to be interesting. My body, my choice. The government needs to mind its damn business. Why didn't you say that during COVID? Right? It's a matter of life or death. I mean, it's a matter of life or death to the baby in the womb. So where was that outrage then? I find that to be very hypocritical, by the way. So I think a lot of Christians, obviously if every Christian voted, I mean, it would be over in 2 hours, but that's not going to happen. However, I think more Christians will vote in this election than in 2020. I have a feeling that's going to happen. I don't have any data to prove that, but I do have a feeling about it. Let's see where we're at right now. Let me hit refresh. All right. So West Virginia has already called it for Trump. That's what it looks like here. Or is that just who's in the lead? Okay. No, they haven't called yet. Forget what I said. All right. 20% in. He's still up in Kentucky, 31-36. And Indiana, he's up 61-36. Georgia, South Carolina, all this is still reporting. All right. So let's actually, let's get into those counties that I was talking about. So we at least understand what counties we're going to be tracking tonight. And I want to know if any of you guys live in one of these counties. Let me go here. There we go. Okay. Get that out of my way. All right, zoom into this sucker. Okay. So Georgia, the particular county is Cobb County. Now, there's actually a county next to it that has leaned Republican, but has been shifting to the Democrats for quite some time. So we're going to zoom into that one and look. North Carolina, Wake County is one we're going to take a look at as well. Maricopa County in Arizona. Well, I already have the numbers for that. I think it's over. That's just my personal opinion. I might be wrong. But I'll show you the numbers in Arizona. I don't see how she wins at this point. Nevada, okay, we got Washoe County and Clark County. Okay, I kind of feel the same way about Nevada that I do Arizona, but don't quote me on that. Then we got Pennsylvania, Lackawanna County, and Erie County. Erie County, very important, very important. Then we got Michigan, Wayne County, and Kent County. And then we got Wisconsin, Waukesha County. I might have butchered that. And Brown County. Okay. So according to this website, usnews.com, those are the counties. I'm not even looking at Texas or Florida. But these are the battleground states. So we'll take a look at those two counties and see what's happening. So we already know that I just told you Arizona was doing phenomenal when it came to the early voting and election day voting. So let's go ahead and see if I can pull that up for you guys right now. Let's see here. Oh, I was right. West Virginia did call for Trump. Okay, so I wasn't wrong. All right, let's see here. Let me get to, here we go. Arizona. Let's look at Arizona really quick. Here it is, 2 hours ago. All right. 2 hours ago, Maricopa County, which is obviously the largest county in Arizona. This is where Phoenix is located. You've got 64.8. This is 2 hours ago, so it's probably more by now. But the bottom line is the Republicans have the advantage. Early vote, okay? And then the in-person vote, let's see if they have updated us on that too. I don't think they've given us that yet. Here it is right here, actually. There we go. So in person, Republicans are ahead. So that's why I was stating, unless there's ballots or something that is not being factored into this, which I have not heard or seen, Arizona is going in the direction of Trump. This is why she clearly focused her attention on Pennsylvania towards the last few days of the campaign, right? I mean, she hasn't really been focused on Arizona like she was focused on Pennsylvania. That's for a reason. So that is good news, okay? So if we go back, Maricopa County, let's see here. Why is it so important? Well, it's home to Phoenix. Arizona comes with 11 electoral votes. And we know this is a county that Biden actually had won. So there you go. All right. Okay, so let's go back to our map and see what we're looking at here. Okay, so North Carolina's finally reporting. I've been waiting for that. Now, here's the other thing. What you guys are going to see is like it's going to fluctuate. So at 1 minute, Trump is ahead. And then another minute, Kamala Harris is ahead, right? And so you can't look at this and be like, oh, he's winning, 10 states or she's winning 10 states. It's over. No, it doesn't work that way. What I'm really looking for is two things. I'm looking for the county, right? So I'm going to dive into the county. I want to see what those numbers look like. And then secondly, the percentage of the votes counted. So if we're at like 90% and there's a big margin, chances are it's over. Okay. But if it's at 90% and they're tied, oh, it's not over. We got to wait till it gets to like 99%, if that makes sense. And that's why the scenarios are, hey, we could be waiting till tomorrow to even have an idea who's going to win. Or we might know tonight. Okay. All right. Let's surf the internets and see what X is talking about. Okay. Yeah. So there were some exit polls that came out. I don't think they're really worth talking about, only because, what does it really matter at this point? Exit polls are when people voted. Now they're going to ask you all of these questions. Obviously, who you voted for. What do you think of the economy? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? And so that is something that is interesting. However, I will play you this, because this is talking about the demographics of the voters who are turning out in Georgia. And so that is worth listening to. Let's hit play here.
Early. First up, timing of your vote. We know so many went out for early voting. Let's see how those votes are breaking down in Georgia. Those who cast their vote early, look at this. They did not prefer a candidate if they early voted. It is split 49 for Harris, 49 for Trump. All right, let's look at some of these other key data points. We know race was huge. The black vote was huge for Biden when he won by just a bit in Georgia there in 2020. So let's look at in this election. All right, this is the first time we can break this down among black voters and their support for Kamala Harris. While strong, she is below where Biden was in 2020, 4 years ago. This number for Biden was more like 91. So she's running about 8 points behind where Biden was with the black vote in Georgia in 2020. All right, I have another data point where I'm going to combine this with gender, okay? So now you look at the black male voter in Georgia. We know both candidates have spent a lot of time courting them there. Democrats have been trying to convince them that they could be better for the economy. Trump has been trying to woo those voters. Remember, inflation's more than 20% in that state. With black men, Harris is at 73%, Trump at 25%. Let me give you perspective and context on that. Joe Biden in 2020 had this number at about 87%. Okay? Whoa. So right now, she's running about 13 points with black men behind where Joe Biden was in 2020. All right, another data point there, Brett, because I know you asked. Black women as well in Georgia. We have been watching this. Here it is. Strong showing, 89%. But let me give you the perspective on that. Joe Biden, with black women in Georgia 4 years ago, was at 95% of their support. She is also running behind with them by about 6 points. I'll leave you off with one other data point here. Again, this is the first time we are able to show you this. Education and race. Whites with no college degree in Georgia. Donald Trump, a strong showing there. He's at 77, getting 77% of their support. So,
all right. Well, we know that was going to happen. Okay. If I kind of go back here to the black vote. So he had 15%. She had 83. Yeah, I'm not even surprised by that. I mean, that makes total sense to me. Why? Do I need to get into it? I mean, guys, she is so fake. There's a lot of black people that don't appreciate it. Okay. And you know what? It's funny. It's not even about that she's a woman or that she claims to be black. It's the fact that she's incompetent. Her record is terrible. She hasn't done anything for the black community. She's not Obama. Let's just put it that way. And what's interesting is that we know he didn't really end up doing anything either, but at least he sounded good. He was believable, right? She's not believable. And when she had to go and switch up her accent, I think that tells the story. Now, speaking of that, let me show you what I'm talking about, because there was a video I saved that someone made showing all of her accents in one clip. Here it is right here. Let's take a look at this. I think this is worth looking at. Again, it's okay to laugh tonight, guys. Okay, don't be all up in arms and stressed out. Here we go.
Thank unions every day for the 5-day work week, for the weekend, for paid leave if you've got it. We still got work to do.
You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time. Let's just get through the next 64 days. How about that? And you all helped us win in 2020, and we're going to do it again in 2024. I love you back.
Have you no empathy, man?
Yes.
You know, for the suffering of other people. Have you no sense of purpose?
Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. The path may seem hard, the work may seem heavy, but joy cometh in the morning, and church morning is on its way.
Thank unions every day.
Oh my God, this one is my favorite. Where's it at? This is my favorite. Okay, I just can't get enough of this one right here.
I love you back.
Have you know?
Who does that? Like, her hands, like, come on, man. Like, why would you do something like that? She's a politician doing this. She's not a comedian. You know what I mean? Like, lady, what are you doing? So anyways, I'm showing that to you because I think that contributes to why she's not going to get the support in the black community that Joe Biden got. And Joe Biden is a racist to all accounts. Okay. He has a racist history. All right. Now, maybe he's not racist today, but 90s, 80s, 70s. Yeah. There's video footage. There's audio tapes. There's legislation proving that this guy clearly felt different about black people. So I find it funny that he's getting a higher percentage than she is. And what that speaks to is, say what you want about Joe Biden, but we know Joe Biden. And when he speaks, we know he believes in what he is saying, even though it's stupid. When she speaks, we know she doesn't believe anything that she is saying, right? So hopefully you guys got a kick out of that. All right, let's see what else is going on here. Let's take a look at what the Trump campaign, and we'll actually go to the Kamala Harris campaign profile as well, because I like to compare and contrast. Okay, this is him just really encouraging people to vote. Milwaukee is a big thing right now. Yeah, they have been talking about that. 31,000 ballots had to be recounted because there was an issue with the machine. So, you know, towards the end of the night, we'll see what's going on with that. Listen, I'm not a firm believer in fraud until you show it to me and prove it. But so far, Laura Trump, she's all over it. The RNC, they're all over it. This is different than 2020. 2020, it was like they pretty much just laid down. They didn't put up a fight. They were not prepared. They didn't have the resources or the knowledge or the experience to respond to some of these issues that we're hearing at these different polling stations. Now that 2020 has happened, laws have been changed. RNC was switched out. Laura Trump takes a part of it now. She runs it. And so they are definitely prepared with the manpower, the resources, the lawyers to make sure that they're watching this election this time around. This is a good video to watch because, again, it sums up what's going on with the Kamala Harris campaign and why she should lose tonight. But let's hear this one. Zoom in here.
Jimmy, tell me, what was your deciding factor in this election?
I would think Trump would be a better choice on this election. He would run for when he ran the office. I think he would get a lot of stuff down, like when he was the president. You know, the economy and stuff. That's what we were aiming for this elections, more than just just focus about it. So that what me and my wife, just go on.
You said the economy was stronger for you as a business owner when Trump was president than during the last 4 years of Biden.
That's correct. Yeah, I feel like even though with a lot of stimulus, a lot of that stuff coming through, but I feel like business would run a lot better when Trump was the president. But when he's if he wins this time, I think we would get to that.
Jimmy, tell me, what was your deciding factor?
All right. I don't know if you guys heard that, but the bottom line is it's what I've been saying, right? Fundamentals. Fundamentals is my bank account, okay? There's so much noise in this election that people forget what's most important to people. The average American could care less about this election. What they care about is the money in their bank account. When they are going to sleep at night, how am I going to pay my electricity bill? What about this gas that has doubled? What about groceries that used to be $400 a month, now it's $800 a month? What about the insurance, not just medical, but car insurance? That is ridiculous. What about the registration cost on the vehicle in my state? What about my mortgage insurance, right? What about interest rates? All finances, right? Finances, we say, is the number one reason why people get divorced. Finances is definitely a leader to people being depressed. I guarantee it. I mean, it can make you feel very low when you have zero money in your bank account. Now, I'm going to tell you guys, do not let money define who you are. You define the money, right? But anyways, yeah, that's what a lot of people care about. And so I really believe when it's all said and done, that's what the election will come down to, is the economy and the immigration, because immigration also messes with people and their money, because sanctuary cities have been putting the illegal migrants first and then putting other people second and third. The other thing, too, is the appearance of a bias. So, I came across the border 10 years ago. I had to wait 7 years to even put in the application, and it took me 12 years to finally to become a citizen. And through that whole process, I didn't get paid. I didn't get any cash from the government. I didn't get food stamps, right? I didn't get free housing, luxury hotels, right? And so people see that and they're like, wait, what's going on here? I had to earn the right to become a citizen. These people are just walking through the front door and getting all of the benefits. They're getting more benefits than veterans do. So I think that plays a role too. I don't think people are stupid. Excuse me. I don't think people are stupid, okay? The Democrats believe people are stupid. I don't think the Republicans do, okay? And if they do, they don't sound like it. More exit poll stuff. Not really interested in that. Here's a good one. Someone who voted for Obama. I always love listening to these because they represent the shift that's taken place politically in our country, where a lot of people who voted for Obama, they are not interested in Kamala Harris whatsoever.
Josh, can you tell us a little bit about why you cast your vote for Trump tonight?
I guess it'd have to do with I'm more of like a blue-collar worker, and I knew that one of the things he said he was going to do was cut taxes for overtime. So then that's how I make a lot of my money. So that was like probably the main driving force, so won't lie.
So for you, it's really a financial decision more than anything else?
Right, yeah, I'd probably say that, especially with the way the economy's been, so.
Did you vote for Trump in the past in 2016 and 2020?
I didn't.
You didn't? So did you vote at all in 2016 and 2020?
No, I didn't, actually.
Oh, interesting. So this is the first presidential election that you've cast a ballot for in a few cycles now.
Yeah, I think Obama was the last person I voted for, I won't lie.
Josh, can you tell us a little bit about...
Well, there you go. I just said it. I mean, so when the Democrats, they know that is the number one issue. So they obviously get smart and they say, well, we can't beat Trump on that issue. But what we can do is make people feel like abortion is the biggest issue in this country. How do we do that? We got to take it all the way to the heart and tell people that their rights are being taken away. That what Trump did, he took rights away from women. All right, so let me make sure I understand the argument. What you're saying is in 2020, or let's just say in this decade, in this era of our country, you're telling me the Supreme Court has taken rights away from American citizens. Is that what you're saying? Because obviously those are the individuals who ruled on Roe v. Wade. So if rights were taken away from citizens, well, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they've been in office for the past 4 years. What have they done about it? What pieces of legislation have they pushed forward? Right? None. That's the interesting part about it is it's kind of like the border, right? If the border bill was such an issue because Trump killed it and they want to blame him for it, what did you guys do before that though? 2023, 2022, 2021, what have you guys been doing the entire time? If abortion is such a big issue and Roe v. Wade has taken rights away from women, what have you guys been doing this entire time? You've been in charge, right? So I haven't seen any appeals. I haven't seen any laws trying to get passed. I haven't seen any, hey, we are going back to the Supreme Court and we're going to get this overturned. We haven't heard any of that. So it's very rich what the Democrats are trying to do. And I said it yesterday when I was talking about this. They're using the same technique that they used in 2020. Remember, if you guys recall in 2020, what was the Democrats' tool to get people to vote for them? It was racism at the time. Trump is bad, and black people, police are going to kill you. George Floyd, Black Lives Matter. And so we need to vote for Joe Biden because he understands that. We need to vote for Joe Biden because he's going to bring the country together, right? He's going to unite us. And people bought into that. And now 4 years later, they see that was bullshit. Black Lives Matter was bullshit. Police brutality has been bullshit. The Trump is bad and all this other stuff has really been bullshit. My name is Joe Biden and I'm going to unite this country and I'm only going to serve for one term. We found out that was bullshit too because he tried to get reelected and then they had to put the screws to him, right, and force him out. So I think a lot of people see through that and they're realizing, wait a minute, if I compare Trump and what he was doing and what has taken place, maybe he's not that bad. Because when Trump was in office, did you get censored off of social media? When Trump was in office, did you hear about men playing in women's sports? When Trump was in office, did you hear about our children being mutilated? Did you hear about Israel being attacked? Did you hear about Russia invading Ukraine? Did you hear about inflation? You didn't hear any of that, right? And so there's a contrast that people are able to make because they've lived it. And so the Democrats, they have to get away from that conversation. They can't have that. It's got to be a conversation of what's going to trigger people to show up and vote for Kamala Harris. And right now what they're saying is abortion. Men, if you really care about your daughters, if you really care about your wives, you got to vote for Kamala Harris because they won't have a future. They speak as if there's not three branches of government. They speak as if this is not the United States of America. What do you mean they don't have a future? Of course they have a future. Like, come on, stop it. Right? But that is what's happening. And there is a clip of this guy, which was in my video that I uploaded earlier today. This father, I guess he cried. Let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, this guy right here. Just pathetic. Pathetic. I really do believe that. This is the problem with our country is weak men. This is a weak man right here. And that's my own personal opinion.
Who did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. So yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
Who did you vote for today?
Okay, women's rights. Okay, so where are you at when it comes to men and women's sports? And by the way, that whole boxer that was in the Olympics, it's been confirmed. That boxer was born a man. Remember when they told us, no, that is just Russian misinformation. No, that's just Russia saying that it's lies. Now we know it's truth, right? Well, we've always known that it was true because they pretty much talk to us as if, don't believe what your eyes are telling you, right? Anyways, anyone with common sense know that boxer was a dude, okay? Anyways, I digress. Women's rights only matters when we're talking about abortion. So the baby that doesn't have any rights? Where was women's rights during COVID, like I keep saying? Where's parents' rights? What about the women who are worrying about what's happening with their children? Do they get a say? Right? Yeah, so I can go on and on and on. I think you guys are getting my point. It's crazy. All right, let's check in on some super chats. Let's see here. I left off right here. Okay. Diane says, I love your show and you calm me down so much, but I'm so worried about the left cheating. Your thoughts? Well, I don't think they're going to be able to cheat. If they did everything we believe they did in 2020, I don't think they're going to be able to get away with that today. I just think there's too many people watching. I think the Republicans have become wise to the techniques. And I think that That's why it's very important that Trump wins by a landslide, or that Kamala Harris wins by a landslide. It needs to be a decisive victory. Like, the worst thing when it comes to sports, like let's say football, is it's tied. 30 seconds is left on the clock, and then the referee throws a flag. Now, the analogy here is the referee would be Congress, or the referee would be the Supreme Court, right? Or the referee would be some freaking hopeless person who's casting the actual electoral vote for the state switches up. Nobody wants that. I don't wish that for the Democrats, and I don't wish that for our side. What I wish is that it's 30 seconds left in the game, and we're up 2 touchdowns. It's a definitive loss. Okay, that's what I want to see, and that would nuke any talk about election fraud or the election was stolen. It would just pretty much go into the trash at that point, and that's what we want. We don't want a close one. Okay, close one is too much. Too much to handle. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Where did I leave off here? Oh, here it is. Okay, Pete Rogers, $25. 2 for Trump in Florida here. Enjoy your podcast. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate you there. Dream Killer, $50. Super job all election season. My son is a cadet at West Point. Thank you for your son's service. He's training to defend our country, not Ukraine. Let's go, Trump. Yeah. Deborah McBride, thank you for the great coverage. I'm a third-time Trump voter, despite the fact that I'm in California. Yeah. Hey, I want to see what the actual numbers will be in California, not because I believe he's going to win, but I want to see what the difference is from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris. I expect it to be a closer margin, right? I don't expect it to be crazy. $25 from Donald Dickens says, I think one of the most frustrating answers that Kamala gave was that she was going to follow the law. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I think that really turned people off to her. I mean, they didn't like that one. Why was she not challenged that she was in a position to make the law? I know, right? Good question. Let's see here. I like Megyn Kelly and your channel. Thank you. I like Megyn Kelly too. Roulette wheel. Yeah. Megyn Kelly spoke at Trump's rally last night. Dana Bash on CNN didn't like it. She was definitely jealous. If we have time, we'll probably circle back and play that clip. Let's see here. SOJOURNER. Thank you, DeVory. You are the best. Go Trump. Appreciate you. Let's see here. All right, we'll come back to these other super chats. Yeah, we will come back. All right, let's see where we're at. Maybe we'll start getting into the county. I want to wait probably like another hour before we get into the counties, because that's going to tell us the actual story when there's enough votes, right? I want to see it like at 50%. Let's see here. All right, let's see where we're at. So Oklahoma is now reporting. Texas is finally reporting. We know Florida has been reporting. Let's see here. North Carolina. Okay, Virginia is coming in. Maryland, New Jersey. And Pennsylvania is now reporting. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, we still need a little bit more time. It's not going to, we'll be wasting our time trying to dig into the county level. But right now he's at 95. She's at 35. So that's good. Let me look at Florida. Florida is already at 81%. See, they wonder why we don't trust the election. Why is it that Florida is going to be done tonight? Right? They're going to, millions of votes is counted within a matter of hours in Florida. and it's done. But the rest of the country cannot seem to mimic that. Why? Because it's a state issue, meaning it's the states that come up with the way they're going to count the votes and when they can count the votes and what order can they count the votes. They all have their own laws. That's what makes this country what it is, of course. But I do believe that, federally, maybe there should be a look at some of these standards as it pertains to counting, meaning, hey, you guys figure out how you want to count as a state. We need the answer by 8 p.m. California time. Figure it out. Right? Like telling us we have to wait for Nevada to finish counting 4 days from now. That is ridiculous. Okay? Pennsylvania, that is ridiculous. If Florida, who has more people than all of those states combined, can count them within a matter of hours, there's no excuse. It's crazy. So yeah, clearly he's going to smash her in Florida. There's no question. But what I want to know, how big is the margin in Florida? Because they've been saying that Florida is going to be one of the reasons why he might win the popular vote, because he's just going to get a lot of votes. Oh, here's another thing. I just remembered this. All right. What is the difference in 2020 versus 2024? Jill Stein. Jill Stein is the difference from 2020 and 2024. Jill Stein was not on many ballots back in 2020. She is now on ballots across most of America, okay? And she's definitely on the ballot in these battleground states. That's a big deal. Because in 2016, it was argued that she's the reason why Hillary Clinton lost the entire Rust Belt. So Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. And she's back on the ballot again. So it's going to be interesting what she comes in at. And will she play a role in Trump being defeated or Trump winning? We will see. Okay. All right. Let's go back to X and see what's going on here. I want to go back to Trump here. Where is he at? Hold on. There we go. All right, let's see. No updates from them. Okay. All right. Let's check out that phone call. That was not good. Yeah, here we go. Hold on. This one right here. Let's check out this phone call. This is why I'm telling you, her campaign should be a case study. Here's what not to do.
How are you doing? Have you voted already?
Give me a second.
You did? Thank you.
Okay. I paused it so you guys can see the camera is on. Right? Camera's on. So how does that make sense?
Thank you so very much. You know, it's so important that everybody participates, and I thank you, because I'm sure you got a lot of other things you could be doing. Taking the time to vote really does.
Yeah, well, maybe she was actually on the call. I doubt it. What do you guys think? Do you think she was actually on a call? I'm sure you guys don't. Let's see what else is trending here. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Okay, let's see. Oh, here's our favorite president making an excuse on why it's going to take a long time for ballots to be counted. It took several days to count every ballot in 2020. Yeah, because of COVID, clown. And it's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. Why? Why would we not? So please keep a few things in mind as you make your voices heard today. Got it. Let's hear what Scott Jennings has to say. Common sense conservative himself. He's speaking about Kentucky.
Eastern time zone, so the state's bifurcated right down the middle, and so all the county results we have now are in the east. The two big counties, Jefferson and Fayette, are the two Democratic counties. So obviously, we'd be looking to see overall Democratic enthusiasm there. But if you're looking to see where Trump, if he's having any trouble in the white college-educated suburbs, it would be in Boone, Kenton, and Campbell, which are the three counties in greater Cincinnati. You would detect it there. Now, in the early returns John just showed us, we're not picking up any of that right now. It doesn't look like we're seeing any flight from Trump. Still more votes to count. One other issue, all of eastern Kentucky, that's Appalachia. If rural turnout goes gangbusters out there and people are, beating down the doors to vote out in East Kentucky, that might also tell me something about what rural areas in Pennsylvania and other swing states may do.
All right. Let's take a look at Kentucky and see what's going on. So it's at 40% almost. Let's see, Frankfurt. Let me zoom out so you guys can see this too. Yeah. So I'm going to wait a little longer because I just don't think there's enough data to make a determination right now. Although Franklin County, you got 54% of the vote in. I don't believe that is enough. I kind of want to at least wait till it's 70% and then talk about it because I just don't think it makes sense right now. However, but those are key, right? How will the liberal counties perform? Like I told you guys, the difference from 2020. Now on this website, they're not even going to show us until it gets to 95%, I guess is what they were saying. But I guess they're showing it to us early. So yeah, margin shifts from 2020, meaning how much has the county shifted either to the left or to the right? Right now, you're seeing a lot of spikes to the right. But again, it's not 95% yet. We're only at 39, 40. So still some time. All right. Let me go back to Super Chats because I had a few good questions here that I want to address. Let me go back here. There we go. All right. Thank you guys for waiting. Let me get to it. Here we go. All right. Not underscore Superman puts, hey, DeVory, just started watching your channel and really enjoyed your point of view of this election. Do you believe Kamala being caught today on camera lying about a person voting for her and being so ignorant about it as well? Like, what do I think or what do I believe? Well, it's more noise than just something to talk about on social media, of course. But I think it does contribute to the impression that people have of her that she's fake. And here's the deal. Perception is almost reality. It doesn't matter what the truth is today. It's what do people believe about you. That is the hardcore truth in politics. Politics is all about the narrative, the story, the perception, and the momentum, the people on the ground who are in charge of getting people to get out and vote. And so far, the only thing that Kamala Harris has had some success with, which remains to be seen, to be fair, because obviously we're going to wait till later tonight to see the results. But she has $1 billion. And the fact that she has $1 billion tells us that she should be able to get people to come out and vote. And if she can't, then it proves again that it doesn't really matter how much money you raise like Hillary Clinton did. You could still lose on just fundamental things. And we went over those fundamental things earlier in this video. All right. Good question, though. Let's see here. ASMR Mama Dukes put, thank you for pointing out the hypocrisy of my body, my choice when it comes to the COVID vax. I've been saying this all along. You are amazing. Thank you for all your work. Trump voter in Virginia. Oh, good for you. Dion School, $50. Thanks, DeVory. You rock. Thank you. Very grateful. All right. So in 2020, this is from Transmetal 2. How exactly did all the votes come in at 3 a.m. in Georgia that flipped the state in the 2020 election? Do you have any insight of what happened there? It's exactly what you said. The answer is in the question. Clearly, they waited to count the votes whenever they counted them, and then they released them at that time. The problem is those votes were strictly mail-in ballot. They were not in person. So people question the, is it real? That's why a lot of people don't like mail-in ballots. That's why Republicans usually vote in person. However, the RNC, Laura Trump, has caught on to the fact that early voting is actually a great idea. Whether you mail in your ballot or you go in person, it's best to just early vote so that we know what the numbers are coming into the election day, right? Back in 2020, most people voted by mail. It was because of COVID. So, we'll never really know with 110% certainty what happened on that night, in what room, in what polling place. But what we do know is the end result was all of a sudden we fell asleep. Trump was up. We woke up. Trump was down. And I also believe that they didn't do, the RNC was not prepared to actually win. If you look at the RNC from 2020 and this year, it's night and day. So I think that actually made a difference. All right. Let's see here. Super chat, $100 from MK Mason, 2002. Thank you very much, Mason. Appreciate that. All right. My wife just reminded me, I got people that bought me a coffee and I need to answer those questions. So let me do that right now. All right, let's see here. Susan, she lives in North Carolina. I voted for Donald Trump. Do you believe that North Carolina will turn red? I do. I absolutely do. And the reason why is because it's been a very long time since a Democrat has won that state. That's number one. Number two, the early voting data for North Carolina has been good for the Republicans, better than they did in 2020. And North Carolina is that state that is a split ticket, meaning they'll vote Republican for president and Democrat for governor and Republican for senator, right? Like it's not president down, it's all the same party. So that is the MO of North Carolina, which is why the current governor, which you know is Roy Cooper, and I don't believe Mark Robinson has a chance. I haven't seen any polling that makes me see that or believe that. Clearly, they ran a campaign there at the end that probably killed his campaign. It doesn't matter whether the accusations are true or false. The fact is, they ran a story that was successful at making people say, "Oh yeah, no, I'm good." But even before that, polling showed that he didn't even have a chance. So I don't know. I'm not too familiar on North Carolina because I don't live there. But as far as the governor race is concerned, but as far as the presidential race, yeah, it's the expectation that Trump will win that state. That is the bottom line. All right, so we have another one from Rashida Conley. Might have got that wrong. Why are some states like Nevada, for example, claiming it will take 4 days to count all their votes? It's because it's the way that their laws work out there. Their laws may be, hey, polling closes at this time, and that's when we're allowed to start counting them, and we stop counting at 10 p.m. at night, and we're not going to come back and start counting until the following day. Versus Florida, clearly Florida will be done tonight. Florida is at 88%. 88%. Let's see here. Yeah. So Madison County in Florida, it looks like almost a 10% shift for Trump, which is huge. 9% in Collier County. Yeah, so he's doing great over there. My point is that it's because of the way that they run their elections out there. And the federal government can't do anything about it until they change the laws, because that is a state issue. All right, let me see if there are any other questions from people who bought me a coffee. All right, let me go to Super Chat on YouTube really quick while I'm waiting an answer for that. Okay, perfect. All right. Brent Beamer says, thanks for all the work you do. It's great to hear real common sense you can't hear many places these days. Thank you. Okay. All right. So thank you guys for your Super Chats. Of course, thank you for people who bought me a coffee. Definitely shout out to you guys. Really appreciate you. Again, if you guys have any questions you guys want me to answer, just put it in the chat or buy me a coffee. All right, so let's see what's going on over on X. Meaning, oh, by the way, Florida will be called, okay? Probably within the next, it's at 88%. I would think within the next hour, they will call Florida for sure. Let's see here. Let's go to X and see what people are talking about on there. And I told you guys earlier that I want to look at the county data, but I'm going to wait until we get a good amount of data. All right, here's a good one. Virginia, Loudoun County, 95% reporting. Kamala Harris has a 17-point advantage. However, it's an 8-point swing for Trump. I think you will see a lot of that. You will see a lot tonight of Kamala Harris underperforming in counties that Joe Biden won. Okay. All right. So, yeah, you're going to see that a lot. Okay. So my moderator's telling me they already called Florida, which means I'm reading this map wrong. Okay. Let me click here really quick. Okay. So my apologies. So if they have the check mark next to the name, that means they were called. So Oklahoma has been called, Mississippi, obviously, Alabama, obviously, Florida was already called, South Carolina called, West Virginia called, Kentucky called, and Indiana called. All right, thank you. There we go. So 95, 35. Yeah, still a lot of time until we get to where we need to get more clarity about where we are headed. Because this is all expected right now. All right, let's see what's happening on X. Decision Desk HQ now gives Donald Trump a 70% chance of winning the election. Yeah, we know that. Yep, here's CNN saying that Trump's going to win Florida. I mean, it's just something that we would expect. Like, we expect that she's going to win Washington, right? She's going to win Oregon. She's going to win California. So we don't need to really jump and joy about that. That is to be expected. Let's see here. All right, this is interesting. Let's listen to this story. Because this is from Pennsylvania. Cue that up for you.
We've just learned from a source close to the
Turn that up for you.
counting process inside that Philadelphia will be posting, when it posts its first votes at 8:01 p.m., they will be posting just over 110,000 ballots. These are mail ballots. This is the long-awaited first batch of mail ballots to be posted, and it represents, I'm told by this source, more than 50% of all mail ballots that they have received. This also, for context, puts Philadelphia well ahead of the pace, their counting pace from 2020, which we've all become so familiar with. But this is a big moment that we're learning first here on CNN. They'll be posting just over 110,000 ballots, and we'll see the results of that when it posts online.
All right. That was 23 minutes ago. I'm not too sure they posted it already, but we'll see. No, I don't think they posted it yet. Not yet. But we will circle back on that. All right. Looks like Kamala Harris campaign is panicking. Again, we don't know if that's just speculation, but let's hear what they have to say.
Campaign is a little worried about North Carolina and Georgia. They've always said the most straightforward path is the blue wall, but all eyes are on Philadelphia right now. That's why, as we speak, they're trying to get the rest of the voters out to the polls. Campaign.
Yeah, that is a very good point to bring up to you guys. So what is Kamala Harris campaign doing right now, right? What they're doing is right now as I'm speaking, they are still on the phone. They are knocking doors. They are physically trying to get out there. They bust people to Philadelphia, actually, to help people to get off the couch and vote for Kamala Harris. I don't see any indication that the Trump campaign is doing that. However, if they're doing it in the city of Philadelphia, that means that she must be in trouble. Because why are you still right now at this moment on the phones, knocking doors, busting people in to Philadelphia, not the rural areas, Philadelphia? That means that there's signs where there's a turnout issue, right? If you don't have a turnout issue, you wouldn't be doing that. And so that's probably why they are saying that. All right, let's see here. Let me refresh this because there's so many stories dropping at one time. The stuff gets drowned out. Here we go. All right, NBC exit polls, Pennsylvania. Independents are breaking for Trump, which is what we expected. Let's see here. CNN talking about Florida. I don't even know why they are. Of course, Trump was going to win that. We know that. Let's see here. All right, I think I'm going to go back to the numbers. I just wanted to see if there's anything else crazy to take a look at. I'm not seeing it. All right. Let's go back here and refresh and see what percentage. So it's still a little low. Yeah, still a little low. All right. Let me show you guys some of the scenarios that will take place tonight or by tomorrow, so you guys know where this is kind of heading. Let me turn these to toss up for you. So tan is toss up, red is Republican. You know that. Blue is Kamala Harris. Okay. All right. So clearly, Nevada and Arizona as well. So if we start at Nevada, Trump is still looking good there, but we're not going to know for 4 days, which is crazy. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope they get enough today to just call it, but I doubt it. There we go. All right. Arizona, Trump. Okay. Georgia, Trump. North Carolina, Trump. And that's why you just heard him say her only path is to sweep the Rust Belt. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Okay. New Hampshire is in play, which is why it is a toss-up that you see on the screen here. If I just zoom in, it's a toss-up because that's where it's at right now. All right. Now, this night could be over quickly. So let me show you scenario one. Okay. Let me zoom out just a tad. Scenario one. This night could be wrapped up early if Virginia goes for Trump. That puts him automatically at 281, even if Nevada is going to take 4 days. So let me put that in toss-up mode. He's got 275. We're going to know Arizona tonight. Everything you see on the screen is probably tonight. Like Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Texas, Arizona. We will know that tonight. Pennsylvania, maybe we will know based on what you just heard. But we are going to have a good picture tonight of what's going on here. So if Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and he flips Virginia, it's over. It doesn't matter what happens after that. Now, let's say she wins Virginia, which leads us to scenario number 2. But he wins New Hampshire. That puts him at 266. At this point, she would have to win Nevada and all of the states in the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Now, the wisdom so far is that she will not win all 3. She will win 1, maybe 2, but she's not going to win all 3. That's why she's diverting all her resources to Pennsylvania, because the chances are they don't believe Wisconsin and Michigan are really locked up. Now, I believe Michigan has issues when it comes to her because of Jill Stein. So if we give Michigan to Trump, he wins, okay? Another scenario is if he wins Wisconsin, he's the next president. I think you guys are getting my point here, right? Now, for Kamala Harris on the other side, let's play devil's advocate. Let's say she did win Georgia. It could be an early night if she won Pennsylvania, right? She won New Hampshire. And she just had to win one more of these Rust Belt states. It's over, right? Even if he won Michigan. She'd be at 271. Okay? Or if she does win Pennsylvania, then it will definitely be over. Okay? She'd be at, sorry about that. There we go. She'd be at 271. So, yeah. What I'm really paying attention to is if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, we are feeling really good tonight. Okay? So I think the first milestone, besides looking at the county level, is Georgia and North Carolina. If he wins those 2 states, then, I believe his campaign is probably, confident, right? But if he lost one of those states, then it's going to get interesting because at that point, he's going to have to win 2 of these states up here to even have a chance. Because I'm not even factoring in Nevada because we have no idea. All early voting does show that he's in the lead, but I'm not even going to depend on that because Nevada they're fishy right now. Shouldn't take 4 days. It's like one of the smallest states. What's going on, right? All right. Let's get back to where we're at. Okay, so we have a couple more states that have been called. Let me refresh. So Arkansas was called. South Carolina was finally called. So it puts them at 101. New Jersey was called for Kamala Harris. So that's important because for the longest time on social media, there were reports that Trump was seeing some huge turnout for his side in New Jersey. But I never once believed that he was going to win New Jersey, okay? So, but anyways, they've called it. And so there's that big update for her. And then another state was called Rhode Island. Okay, well, duh, right? Okay. All right, let me see what's going on X, and then we'll get back to the super chats. Okay. So New York Times is still projecting a Trump victory at 277 to Kamala Harris's 261. Okay. All right. We know all that. Let me go here really quick. Decision desk. I want to see what they are projecting. Okay. This is Georgia that they're looking at right now. Okay. All right, let me click on here really quick. I want to see if they're going to give us what their current forecast is, because that's what I want to show you guys. Let's go here. There we go. That's what I was looking for. All right. This is what I was looking for. This is what I wanted to show you guys. Okay. So as of right now, they have Trump at a 70% chance to win. Now, this is like football or basketball. It could change at the very last minute, right? So I wouldn't get all crazy about it. But listen, I want to give you guys the bigger picture, right? The bigger picture. And to do that, let's go to my ugly face really quick. Can you guys just take a moment? And I want you to think back to 2021 or 2022. In the thick of COVID, did you really think that Trump would have a chance to be in this position today? Think about that for a second. Right? Do you think that he actually had a chance? Thank you for that. So what is this?
It's just the rest of what you had from earlier.
Oh.
I decided you needed it.
Thank you.
I warmed it up.
Can I get some tea, actually? Thanks. Appreciate it. That was my wife, guys. I love her. She's bringing me some coffee, but I think tea would be good as well. Thank you for dealing with that. All right, so perspective is everything here, guys. Think about if you were in Trump's shoes. 2021, 2022, think about how much you've had to overcome to get to this point. If he lost, I think he can lose and not have any regrets, because we know this guy gave it everything that he had. I'm not saying he's going to lose, but I'm saying from a competitor standpoint, what he was doing the last 2 weeks of this campaign, it reminds me of like Kobe Bryant. This guy was he was maxed out all the way until the end, right? He gave it everything he had. He left it on the court. I don't think Kamala Harris did that. I think they played her campaign as a way not to lose instead of trying to win. And he ran his campaign as trying to win instead of not to lose. And so I got to say that time has flown by so much over the past few years. To see him in this position is pretty historic. I mean, you guys have to think about that for a second, right? So the real history is, and I'm not trying to, be seriously biased here or diminish Kamala Harris if she was to win. Clearly, history, the first female president, yes. But I think the real history politically is someone who was on the verge of being impeached, who was convicted, of course. FBI raided his home. FBI went after his family. FBI went after his friends, his business partners. And clearly the establishment was against him. And for him to still rise above all of that and survive 2 assassination attempts to win the presidency, I would say it's well deserved, right? It would be well deserved. All right. Enough of my ugly face. I just thought that deserved a little bit of attention. Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right, so Tax says, I hear they're going to try to hit Trump with the 14th Amendment if he wins tonight. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. If what they think January 6th was, it will turn into a real thing if they tried to pull that on Trump. Because I don't think people are going to stand for that. I don't see that happening. Here is a great question from Jill. This is really good. Let me put this on the screen. Here we go. I think this is worth looking at. And let me go back to my ugly face so you guys can read it properly. Okay, hold on. Patience. There we go. Love your channel. I don't know if you covered this, but what are your thoughts about Alan Lichtman's prediction? Now, Alan Lichtman, who is that? All right. You guys aren't missing anything with the numbers right now. All right. So this is a good time to actually get into this. All right. And to make sure. Yeah. So there is no crazy updates right now. All right. So let's go here. Okay. Let me put this on screen for you guys. There we go. And then I'll remove this. Oh, thank you so much. Look. Left is tears. You guys see that? Left is tears. My wife bought this for me. It's very nice. Okay. If you guys don't know what you're looking at on the screen, let me explain it to you. So this guy named Alan Lichman, he claims to be a historian. Let me go ahead and put him in Google so you guys can see it for yourself. Here we go. He claims to be, no, I don't want to donate to you, Wikipedia. Come on now. Alan Lichman, okay? He's a historian. He's a guy who created something called the Keys to the White House, which is pretty much a prediction model. He claims that he's predicted every single election correctly since 1984. Okay? However, there were two situations where he was right, but the outcome was different. So in 2020, he predicted Al Gore would win. Now, clearly, Al Gore did not become the presidency because the 13 keys did not account for the Supreme Court, right? He definitely has Trump derangement syndrome. We know that, okay? He does not want to see Trump win. He claims that his 13 keys have nothing to do with polls. It doesn't matter what I believe. It doesn't matter what you believe. The 13 keys, it's the law, right? Now, what's interesting about the 13 keys is it's still up to interpretation. It's like the Bible, right? You could have somebody read the Bible verse, and one person sees it in a way where it's going to help them do something positive, and another person is going to read it and it's going to make them do something negative. It's called their perception in their mind, right? And I don't think anything in this world is truly absolute except obviously death and taxes, right? So his 13 keys, he likes to promote it as it's the law. And all this noise about the election doesn't matter because he has predicted that Kamala Harris will win. Now, why? Well, the 13 keys, it's all about the government. What has the government been doing? What has the incumbent party been doing? What's been happening with foreign policy and the economy? You factor all that in, and it's going to tell us who should win this election. Now, the way that it works, it's very simple. Let me see if I can zoom in so you guys can kind of read what I'm seeing here. So, oh, that's not going to work. Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay. So you guys will just have to kind of follow along really quick here. So the way that it works, it says if 8 or more keys are true, then the incumbent party, which is Kamala Harris, wins. If 6 or more keys are false, then the challenger party, which is Donald Trump, wins. So she has to get 8 blue, and he's got to get 6 red for them to win, right? So it starts off with key number 1 called midterm gains. After the midterm elections, the incumbent party holds more seats in the U.S. House of Representatives than after the previous midterm elections. This is false, actually. We already know that. Key number 2, there is no serious contest for the incumbent party nomination. Now, this one is actually up to interpretation. This key is true if the incumbent party nominee wins at least 2/3 of the total delegate vote on the first ballot at the nominating convention. But was Kamala Harris really nominated, or was she handed the nomination? Right? Some people argue that that key is actually false because she really didn't face any opposition. So, but let's go with his thing. Okay, let's say it's true. Key number 3, the incumbent party candidate is the sitting president. No, she's not. She's the vice president. So that's false. Usually if you're the incumbent president, that's actually an advantage for you. No third party. There is no significant third party or independent campaign. A third party is a political party other than the Democratic or Republican. This key is false if a third party candidate is likely to win 5% or more of the popular vote. Now, clearly, we know that is not what's happening right now. I don't even think they even list Jill Stein on this list here. I don't even think they will. Let's see here. She's got what, 1% in Massachusetts, or is that Maine, I believe? RFK has 1% in Rhode Island, Florida 0.4%, South Carolina she had 2%. Wow. Let's see here. So yeah, she's not. But in Michigan, she's almost at 1%. I want to see how high that actually gets, because that is a big deal. All right, so you know what? He's right on that one. So there is no third party, okay? Now, this is where it gets dicey, okay? This is where I actually started to truly disagree with him, because I just think it's crazy. The economy is not in recession during the election campaign. A recession clearly is widespread and prolonged downturn in economic activity. A common rule of thumb is 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. There was 1 quarter of negative GDP growth. I actually looked it up. So the last quarter, GDP growth fell. The quarter before that, GDP went up. And the quarter before that, GDP fell. So if 70% of the country believes we're going in the wrong direction, and 51% believe their finances are worse off than 2020, one could argue that the economy is doing bad. But according to him, it's not. But it doesn't matter. We'll give it to her, okay? Same thing with long term. We'll give that to her. Major policy change, we'll give that to them. That just means that the incumbent party, changed everything about the government in their own policies, okay? All right, number 8. This is the one I said it's not true, it's false. The key is false if there is widespread violent unrest that is either sustained or leaves critical issues unresolved by the time of the election. What is the critical issue that has been unresolved? Anti-Semitism. That war is still going on. There were people who vandalized these college campuses. It has not been resolved. It has not truly been acknowledged by the government. There's been no pieces of legislation or some type of acknowledgement or anything. And there are still a lot of Jewish people out there that are turned off by it. So I say it's false, actually. So that puts Trump at 3, her at 5. Remember, she only needs 8 to win. All right, no scandal. This is why we saw the biggest scandal in journalism, probably in history, when they covered up Joe Biden's mental decline. Everybody knows Joe Biden had dementia or something wrong with his brain. The guy did get 2 brain surgeries, by the way, but none of the journalists wanted to sound the alarm on that. Why? Because they hate Trump that bad. They hate Trump so much they would rather a vegetable be in the White House than to see him in the White House. That's why I think this election is their downfall, because they have broken so many principles that makes this country great, all because they have a personal vendetta against Trump. I think it's going to backfire. Now, according to this, there is no scandal. Me and you believe there is one, but technically there isn't, because it was never reported. All right, number 10. The incumbent administration suffers no major failure in foreign or military affairs. Disaster withdrawal from Afghanistan. Of course they did. Major foreign military success. Lynchman chose this to be true. The incumbent administration achieves a major success in foreign or military affairs. No, they didn't. That's false. Ukraine and Russia is still going on. Hamas and Israel is still going on. Iran has escalated its attacks. China is flirting with Taiwan. What are you talking about? But Alan Lynchman says that is true, right? It's crazy. the reason why I'm giving this attention, guys, and I know you can't really see it, so let me actually go here. Let me go to this view here. I think that should help. And let me change my camera. There we go. All right, I think now you guys should be able to see it. All right, so why am I giving this so much attention? Because I'm telling you, this guy, Alan Lynchman, these mainstream media hacks, CNN and ABC and all these clowns, they literally brought him on and was pushing what he was saying for like a while, right? And so I just want to, you know, put a pin in this. Number 12, charismatic incumbent. A charismatic candidate has an extraordinary persuasive or dynamic personality that gives them broad appeal. Well, we know that's not Kamala Harris. So that's false. And at that point, Trump wins. And key number 13, which is the last one, the challenging party candidate is not charismatic or a national hero. Now, obviously, if you support Trump, you would say that he is a national hero, but we're going to put this as false. So Trump wins, according to this prediction model. But this guy, Alan Lynchman, he's saying there's no social unrest. He says that there has been major foreign military success. And that's what he has. So I don't believe him. And hopefully that answered your question, Jill. So thank you for asking that. I thought it was worth checking that out because there are a lot of people watching this election and they're looking at the 13 keys. And I think, again, the 13 keys, it's like the Bible, it's like the laws. It's all up to your interpretation, your perception about what you think is going on. And I don't think he does a good enough job defining certain things, especially military success, which clearly has been a failure, right? All right, good question, Jill. Good question. All right, currently right now, it looks like there's a couple of states called for Kamala Harris. So let's look here. Okay, so look at this. Virginia has been called for Kamala Harris. 45% in, and they're claiming that she's going to win that state. I think that's a little early. I don't see why that would be, but okay. She's only up by 30,000 votes. So that is interesting. Illinois has been called for her. That makes sense. That is Chicago. Vermont has been called. New Hampshire was called too, so he didn't flip New Hampshire. Votes are a little early, though. Votes are a little early. Let me see here. Why are they calling it so early? I don't understand that. Let me go back here. Yeah, they haven't called it on over here on this website. Did they call Virginia? No, they didn't call Virginia either. I'm glad I'm looking because, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Huh. All right. I'm going to go back to this website. I know it sounds like I'm talking to myself, but I kind of am. All right. I'm not buying that. I think it's too close for them to call. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, let me look at your guys' super chats really quick here. Have you seen Maryland? Majority is red, but it's being called for Harris. Yeah, something's fishy going on. Look at this, guys. Let me refresh this. Like, what the heck is this? Maryland has 11,000 votes, but they're calling it for Kamala Harris. How does that work? Oh. That tea was so hot, I almost burned my mouth. Did you guys see that? All right. Let's check out Associated Press. Let's see what they are saying. There we go. Let's see what they're saying. Are they calling? Let me zoom in because you asked me about Maryland. And let me zoom out. So they called Vermont, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland. They did call Maryland for her. Massachusetts, Illinois, Delaware, and Connecticut. They did not call Virginia. Virginia is currently red right now. Yeah. And New Hampshire was not called. So, you see, this is the part that I don't like about the elections, because there's a problem even in Arizona in 2020 where they called Joe Biden early. And people are like, what is going on? So, yeah, I'm not buying that right now. Great question. They say that Trump won Georgia. Let's see. Currently, right now, they haven't called it. Let's see. One new update. No, they haven't called it yet. All right. Let's see what they're saying on X. Okay, they're saying that Harris has a 51% chance in Pennsylvania now. Yep, we already talked about Illinois. We already said that. Okay, so they're calling New Hampshire for Kamala Harris. Yeah. So I guess it just depends on who you're following, who's calling what. But I'm not too sure I'm going to buy into that yet. I think it's too early. Let's see here. Vivek's on live with Tucker Carlson. I bet that's going to be good. Let's see what Charlie Kirk has to say. Let's see here. According to NBC exit polls, Donald Trump is doing 8% better with young voters compared to 2020. And I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised because the bottom line is, matter of fact, let me ask this question for everyone in the chat here. Even if you're not even old enough to understand what this is, if you were 18 years old in the 50s, 60s, 70s, I would imagine you could get one job and get your own place. If you're 18 today and you get one job, that's just enough to buy food and gas and your phone bill, right? That's not enough to get your own place. You'd have to get roommates today. So I think young people, they're not dumb. They may be inexperienced. But again, what did I tell you guys? It comes down to the finances. If I'm 18 and man, I just can't get by on anything, I got to have 3 jobs. Why would I vote for Kamala Harris? There's no reason to. So I'm not surprised by that exit poll. Now, it's an exit poll. It's from NBC. So, we don't know how truly accurate it is, but that's what they are reporting. So, Trump wins Florida. Yep, we already talked about that. Charlie Kirk is reporting a bunch of data crunchers telling me they're pleased with how North Carolina is looking. We'll see soon. All right. Okay. Oh, this is a good one. We have to hear this. This is a good one because I told you, this is what they're trying to tell people. If Republicans show up and vote in large numbers, that means there's only one question left. Will independents break for Kamala Harris? Will they show up and vote in numbers for Kamala Harris that we haven't seen? And so Right now, CNN is reporting out of Georgia that is not the case. In fact, it's the opposite. Let's listen to this.
Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chang.
Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia.
Yeah, I had to replay that to make sure you guys heard that. So again, Joe Biden won independents in Georgia by 9 in 2020, and now Trump is winning independents by 11 in 2024. And that's what I'm saying is it's great that we heard Republicans are having this great turnout. But the hammer, right? The freaking bomb that drops and just breaks everything for her is when the independents are showing up and they're voting for Trump. It's over at that point. So that's really good news. So that is good news out of Georgia so far. Let's see here. Okay, so that's what Charlie Kirk has to say. I'm just hopping around because, I think a lot of people have a lot of info to share that I think is valuable. Let's see here. Same thing with Pennsylvania, right? I was just saying with Georgia, he's up by 11. Pennsylvania, they're reporting he's up by 6 with independents. So we'll see. We'll see. We will see. All right, let's go back here. Let me refresh my feed because I know there's new data coming in. Okay, so let's take a listen at this. This is them talking about Virginia, and I was just texting my wife. And just so you guys know, if he wins Virginia, it's an early night, okay? It's an early night. Let me go back to this. There we go. I was like, why is my screen looking like that? So here's CNN talking about Virginia.
I'll tell you one place that is a little bit of a surprise. It's a surprisingly close race in Virginia, which has gone blue since 2008 and Obama, the last 4 cycles. And if you remember, Trump in late October, had a rally there, and people went, what's he doing in Virginia? That's a blue state. He's running.
That's true, but there's only half of the
I understand,
voting.
but it's 49-49 right now.
Shut up, Dana.
I'll tell you one place that is a little bit of a surprise. It's a surprisingly close race in Virginia.
You heard Dana Bash. She just had to, no, it's only halfway. Stop it. Yeah, she's going to be sick if he takes Virginia. I want to see their faces if that happens. Okay. All right, so currently let's look at Virginia just a tad bit here. Virginia right now, we've got 47.5 on this website, 47.7. Let's look at AP. There we go. AP is at 48%. Trump is still ahead by 30,000 votes. Okay. Let me go back here because I want to see a shift from 2020. And what you guys are seeing on the screen is the shift, right? So obviously the higher the spikes, the more people have shifted in that county to the right, right? So that's an advantage for Trump. The blue spikes that are really only 2 is shifting the other way towards Kamala Harris. So I see a lot of red spikes here. Even if I don't understand everything about it, I know that that is a good sign. And so he's ahead right now. Yeah. So how do we know that it's over if he wins Virginia, right? Who wants to see that? Because I will show it to you. Let me show it to you. Actually, let's go here. All right, let me show it to you. Oh, there we go. Okay. Bring it up right here. Turn this to toss up. All right. So if he wins Virginia, it's over. He's at 275. He doesn't have to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She can go ahead and take it. She can take Nevada as well. It's over. It's an early night because we're going to know who's going to win Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona tonight. We will know that. And we are going to know Virginia as well. So the best case scenario is he wins. Let's see here. All right, let's go back to AP. And let's see here. All right, so another state was called Wyoming for Trump, West Virginia for Trump. We already know that. Tennessee was called. Okay. Let's go back over here. All right, let me get to your guys' super chats. Let's see. As a Virginia, North Carolina resident, this is from Mr. I'm not going to butcher that, but Mr. Moho, RISIN 241, $10. Thank you. As a Virginia, North Carolina resident, most of the population lives around the DC line, and the whole state votes red. But that one portion votes blue and have dominated the electoral votes. Got it. Which county is that? That's what I want to know. Because right now, it's showing us there's some counties that he's shifting. Right? Let's go back to it. What did they tell us? They told us that there are particular counties that we need to pay attention to. And we're going to take a look at those right now. I think it's finally a good time. Let's see here. Give me a second here, guys, while I'm getting this up for you. I think the problem is we're going into an election day where they're not even expecting Virginia to be close. Now, we had already seen that it was going to be close because Rasmussen, Atlas Intel polls showed that it was close. All the other liberal pollsters never wanted to show that it was close. And so it looks like they're going to eat some crow, even if he lost the state. If he lost it by 1 percentage point, that'd be an indictment on those pollsters, a serious one. Let's see here. Okay. All right, let me catch up here. Let's go back. All right, and let's see what states have been called at this point. Okay, North Dakota, we knew that. South Dakota, we knew that. Nebraska at large declared 7 minutes ago. So you guys see what I see here. So what do we got? Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, Louisiana, and Wyoming. And then for Kamala Harris, New York was just called. That was to be expected. So she's at 99. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. Kathy, $19. She put, "You're the best. I can't watch TV. I'm too nervous to watch greatest charts like the scrolling still have Nevada, New Mexico. I'm a New Yorker for once. Why can't they just vote red? Hey, we're in California. We believe the same thing. We actually live in a red area in California. I think the only red area besides Orange County in California. And we feel the same thing. There's so many people who complain about California, but they still vote blue. So I don't want to hear it from them. But yeah, I feel your pain, Kathy. Thank you for watching and tuning in. Let's see here. Bella says, thanks to you and your channel, I was able to follow this election. I have no patience for politics, but you have a gift. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. And thank you, Patricia, for the $25. All right, let's see what's going on next. If you guys are just joining me live, okay, if you want me to answer your questions, just do the whole super chat thing, or you could buy me a coffee. It is pinned in the chat section. Shout out to the people on Rumble. I know I have people follow me there, and I'm sure they may have some questions, so let me check in with them. Let's see here. Okay. All right, let's see what they were talking about on Rumble. Sky News is reporting that Trump has 105 electoral votes and Harris has 27. Yeah, I don't think that is accurate. I don't think that is accurate whatsoever. So Ohio just got called for Trump. So now he's at 137. By the way. All right. Let's see what else. Thank you guys for following me on Rumble, by the way. Appreciate you guys. Let's see. My daughter lives in Pennsylvania, but she just texted us that there are new reports of mass cheating in Philly. Well, we'll see. We will see. How do they handle absentee ballots that had to be postmarked by today but not received back to the county it came from until after? That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that because I guarantee you every state is different. But I'm not too sure. Listen, if this election is going to come down to the absentee ballots, then we're already in trouble. What I am hoping for today is just, can Trump just go ahead and nail it tonight? Just get it done. I hope that's what happens. I hope Virginia, that's what I'm hoping for right now. If he gets Virginia, it's going to be an early night. Let's see here. All right. I don't think we have any more questions. Just a lot of comments. Thank you guys for joining on Rumble. Appreciate you guys. All right. Let's see here. So I just told you guys Ohio has been called. That is the latest update there. Puts them at 137 to her 99. And here's the thing. I'm already noticing this, covering this stuff. So every website is not going to be the same. You know, you've got certain websites talking about this state has been called and this state says it hasn't been called. So, you know, I'm not really going to tell you guys this website I'm on, which is Bloomberg, that it is the end all be all. Okay. It's all just an estimate still. Votes still have to be counted. Okay. But if you're noticing, if sometimes I look at a different map and it's not saying what you just looked at, just understand it's because they're not really reporting everything in the best way. All right. Let's see what Decision HQ is saying. So Trump is at 195. See, that's exactly what I was just telling you guys. I'm on Bloomberg, right? They're telling me Trump is at 137. I go to this website, Decision Desk HQ. They're telling me he's at 194. So, and they've already called for Virginia for her, but he's leading. So I don't know what is going on with this website. This is a joke, honestly. Let's see here. Texas has been called according to them. I don't know about that either. Let's see. Now they haven't called it over here. All right. Well, I do like Georgia. Georgia's at 68%, and he's got a 6% advantage. So that's good. He is leading in North Carolina. That is good. And remember, these numbers can fluctuate. So don't think it's over. She's currently leading in Pennsylvania. And he's leading in Wisconsin. And he's leading in Minnesota, but it's literally 0.1% in. So we're not going to give that any attention. All right. Let's check out what's happening on X. Now, half of my feed is at least people that I don't agree with, by the way. And then the other half is people I do. So you guys will see different opinions if I'm scrolling here. Okay, here we go. We just talked about this. This is very important. Pay attention. NBC exit poll, Michigan, young voters under 30, Trump +4. That's huge. Because that was supposed to be an advantage for Kamala Harris. It's people under 30. She was supposed to be getting that vote at at least 60%. That's what Joe Biden got. So that clearly is not happening right now. All right, let's see here. We'll just see if this guy has any other numbers. Let's see here. No, there's no updates from him on that. All right, let me keep scrolling here. Okay, CNN projects that Donald Trump will win Texas. All right, so they are calling it. It's their projection. If you guys are wondering why I'm not live streaming like CNN or Fox News, because I don't want to hear all that, okay? Some of them, they like to hold the information and delay. I'd rather just go look it up myself. So, if you guys want to watch them, that's fine, but I don't want to sit around just listening to the propaganda, if you know what I mean. Evan Howard just submitted a super chat. He says, I appreciate your channel so much. I'm 34, first-time registered voter for a Republican. I hope there's way more out there like me. Which state are you from, Evan? Please tell us. Please tell us. All right, let's keep scrolling down here. Look at this. Isn't this funny? Projected winner. Kamala Harris wins Ukraine. Come on. We have to admit that was funny. Let's see here. I don't want to hear from ABC at all. I do not care to hear anything from them. This is outdated. We know that he's up in Virginia, so I'm not even going to listen to that. Oh, here's our favorite senator, AOC. What does this clown have to say? We ran 80,000 election simulations and women are pissed off and well organized in every one of them. Well, you know what, AOC? I ran 80,000 election simulations and American citizens are pissed off and well organized over the economy, over the border, over foreign policy. Yeah. Yeah, she's getting roasted. I ran 420 election simulations and Americans are happier under Trump. Yeah, that's right. I only see AOC because I will comment sometimes firing back at her, so the algorithm keeps showing me her post. All right. I don't mind hearing at least, this is 30 minutes ago. No, I don't really want to hear that. Let's see here. Okay, we already seen that. All right, let's refresh. Then we're going to get back to your guys' super chat. So give me a second here. I know I had a question about the Electoral College. I'm going to answer that. I just remembered, okay? let's listen to these loony bins. And I'm going to play this. You know why? Because if he wins, these are the first people I want to hear from if he wins, because I just think it'll be pure entertainment. All right, so we're going to listen just really quick. Hold your ears. This is MSNBC. This is a network that is based on propaganda. We know that. Let's hear what these clowns have to say.
Issue an apology to all of those states that we have not mentioned. It's not our fault. It's the founding fathers. They decided on this thing called the Electoral College, which, interestingly, no other country in the world decided to copy. And because of that, in presidential terms, in effect, on nights like this, you have a right to think that it feels like no one cares about your vote. If you're in California or if you're in New York. And when you think about how enormous a force that can be in voter suppression, there may be nothing quite like it. Imagine if California voters ever got to think that their votes for president matter. There are 7 million people in California who don't vote. They're registered. They don't vote today. And how many of them would turn out? And oh, by the way, how many more millions would that add to Kamala Harris's total? New York, the state of New York, another 7 million people who don't vote in this presidential election because they know what the outcome is for their state. Most of those, if they voted, would add millions to Kamala Harris. And this Electoral College problem is one that bedevils us in the 21st century as it never has before.
All right. I have to breathe because, I mean, okay, there are some loony bins on the right, okay? I'm not saying that people on the right are innocent, because there's some crazy ones. This is craziness on the left. Let me explain why. This is not a democracy, people. This is a republic. A republic is a limited version of a democracy, which is why the Electoral College makes sense. Hell, if we didn't have the Electoral College, that means the Democrats would run rampant in this country. This is why he speaks that way, because that's the mindset of these people on the left, that they don't give a shit that Republicans exist. In their version of reality, they don't want Republicans at all to be in charge. They want no balance in the system. They want an all Democrat. Republicans, on the other hand, are more like, we understand there needs to be a balance. We understand that there are Democrats in this country, and our objective is not to change the Constitution to get rid of them or to bring illegals across the border and program them to vote for us. Our job is to pull up our sleeves and do the work for the American people. So he's out of this world with that. But this is what they think about. They're talking about getting rid of the Electoral College. If that's the case, California, New York would be deciding elections. And guys, you don't want California deciding who the next president of the United States is. That's the problem with California right now. California is straight up blue. They're passing laws that I don't have anything that I can do to stop it, because the government in California is straight up Democrat. There's no balance. So thank God there's an Electoral College. Now, for the person who asked me, let me go back up to it. Here it is. This is Hawaii Chris. He asked me, hey, can you explain electoral votes? I don't understand it, and who has the advantage right now? No problem. So let's take a look at the actual map here. And what we're going to do is go to no toss-ups. So I'm on this website. It's called realclearpolling.com. Realclearpolling.com takes every single poll that's been published publicly. They put it into the system, and it spits out an average. According to that average, Trump should win. He's at 287. Now, here's where the lesson is with the Electoral College. Every state is assigned a certain number of electoral votes. What dictates the amount of votes? Can anybody guess? And I'm going to give you a hint. There's a reason why the Democrats have allowed so many illegals to come into this country. You know why? Because it contributes to the census. Every 4 years, what do we do in this country? A census. Meaning we go around and we try to figure out how many people really live in this country. How many people are actually black? How many people are Latino? How many people are male? How many people are female? How many people say they have an education, right? How many people say they don't have an education? I think you guys are getting my point. So every 4 years, our country, we do a census. And based on the census, they decide on how many electoral votes should go to that state based on the population. Now, what's interesting is the only reason why the Rust Belt is so important this time around, because the census in 2020 counted illegals, which they're not supposed to. And because they counted illegals in 2020, they the difference in the electoral votes shifted, which caused Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania to be significantly more important than what it should have been if they had not counted the illegals, if that makes sense. Hopefully, I'm not confusing you on that. So, anyways, right now, who has the advantage? Well, it's Trump. Trump has the advantage, as I was just showing you guys, because let's go back here. Create my own map. There we go. Trump has the advantage because right now, let me just turn these to toss up so I can show it to you. There we go. Put that in frame. Because right now he's poised to win Arizona, Texas, obviously, Georgia, North Carolina. That puts him at what? 262. Okay. So all he has to do is win one of the 3 Rust Belt states, and he's the next president. For Kamala Harris to be the next president, she'd have to win all 3. And according to polling, she will not win all 3. But anything could change, clearly. And according to, if I refresh, according to Virginia, Trump is still up by 30,000 votes. So if he won Virginia, it would be an early night. He'd be at 275. I'm not saying he will win Virginia, but if he wins Virginia, it'd be early. If he loses Virginia, that means all he has to do is win one of these states up here. Okay? So hopefully that makes sense. All right? Thank you for asking that question. All right, let's see here. I got some other super chats I got to get to here. Get Sideways puts $20. Thank you, DeVory Kennedy. Thank you so much for all your coverage. I hope I get to see you sometime around town. I can shake your hands. Absolutely. Love from family in Sanger. Yep, we're in Clovis. That's really cool. Small world. T in Arizona writes, I'm a disabled woman veteran. Thank you for your service, by the way. I voted for Donald Trump 3 times. I love your channel. Listen to you all the time. You're doing such a great job. God bless you. I appreciate you. Joseph Smith writes, this is Trump land. I agree. Let's see here. How likely is it for Trump to win Virginia? GTG writes, it's likely. It's not, it's not like to the level of Florida or Texas, but I mean, he's doing numbers that nobody was expecting. And when I say nobody, I'm talking about the media. Because the media, they don't pay attention to the polls that they should be paying attention to. They've been paying attention to polls that favor Kamala Harris. Let's see here. $99 from Vicky. Thank you so much. Let's see here. A couple more super chats and then we'll get back to what's happening on X. All right. Could everyone please click the like button that tells the YouTube algorithm to spread DeVory's channel. This is Art Zapata. I know you. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining in. And thank you for the super chat. I hope your wife and your family is doing great, by the way. Let's see. Lionheart RP writes, huge fan, but for the love of Trump, stop saying electoral Thanks for helping us get through the stress of election season. Let's take back America. I know. Appreciate you. All right. Okay, let's see what's going on over X. Let me refresh this for you guys. All right. New York Times has upped its chance of winning for Trump to 66%. Okay. All right. This is CBS covering the gender gap, which I don't think is necessary to look at right now, only because there was a gender gap last time. That's what I find so interesting about this is that if you go look at the exit polls from 2020, more women voted in the election, as always. So in the end, will the numbers still be the same is the question. Now, 55% sounds about right. It sounds about right. Like 55, 54, 53, 52. Yeah, that sounds about what we would expect women to do. Men should be somewhere around 45, 46, 47, max 48 at the end of the day. So when I've been getting into this and looking at the actual numbers, not what the propaganda is saying, like these news channels, if you actually look at the numbers, it's not really as big as they're making it out to be. I think they've been making it big because they're trying to get women to show up and vote for Kamala Harris. I think that's why they've been pushing that narrative. Now, if I'm wrong and they're past 55% and they're at 60, then yeah, that would prove that. But I don't think women coming in at 54% in this election is going to make the point that there's some gender gap. I don't believe that right now. That's just me. Let's continue here. Steve Bannon there. All right. This person is saying that MSNBC is panicking over the Latino vote. I like seeing MSNBC panic. How about you guys? Do you guys like seeing that? Let's see what they have to say.
Maria Teresa, we have some broad national polling exit polling about Harris's strength among Latino men, and they seem to be breaking for Donald Trump, which is a very big difference from 2020 when they broke for Joe Biden by, I believe, 23 points. They may be breaking for Trump by as many as 10 points. Again, this is early. Maria Teresa, we have some.
Okay. That was. Looks like that was about 30 minutes ago, so we'll see. Here's another video of weak men in this country. Listen to this. This is exactly what's wrong with men today, okay?
Brian Flores, you just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't going to vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here.
Was she seriously going to break up with you?
No, I made that up. She didn't say that, but it's funny to say that.
So she asked you to vote for Harris.
She did.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home?
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something. I don't know.
And so you came just before polls closed. But here's the thing. How long did it most people have been saying it's taken them 5 or 10 minutes. Tell us how long it took you to vote.
So I got off of work at 4:30, drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours to fix your address, right?
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much. Aaron, back to you.
All right. So, guys, listen, I'm not bagging on him for voting. I'm bagging on him because he didn't even make a decision. Someone else made the decision for him. His girlfriend made the decision. Okay. He didn't even do any research. He just voted because she told him to. Like, what's going on here? Like, you can't do your own research. Clearly, in his mind, he was like, I'm not voting. So why don't you do what you were originally going to do? That's why I say it's weak. Men need to learn how to make decisions, whether they're wrong or right. If you can't make a decision, you're worthless to people in this world. That's a whole mindset thing, by the way. But anyways, I guess I'll stop ripping him. I'm not even mad that he voted for Kamala Harris. Just say, hey, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because X, Y, and Z. I saw this, I heard this, I looked this up, and that has led to me making a decision. Not, well, I was going to eat some chips and my girlfriend told me to go vote. And okay, all right, got it. That's what's wrong with this country. You don't even do any research. All right, let's see here. This is Trump an hour ago. Stay in line, because you just heard he had to wait 2 hours. We're in Clovis in California, by the way, which clearly isn't going to make an impact in this election. It was an hour and about 40 minutes it took of us waiting and finally putting the ballot in the machine in person, because we didn't do it by mail. So that's California. So I can only imagine how long it's taken in these other states. Okay, here's Decision Desk HQ, which I don't really care for them because they're playing games. But they got Donald Trump at a 76% chance of winning Georgia. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see here. What else we got? Okay, we already talked about New York Times. Oh, I really got to check in with this gentleman, Mark Halperin. All right. Really good dude. I love his reporting about the election. He worked, he did not work in the Trump campaign, but he was a journalist at the time. It doesn't matter what his history is. The bottom line is he's got some good reporting, and I just want to see if he did post any new updates here. Let's take a look. I know he's live, but I just wanted to know. No, it doesn't look like they're posting anything on there. All right. Let's circle back, and then we'll get back to your guys' super chats. I think it's a good time to start looking at the counties. I've been waiting on that. Okay, so Open Source Zone, who I follow on X, is saying that Trump has won North Carolina. So let's check in on that and see if that is the truth. Let me refresh. Okay, I'm not seeing them call that yet. It's at 60% of the vote. They have not called North Carolina. But again, that's what we're waiting on. If he wins North Carolina or Georgia, and Georgia, then it's going in the right direction. Josh Stein is the next governor. Yeah. I mean, I didn't think that Mark Robinson really had a chance. So there's that. All right, let's see. Any other states called for her? No, not yet. Let's see here. Okay, let's get back to X. Okay, we already know that. We already know all that. All right, let's get back to your guys' super chats. And see what you guys have to say. Here we go. Okay. All right, so Genuine Engineer puts $50. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, D, for the work you've done through this whole election cycle. Really helps me being informed. I appreciate you following us. Definitely watching. Isn't Ohio part of the Rust Belt? It was called for Trump already. Technically, no. When they're saying Rust Belt, they're talking Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I mean, I guess you could say that, but when I'm saying it, I'm referencing just 3 states only: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Let's see here. All right, Noah writes, how many swing states does Trump need? Good question. So Trump needs 1, which is Arizona, 2, which is Georgia, 3, which is North Carolina, and 4, which could be one of the 3 in the Rust Belt area, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. Okay. Or if he wins Virginia, then it's over, which technically Virginia is not a swing state right now. Now, some people don't understand, why do they call them swing states? They call them swing states because the answer is in the name. It's a state that swings back and forth every single election. It's not a state that's like California or New York or Florida or Texas, right? So Georgia, Joe Biden won in 2020. Some people think he stole it. Doesn't matter. They gave those votes to Joe Biden. Okay. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Trump won in 2016, and then he lost in 2020. So it swings, right? That's what's going on. So he needs 4 is the bottom line. DeVory, thank you very much for your information. How do I know which channel to follow? I don't know what's accurate. That's a very good question. And I think that's what I'm actually dealing with tonight. I remember when I was following the election back in even 2016, even 2020, the information was still coming from the legacy media. Now, the news is becoming decentralized, meaning you can get news from anywhere today. YouTube, Rumble, X, Instagram. You don't need to actually turn on your cable and get the news, because clearly, besides hurricanes and tornadoes and natural disasters or something of that nature, mostly everything that's being talked about on CNN, ABC, CBS, it's all propaganda. And if you don't want to call it propaganda, then it's highly biased reporting. Okay. So now what's happened, because of technology, which is what happened in the music industry, technology has pretty much, it's broken. And they haven't done themselves any favors either, by the way, because they lie. Right. Like they told us the boxer in the Olympics was Russian misinformation. It is a female. And then come to find out, it's been confirmed that it was a male, right? Okay. I can go on and on all night about that stuff. But anyways, I digress. To answer your question, what I like doing is I like to look at multiple people at one time, but I also like to dive into the numbers and do my own research to confirm. So just because CNN tells me, for example, CNN kept telling me Trump is doing terrible with women. Yeah, but when you go look at the polling, he's not. So where are you guys getting that information? Is that your guys' poll? Because when I look at the most accurate pollsters and I look at their crosstabs, that it's like information like who did they poll? How many men were polled? How many women were polled? How many black people were polled? Like they give you all that information. When I looked at that information, I didn't see any major gender gap that said that Trump is in trouble when it came to women. And by the way, it's historically known in the last 2 elections, Trump supporters do not answer polls. So if a lot of these polls are coming from liberal Democrats and he's not struggling with women in that regard, I don't know where they're getting that from. So I'm giving you that example because what I'll do is I'll just actually go do the research. I'll actually look at the poll and read the PDF. I won't just take someone's word for it. And so the answer to the question is there is no one, even me, I'm not the truth teller of everything. I'm not the end all be all. You know, I'm just giving you my opinion. I do my research and sometimes I could be absolutely wrong. Right. And I think a lot of times I'm right, but I encourage everyone who's watching me, don't take my word for it or anybody's word for it. Go do your own research. Now, if you don't want to, then by all means, please listen to me, right? But if you do want to do your own research, don't let anybody stop you. And if you hear something and you're like, I don't know about that, definitely do your research. And I think that's what our country has forgotten to do, is we think what comes out of the mouth of CNN and ABC and all these clowns is fact, and it's not. And they've proven that time and time again, especially over the past, decade or so, where they say one thing, but it ends up being another. Hopefully that answered your question. Let's see here. Michael Baldus writes, started following you this summer. Big fan of what you do. Also from Clovis. Oh, wow. I work at the 500 Club. Can you believe that? As a car dealer. Make America great again. Well, look at that. I may have to step in. East Tennessee golfer writes, how did Illinois already get called at 33? That's a great question. But they know what they're doing. Like, they can tell based on how many votes have come in, whether they could call it or not. Listen, it goes back to what I just said. All of this right here, half of it I don't even believe. Like Texas, I believe because I know Texas is going to go to Trump. And I know Florida, who's going to be finished before anybody, by the way, is going to be for Trump because they're at 94% reporting. Right? So there's nothing to talk about, right? If you guys see this, 94.5. But I'm with you. Like, when it comes to Virginia, it's too close right now. Right? Yeah, I don't know why they called Virginia for Kamala Harris when Trump is ahead. I don't see, So my point is, I don't even... I'm saying don't buy into any of that, okay? Yes, it's saying that Trump is up 178 and she has 99. That's not true, okay? We're going to know probably around, what time is it right now? This is 6:45. So I would probably say, I would think by 8 p.m., which is 11 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to have a really clear picture of where things are at. But yeah, I wouldn't stress over any of that right now. Let's see. Kai Space Ace gave me $20. She writes, never been into politics my entire life, but as an engineer mother who is struggling to feed my family, this needs to end. Your channel highlights major issues in this country, and I've tuned in every day for weeks. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Kai Space Ace, am I right when I say there's a lot of noise out there on social media, right? A lot of propaganda on these legacy news channels. And what's happened in politics is that, yes, it's been pretty much injected into everywhere we go. But that doesn't mean the fundamentals have been thrown in the trash. The fundamentals are the same. How am I going to pay for X, Y, or Z? If most of the country is feeling that way, Kamala Harris should lose. Because that's what history says. When the incumbent party has a approval rating that is 41% and the disapproval rating is in the 50s, and the country, 70% believes we're going in the wrong direction, and 51% believe their finances are worse off, it should be an automatic loss. Because like I stated, just like swing states, how they go back and forth, our country as a whole, we go back and forth, right? So when it was Obama, we were not going to elect Hillary Clinton. Right? Think about that. When it was, or let me go back even further. When it was Obama and John McCain, we were not going to elect John McCain because we just went through 8 years of George Bush, who, again, our sons and daughters went to war for what? Now that time has passed, what did they really go over there for? And I myself went over there. I still don't know why. Now, I know why I joined. Don't misunderstand me. And I'm grateful. And I definitely am, I thank my brothers and sisters who did lose their life over there, no question. But what did they lose their life for? Right? So the country was fed up, and then the housing crisis happened, and they said, oh, no way we're going to elect John McCain. What the heck? And so then they elected Obama. Obama sold the country hope. Obama said, hey, I don't believe in that whole LGBTQ stuff. And then what happened? He believed in the LGBTQ stuff. He started campaigning on same-sex marriages second term. He passed Obamacare, and everybody said, yeah, no, thank you. And we felt that as a country, we were sold out once again. And that's why Trump has came onto the scene, because this has been a thing in the making. This was going to happen one way or another. It doesn't matter if it was Trump or someone else. Sooner or later, the people were going to start standing up and electing people who lean with the populist agenda, which is the people of this country should come first before Ukraine, before Israel, before whoever else outside of our country. Screw all that. Let's focus on ourselves. And so Trump just happens to be the right person with the right rhetoric to match that. And of course, as a result, the only way they could find a way to defeat him is to start telling people that he's bad, right? And the pandemic, it doesn't matter who was the president. I think ultimately the result probably would have been the same, which was they would have lost. And so that we elected Joe Biden. And again, we have another economic problem. And now we're going to elect Trump, right? And so it goes back and forth. That's why when they start saying, and I'll be honest with you guys, even people like Elon Musk, who says this is the last election, this will not be the last election. We have 3 branches of government. We have survived this long as a country. We have survived the Civil War. Let me remind you. We have survived 2 world wars. We have survived the civil rights era, right? We survived the 2000 boom, right? We survived the housing crisis, and we survived COVID, and we're going to survive this. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't stand up for what you believe in. I just think that our country, the founding fathers, knew what they were doing. They didn't create a democracy. They created a republic that is created in a way to prevent the destruction of the country. Now, the only way you can destruct America is not from the outside anymore. It's from within. And that's why when Trump said the enemy from within, they all got triggered. Why? Because what he's saying is true. They're the ones that are actually going to run this country into the ground, because the Constitution cannot compensate for our elected leaders to start modifying the Constitution to their liking. For example, what I just played you earlier when they were talking about we need to get rid of the college, right? Let's get rid of all these votes and just make it a majority rules. What? Why would we do that? That's not what the Constitution is there for. So anyways, that's my 2 cents. Okay. Acumen says, all right, let me go back. Someone says Google is showing Maine as red. Yep, that is correct. Let's see what Google has to say. Oh, by the way, how many votes did Trump get last time? Do you guys remember how many votes he got? I want to look this up really quick. Because I think I'm on to something right now. Okay, here we go. So, let's see here. Let's go here. All right, so Trump got 74 million last time, and allegedly Joe Biden got 81 million. Right now, oh, these people, they're playing with me. They said he had 94. That's crazy. All right, well, right now it's coming in at 49. I want to see how high it gets, if it's going to be more. I'm really interested in seeing that. All right, let's go to Google Elections. Let's see what Google is saying. Okay, 188. Oh, they're using the Associated Press. Of course they are. So they got him at 36 million. She's at 32 million. We're still waiting on... There we go, so you guys can see that. So they're still waiting to call Georgia. Georgia's at 80%, guys, and he's up by 5. So that's good news. North Carolina, he's up by 6. 64. Virginia, he is still up. That is good. Doesn't mean he's going to win Virginia, by the way. He could be up now and then in the end loses. So I wouldn't get your hopes up about that one. Pennsylvania, it's just too early. 36%. I wouldn't pay attention to that. 14 for Michigan. Wouldn't pay attention. Wisconsin, 32. I would wait till it's 50 at least to even talk about it. Iowa, okay, 22%. Look at this. New Mexico. He's up in New Mexico, but it's only 20% reporting. In Maine, it's only 4%, so it's not worth talking about. New Hampshire, 46%. She is ahead. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's get back to what's happening on X. Okay. Oh, yeah. I was waiting for this update. I think this is worth listening to, okay? So this is Mark Halperin. I follow him. I love his coverage. I think you guys are going to get some value out of this because they have connections with people who are actually in these campaigns following every single number. And so this update from him is worth listening to. Let's go ahead and listen.
We don't have a lot of raw voting. And what's in, you never know exactly, what's in, what's still out. And so what people are basing their judgments on, the flavor of what you're hearing on television, the flavor of what Dan and I are hearing from our sources. It's a combination of what we see in the raw vote, of what we know is in the exit poll, and then what is our sources are telling us, okay? The Trump campaign's kind of macro view is we're ahead, we're going to win these states, all 4 states, they say, because the urban vote isn't big enough, the rural vote is huge, and her lead from early vote was not big enough. That's their macro view, and it's expressed in confidence, not just from Mar-a-Lago, but from officials, elected officials in the states, as well as some Democrats who concur. What the Harris campaign is doing now, somewhat genuine and somewhat just tactically to make sure that the decision desks of the networks don't move towards trying to project a winner, is offering up, as you heard Bill Hammer saying, look at this county, look at that county, okay? New Hampshire and Virginia are offering up evidence in both the exit polls and the returns that good for Trump. Maybe won't win them, probably won't win them, but good for Trump. And the exit poll overall is good for Trump, particularly the wrong track question. So in a rational world where we weren't all gathered together and where cable and broadcast television didn't have to fill things out, we'd wait 2 more hours before we had this conversation. Because in 2 hours at about 10 o'clock, we'll know a lot more because we'll have a lot more raw vote in, which will not just give us a baseline for understanding where the vote is in, where it stands, and where the vote is still out, but it will also fill in some of the gaps here that where the spin of the campaigns will matter less. So we're not going to adjourn till 10, but I'm just telling you, it is very unlikely that on the 4 states that are our current focus, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, what I'm telling you is we'll talk about it. We'll bring people in. You all can ask questions, but don't count on knowing anything specific or definitive or quasi-definitive until after 10 Eastern time. Dan, and then Tricia, please.
Yeah, Mark, you're absolutely right. I think that, everyone's pointing to things that make their case look good, and they're going to continue to do that. And once you start getting 85, 90% of these counties in, you can start, drawing some conclusions. But those urban centers tend to be the last ones in. So, I did see someone just put in the chat that Trump right now is winning 25% of the black vote in Georgia. That would be a good sign for Donald Trump.
Yeah. Tricia, and then Meghan McCain, just your overall thoughts, please.
Yeah, I was seeing 25% of the male black vote in Georgia, but I'll have to double check on that. Yeah, I'm seeing exit poll out of CBS that says that 5% of North Carolina voters made their made their decision in the last week, and that's favoring Kamala Harris. So, I mean, that's a bright spot for them. But, of course, CNN's reporting out of their exit polls that there's a 20-point swing for independents for Donald Trump. So, I mean, that's massive as well. So I think, obviously, we're all just saying that we have to see more data to really come to any conclusion on any of these.
Yeah, and people in the comments are flagging the exit is Trump is at 25% with males. Black males in Georgia, yes. 15% overall. Thank you. That's what I get for glancing at the chat while doing this.
Yeah. So again, we talked about on.
There's a 20-point to really come to any conclusion on any of these.
Yeah, and people in the comments are flagging and overall. Thank you. That's what I get for glancing at the chat while doing this.
Yeah. So again, we talked about on the morning meeting, we talked about the boiler rooms. Okay. These are the data geek operations. I don't usually like to use that term. These are the very smart people who work for the campaigns who have access to raw vote. They have access to folks on the ground who are feeding them information. They have access to their analytics. And the boiler rooms, unlike the network decision desks, they're not trying to be first to project a race, and they don't have the exit poll, but they do have their own analytics. And when a boiler room says to the senior staff, we're going to win this state, sometimes they're wrong, but they're usually not, right? They have a lot of information and they're not in the business of being wrong. The Trump boiler room believes they will win Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. If that's the case, Trump will win. So we've talked for days about the Mar-a-Lago confidence. Now that extends to a same day characterization of their smartest analytic people that Trump will win those 3 states. And if he wins those 3 states, he can't lose. It doesn't matter what happens in Pennsylvania or Michigan, assuming he wins Arizona, which he's likely to.
All right. I think that was a good update, right? I mean, it's everything I'd already said, which was he's in a good position to win those 4 battleground states, which is Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and 3. He just needs to get 4, which would be one of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, right? And so I thought that was a good update. All right, let's get to your guys' super chats. Let's see here. Trying to catch up where I was. All right, here we go. Tartworks writes, am I crazy or are their numbers wrong in Maryland? Trump numbers are higher than hers in Maryland, but she won the state. I'm confused. Yeah, I wouldn't pay attention to any of that. Yeah. Kathy writes, I already went through that one. Sorry. Let's see here. Here we go. All right. So Steve writes, why is Kennedy on the Michigan ballot? I thought all his supporters were to support Trump for swing states. Good question. So this is what happened. Clearly, actually, let's go back to the beginning because I think it's important. Joe Biden announces that he's going to run again, even though he campaigned on the fact that he wouldn't. So everybody was caught off. And then clearly the Democratic Party made sure that there wasn't really a primary for Joe Biden. And what that included was rejecting RFK Jr. and other candidates and not actually taking them seriously and not allowing them to debate Joe Biden. Okay? That's 1. 2. So it gets to the point where clearly Joe Biden is going to become the nominee. And so RFK has to do what he knew he was going to have to do all the time, which was run as an independent. Which leads to number 3, when he started to run as an independent and it became apparent that he was going to get a good portion of the vote come election day. And we're talking 5% of the popular vote, which means that he would be a problem. And Jill Stein, we'll see if Jill Stein is going to become a problem here tonight in Michigan, because that's where I want to see it. They started to use lawfare to stop him from getting onto the ballots in these states. In a lot of cases, he had to sue the DNC. In a lot of cases, it had to go up to the Supreme Court of those states to approve him to be on the ballot. So he gets on the ballot finally, and then he realizes that, he's not going to really have a chance to win the election. So he has one or two choices. He could keep doing what he's doing and keep spending money and time in the courtroom, or he could get out of the race and endorse one of the candidates. Now, Kamala Harris and the Democrats, their attitude has been one of arrogance, to say the least, where they wouldn't even take his call. Trump, on the other hand, took his call. They sat down, they had the conversation, etc., and we know the rest. Now, this leads me to why is he on the ballot? Well, after he endorsed Trump, he now tried to remove his name from the ballot. And of course, what did the DNC do? They sued him to make sure his name stayed on the ballot. So think about the Democratic Party, who says they are for democracy. They say they are for the best interests of people. They say they want to be the party that unifies the country. But you spent millions of dollars preventing RFK Jr. from getting onto the ballot to the point where it had to go to the Supreme Court, and they put him on the ballot. Then when he got on the ballot, and then he said he doesn't want to run anymore, now you guys are suing him to keep his name on the ballot. And at the same time, they were suing to keep his name on the ballot after he endorsed Trump. You know what they were doing as well? Suing Jill Stein to get her name off the ballot. So I find that to be interesting. So yeah, that's why his name is on there. Because some of these states, I guess, I didn't really look at the details of the ruling, but if I had to guess, it would be probably a timing thing, which is like maybe when they finally got to a decision on whether or not to remove his name from the ballot, it was already too late, maybe. Or maybe, because we know that a lot of these people in these swing states are Democrat, they weren't going to do anything to help RFK Jr. or Trump. So that's why he's on the ballot. Okay. Let's see here. I think that was a good question. All right, another one, and then we'll get back to looking at the numbers. The gaming Kambana writes, why are inner cities so big for Democrats? I'm from the Bronx and could see through the lies. Well, it's the type of people that live in these inner cities and the culture and demographics. So if you live in the country, life is slower. Jobs are different. Lifestyle is different. Problems are different. Some of them are the same, but it's different problems. Inner city is faster life, much more liberal because younger people live in the inner cities. Academia is in the inner cities. They're heavily liberal. We know news organizations are in inner cities. Like our larger institutions are not conservative. They're liberal. And so it makes sense why inner cities are blue. But it doesn't always mean they will decide elections, because clearly Atlanta is going to go for Kamala Harris, but that doesn't mean the state of Georgia will go for Kamala Harris, right? Good question. All right, let's see what updates we have here. Excuse me. All right, so it looks like there's another state called for Trump. Which one was that? Utah. Was it Utah? Yeah, it looks like it. But they're not even reporting any of the votes right now. So, but he's at 198 right now currently. And if I go back over to Bloomberg, they have him at 198 as well. And they did call Utah, and they called Montana and Missouri. Okay, so that's what happened. All right. And then he's still up in Virginia. He's still up in North Carolina. And he's still leading in Georgia. So that's good. Good stuff. Wisconsin is starting to report. So they're at 40% and he is ahead. So that's good news. Michigan is reporting as well, but they're very slow. They're only at 17%. He's leading in Pennsylvania now. Remember, I told you guys, see how it changed? She was up in Pennsylvania for a while. Now he's ahead. 47%. Let's see where New Hampshire's at. I think that's one's interesting to me. So he's still down in New Hampshire. Okay. And New Mexico, 21% reporting, and he's up. So that is interesting. Tied in Arizona at this point, 34% reporting. And then Oregon is reporting, and he's up, but it's 0.3%. So we're not really going to buy into that at all right now. Okay, there was another state called for Kamala Harris, which is Colorado 30 seconds ago. Okay, 48% in. And so they called it for her, which was to be expected. Okay. All right, let's see what's happening on X. We're not going to listen to her. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, there's something wrong with Decision Desk HQ's website. It's just all jacked up. So we're not going to go back to that. All right, let's see what else we got here. Amendment 4 in Florida fails, which was geared to expand abortion in Florida. So, of course, it was going to fail. We know that. That's still going viral. Okay. Donald Trump hits all-time high on poly market. Let's check in on the betting. I don't mind doing that. Let's see what they got. View. There we go. Oh, at 87%. Okay. So let's zoom in here. So they got him winning. This is betting, by the way. This doesn't mean it's going to happen. Okay. This is a bet. 84% chance in Pennsylvania, 77% chance in Michigan, 77 in Nevada, 81 in Wisconsin, 94 in Arizona, and 93 in Georgia. Wow. So that puts him at 87, which has been the highest. I think the second highest was 71, it looks like, back July 15th. That was right after the debate. Okay. And this is what Poly Market thinks will happen. So they're calling Nevada, the whole Rust Belt, North Carolina. They're not calling Virginia, though. Or New Mexico. So I guess do with that what you will. Let's look at the Senate really quick. Yeah. Okay. I'm not surprised by that. Yeah, this has been happening. This is another story. I didn't really talk about it, but where there's been reports in Georgia and in Pennsylvania where some polling stations had to close or be shut down because of bomb threats or people disrupting. Georgia already came out and said the bomb threats came from Russia. So there's that. All right, let's keep going here. Ted Cruz is ahead, huh? Yeah, that's something we'll look at too. All right, I think it's a good time to look at the counties, right? Let's do that really quick. I'm very interested in that. I've been waiting patiently. Let's go to Georgia, and we need to go right over here. Here we go. Zoom right in this sucker. Okay. I guess I have to zoom out because we can't read it. All right, let me see. So 90% is in, and Trump is 51-48. Fayette County. 51-48. All right, let me tell you guys the difference here. Let me tell you the difference in 2020. Because it's literally next to where the Democrats and liberals are really centralized in Georgia, which is Atlanta, of course. And we want to do a comparison to see if there's any shift. And here we go. Okay, what is this? Fayette County. So Fayette County in 2020 came in at EFG. Okay, so Trump won it 53% to Biden 46%. So right now he's at 51-48. So is there a shift taking place? That is the question. Now, if I hit this little button you see at the bottom says shift from 2020, it'll tell me, but nothing shows up there, so they don't believe that. Okay, so 90% is in and he's still ahead, but there's a little shift by 2%. Fulton County, 81% is in. She's winning by 71%. And Fulton County last time, Joe Biden won it at 73. She's at 71. So we'll see if that maintains. Let's go to, by the way, in case you're wondering why is this so important, it's reported that 50% of the entire vote of Georgia comes out of this section right here. So it's worth looking at. Clayton County, 84% right now. In 2020, give me a second here. Joe Biden won it at 85%. So she's doing what he did. She's pretty much close. And DeKalb, or DeKalb, I don't even know how to pronounce that, County. Joe Biden won it at 83. She's at 81. So I haven't seen any number. I think the only county where she's doing exactly what he did is Clayton right now. So that is interesting. Okay. So does that mean she's in trouble? I think it, maybe. But Fayette County, he's at 51% when last time he was at 53. So I think we still have some time to look at that. All right, let's zoom out. And let's go to Virginia. And we're going to look at, why is this? There we go. Okay. Let me see which county is at. All right, so Charles City County, I think that's a little smaller here. Okay, Suffolk City County. Let's take a look at that. And it's kind of like we have the feeling that this is going in the direction of Trump, but we had that feeling back in 2020 and we see how that turned out. So, it's kind of like temper your expectations. We don't want to make any conclusions, but we definitely can say it's going in the right direction. All right, so Joe Biden won that county 54% to Trump 44%. So with 87% in, she's right on track. She's actually doing a little better than he is. Let's go to Chesterfield County, which is by Richmond, right on the border there. And see what the percentages are there. So they're neck and neck right there. Joe Biden won it at 52% to Trump's 45%. So she's underperforming currently right now, even though it's only 40% in. So there's that. And then Henrico, which I have no idea how to pronounce. Never been there. We'll take a look at that too. Thank you guys for waiting here. Just wanted to make sure we look at this stuff ourselves. So we're looking at election results. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Okay, Joe Biden won that by 63%. She's at 57 right now. So we'll see what happens. All right. One thing's for sure. She's not doing good in Virginia, okay? I mean, that's just the bottom line right now. So he's up in Virginia. Even if he loses in the end, it's a trend, it's a sign to say that if he's doing this well in Virginia, then how good will he do in the actual swing states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan? It's kind of an indicator. So he doesn't have to win Virginia. It would be a perfect night if he did, but he doesn't have to. It's not a must. A must for him to win is North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. He's got to win those. Without, he just has to. And he could win Wisconsin, which is fine. I mean, that would make it pretty easy as well. But I like Virginia. I hope he wins Virginia because that'd be bittersweet. Okay, 52% Pennsylvania. He is ahead, so that's good. No other states have been called recently, so we're still where we've been for quite some time. All right, let's check in on Super Chats. Oh, here's a good one. Max says, when Democrats vote Republican, it says they are tired financially. Exactly. All right, there we have another super chat from Supernova writes, it's my first time voting this year, and I'm wondering if you could give a brief explanation of how the point system works because it doesn't click for me. Yeah, so you're talking about these obviously this map, right? And if we go to this one right here we go. So the electoral votes, okay? Every state has a certain amount. And you total it up and you got to get to 270. And the bottom line is this. This is all you need to understand for tonight. And I guess after tonight, if we know who won, then you can, dive into the weeds of it. Donald Trump needs to win Arizona, which has 11, Georgia, which has 16, North Carolina, that has 16. That would put him at 262 total so far. He needs to get to 270. To get to 270, he's got, 4 ways to truly do it. One is he could win Virginia, and we're all pretty much going to sleep very happy. Or 2, he wins Wisconsin, because it looks like Wisconsin or Pennsylvania, one of these are going to get called tonight for sure. And again, we're going to sleep tonight happy. He can win Pennsylvania, like I stated, or he can win Michigan. He just needs to win one. That's just the bottom line. Okay. Now, I'm not going to be, I'm not going to give any attention to Kamala Harris. Let me do that. Her path to victory is a little bit more difficult. So she, based on what I just told you, him being at 262, she'd have to win all 3 of these. Okay. Now, we have to understand something that's happening right now. Our country usually, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, they all vote the same way. This has been happening for quite some time. So if you look at 2020, it went to Joe Biden. If you look at 2016, it went to Trump. Right? So why am I saying this? Because usually if one state goes right or left, the other states will follow. But for some reason in this election, there's a lot of people that have been saying that's not going to happen this time around. That Trump is going to get one of these states and she may pick up the other two. Now, I have compelling reason to believe she should lose Michigan only because Michigan is a state where the largest population of Muslim Americans live. And they've already came out publicly so many times and protested against Joe Biden, protested against Kamala Harris. You guys have seen the rallies where she gets interrupted, where the protests are taking place. Those are people who are supporting Palestine. So what's the point? That she could lose Michigan, and again, he would become the next president. Okay? And maybe it's a split. Maybe they don't all vote the same this time. It's always possible. But history has shown they usually all vote the same way. Hopefully that made sense. Let's go back here. Okay, there's a state called for Kamala Harris, Washington, D.C. Okay, that's nothing new. We expected that. All right, next question here. Miguel Navarro writes, will California ever be red again? Sucked voting knowing the probable outcome. Well, I don't believe it's going to be blue forever because there was a time when California was red and then it became blue. And then there's times where there were states that were blue that are now red. So I wouldn't lose any faith. What I would be doing is paying attention at the local level of your elected officials. That's probably more important in our state, no question. Yeah. All right. So let's check in on X and see what else is going on here. Oh, Joy Reid always has to say something that is inflammatory, right? I mean, can you believe they let her get on TV and talk like this? This is crazy. Check this out.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place? It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extreme sort of...
There's a reason why so many people move to Florida, right? It's the #1 state that people move to. So I don't know where she gets that, clearly. All right. Some people are already calling it. I wouldn't. Let's see here. Oh, is this her again? Let's listen to it. Let's see here.
You just think about just the last 2 weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children and the threats to do mass deportation and a violent start to his dictatorship on day one, and you name it. If all of that gets you half of the votes,
49%.
What does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about what does that say about.
No, what you guys need to do is take a step back and ask yourself, what is it about Donald Trump we're not understanding? Because the way that they see the world is it's crazy. They see the world through a victim mentality. They let their compassion blind them from common sense. You can be compassionate, but also exercise law and order at the same time. These people, they want to throw law and order in the trash, go full on compassionate to the point where they become naive to the risk with governing in that way. Now, in your own house, if you want to let your kids run rampant and they don't have any rules, that's on you. But we're electing people to run the majority. So it doesn't make sense to be only one way. We got to have some compromise here. That's why I believe conservatives are so important in today's world, because it's not about trying to make the rest of the country Utah or Arkansas. It's about providing a healthy balance to the system where progressives have pretty much hijacked the Democratic Party. And it's like they have an itch for socialism, right? They want the government to pay for everything. They want you to depend on the government. That's insane. And conservatives are not going to go for that. And I don't think if you make people dependent on the government, that means they can't depend on themselves. That means they'll never learn how to make a decision for themselves, which means they don't know how to be responsible for themselves. And then what happens? They raise their kids to be the same way. And so it just goes on and on and on, right? It's okay to face challenges and to face hardships in this country because it shapes you. The problem with our country is sometimes we have too much convenience that it has caused us to become too complacent, right? And complacency makes you lazy in a sense. And I'm so happy I was born in this country. I'm sure you are too if you're an American watching. But we can't forget and be naive of how grateful we are here and the luxuries we have that other countries don't. And sometimes those luxuries actually get us in trouble and make us forget what's most important in life. And what is most important in life is not really what the government is doing. It's more about how are you choosing to live your life every day with the people you love, the things you care about. That's what's more important, not what this bimbo on TV has to say. So, I only entertain it because I like to push back on it, of course. But I think if more people got away from what she's talking about and started focusing on things that actually matter, I think they'd be better off, because you don't hear conservatives talking about Joe Biden all day long. Like, Joe Biden does not live rent-free in my mind. Kamala Harris doesn't live rent-free in my mind. I'm not going to have a heart attack or cry if Kamala Harris wins. These people don't control me. But the other way around, if Trump wins, these people will cry. We will have a mental health crisis on our hands. People for the last 4 years have made their entire life about Donald Trump. It's as if they've forgotten that life is so much more important than that. And so that's why you hear people like her talking that way, because without Trump, what else would she be able to talk about? So in a sense, they actually need Trump to win, because if he doesn't, what's going to happen to their ratings? You think people are going to really listen to them then? If Kamala Harris gets elected as president, nobody's tuning into that. But if Trump wins and they get to continue to bash him, they're going to have people continue to tune in and they're going to get ratings. Everybody, before I move on, I want to make this point, okay? I don't know if you guys have seen this. Donald Trump is the only politician in history. Well, everybody has made money because of him. MSNBC has made more money because of Trump. CNN has made more money because of Trump, right? Conservatives, independent creators, liberals who have their own podcasts, we all have financially benefited because of Trump. If there was no Trump, would you see the type of politics that you're dealing with today? Probably not. I'm not too sure. So it doesn't matter whether he loses or wins. There should be something in the history books that recognizes his increase on this country, just financially. Everybody has financially benefited from Trump. Whether they want to admit that or not, that's a whole nother thing. But again, you drive around your town, tell me how many people you see on the corner selling Trump flags, Trump shirts. I sell them on my merch store, right? And then how many people are getting paid to write books bashing Trump, right? How many YouTube channels have you seen bashing Trump, getting millions of views, right? So that's part of what made me so motivated to do this, is because so many people were getting so successful by just spitting lies about Trump. They never even bothered to tell the truth. I was like, well, if they can do it, why can't I? But the other way, right? The opposite. So that's my soapbox, right? Let me continue here. All right. Let me go to this data analyst that I've been following and see if he has any recent projected winner for Georgia. But that's from Decision Desk HQ, and they've already turned me off because they were playing games with Virginia, calling it for Harris when it was only 39%. So I'm not ready to really believe that, but that's what's happening there. Okay, that's a picture of the shifts that are taking place. Okay. All right, here's a good one. This is really good. So recently over the weekend, there was an Iowa poll that came out showing Kamala Harris beating Trump, 47-43. Of course, people who have common sense blew that poll off, but the media did what they could to push that poll out in order to demoralize people who were supporting Trump. Well, now that we have information coming out of Iowa, we see that that poll was trash. Polk County in Iowa, which is home to the pollster, by the way, with 94% of it reporting, Kamala Harris is winning 56-43. It was 57-41 Biden. And then Butler County, Trump is up 72-27, when in 2020, he was up 68-30. So things are looking just fine for Iowa is the bottom line. Is what he is talking about. All right, let me go back here. Let's see here. All right, here's some other stuff we've already talked about, but we can hear John King talk about it on CNN, which is the black men vote. We know Kamala Harris is going to have a problem with it, and now she's having a problem with it in Virginia. Let's listen.
She's only overperforming Biden in the state in a very small number of counties, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And so, does that mean she's going to lose North Carolina? No. It just means that we have to wait to see those votes. And then you can flip the question, right? How about Trump? Is Trump overperforming Trump in 2020? In a lot more places at the moment. At the moment. Key to that is in these blue areas. In Mecklenburg County, which we just noted, that's where the most votes are in the state. In the biggest of the 100 counties, population-wise, vote count-wise, is right there. And Donald Trump's overperforming his 2020 performance at the moment. Remember how many votes are still out? At the moment, he's overperforming. And he's overperforming here in the Fayetteville area. If Donald Trump overperforms in the urban areas where you have an African-American population and then the close-in suburbs, then Donald Trump's in better shape now than he was then. I just want to remind people as we close this out, though, that I said he's overperforming here at the moment. We only have 18% of the vote. So let's see if it holds up. And I said he was overperforming here at the moment. We only have 21% of the vote. So let's see if it holds up.
Again, with all the caveats you just said, that this is early, we don't know. But if that were to hold, an explanation of it can come in what we've heard from both campaigns, is that Donald Trump is doing a little bit better with African Americans, especially African American men, than he did last time.
Yeah, we've already talked about it. We know why. She's fake. Okay. It's not even really about her. It's just the Democratic Party. They have not done anything they said that they were going to do. Okay. Here's another update from Steve Kornacki, which he's a very interesting guy. I don't mind listening to him. I think he's the only guy on MSNBC I would ever care to hear, because he always just sticks to the numbers. He doesn't give you an opinion. He just tells you what the numbers are, and he just keeps it moving. So let's hear what he has to say about Pennsylvania.
A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there's one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania's in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition, right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now, you see, with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now. But this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining Election Day vote still to be counted, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in.
All right. That's interesting. Okay, so we'll see what happens. That's Steve Kornacki from MSNBC. All right, let's check in to see if any other states have been called for Trump or Kamala Harris. Let me refresh. Still shows him ahead, 57% in for Pennsylvania. But no new states. Now, listen, I'm on Bloomberg.com, okay? So, if I go to another website, I'm pretty sure they may have a different number. Just depends. Doesn't look like it, though. This is the Associated Press, so still all the same. If I go to New York Times... Let's see. Where is the map? There we go. Let's see here. There we go. Live presidential forecasts. So likely Trump at 86%. So New York Times has Trump at 86% chance of victory. Right now they're estimating a 297 to 241 advantage. And they even have Trump winning the popular vote. Wow. Okay. They're believing Michigan will be the deciding factor. All right. And here's the forecast by state. So Virginia, they're still saying they believe Kamala Harris is going to win. New Hampshire, they still believe she's going to win. Minnesota, they think she's going to win. But Wisconsin, they think Trump will win. They think he will win Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Michigan. So we'll see. So that's what they are saying. All right. And then if we go over to NBC, let's see what they are projecting. Make sure I put this on the screen correctly. There we go. Let's see here. Too close to call for Pennsylvania. One new update. Speaker Mike Johnson heading to Mar-a-Lago to be with Trump. Some Nevada results expected to be delayed. We already talked about Nevada. That's a whole mess over there. It's pretty sad. Florida is finished, and it counted, 10 million votes? It's crazy. But, yeah, that's what they're saying there. So they put, what's the electoral tally for NBC? There we go. So they have it right now at 210 to 91. So it just depends on what website you go to. You get a different answer. So I don't really believe any of them, honestly. But I'm just kind of going to them and comparing. All right. There we go. So he's still ahead in the popular vote. As you guys can see, he's at 52. She's at 46. So, you know, obviously there's so many more votes to count. But that's where we're at right now. All right. Let's get back to your guys' super chats. Let me keep it right here. Let's see. Max writes, millions of small-time investors lost their life savings and pensions in the stock market because they believed the Biden admin would keep the economy growing. Yeah, well, we know that didn't happen. Actually, it did grow, just not for people in the middle class. It grew for the ultra-wealthy, corporations, lobbyists. Yeah. See, that's why when you guys hear them say, oh, the economy is the best it's ever been, the statement is true. But the next question is actually more important. For who? Is this the best economy for everyone? No. Is it the best economy for people who, you know, their business is trading public? Right? You guys know how many businesses tripled their wealth during COVID? Right? Which is not a problem. I mean, that's great. The problem is the policies that Joe Biden obviously enacted made the gap wider. So for the party who keeps saying the rich need to pay their fair share, yeah, but you keep making them richer because of the policies you've been passing. So how does that make sense? So I find it to be funny. Let's see here. Philip says, been following you for months. Keep doing your thing. Thank you so much. Biblical End of Times $20 says, what are the states that have red and blue on them? Is that because the state is split? Yes, that is correct. So Maine and Nebraska will do that. Maine and Nebraska. So they actually trade their electoral votes, if that makes sense. All right, here's a good question from Tart. If Trump wins and turns around the economy and does what he says he wants to do you think the left will switch their tunes? No, they won't. I don't think they will. It's a personal thing with him. We have to understand that our country is like a family. And it's as if you have this brother and sister that for some reason, the brother hates the sister so much, either because of something she said or something she did, and that brother just won't let it go. And it doesn't matter if the sister is nice or does everything she's supposed to do. He's living with this guilt in his heart, this hate. And so every family has that dynamic. Every family has that relationship that isn't a relationship, right? It's a toxic one. They won't get along. They never call each other, whether it's the father or the daughter or the mother or the son, the brother, the sister, the uncle, the niece, whatever. There's always that dynamic in a family. And that's what our country is going through, you know? So the only way out of it is radical honesty, accountability, of course, and forgiveness. I believe conservatives are much more open-minded than people on the left. I don't think there's anything about that or question about that. So no, I don't think they're going to change their tune. I think the moderate Democrats will change their tune, but I don't think the hardcore liberal progressive will. Let me go to the next one here. Let's see. Bev B Gaming writes, what are your thoughts about DC setting up gates outside the White House as well with the military? Seems January 6th only happened when Trump didn't win. Well, I think they all think that whoever wins, there's going to be some type of protests or riot or something like that taking place. I hope not. I hope that whoever wins, that people support that president and we move on as a country. Because no one wins when we go down that road is my point. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But that's what it should have been. It should be like that way every time, honestly. It should be like that every time. All right, so if you guys are just joining me, if you submit a super chat, I'll definitely answer your question. You guys know that. I'm also live on Rumble, so thank you for people who are following me on Rumble. I do see your comments. So where are we at right now? Let's kind of do a recap and kind of like a bottom line if you're just joining or recently. So if you're Donald Trump or the Republican and you supported him, how should you be feeling? Currently right now, you shouldn't be overly excited, but you also shouldn't be concerned. You're kind of in the middle. You're like, hey, it looks like we're going in the right direction, but we need the votes to be counted to really confirm if our emotions are correct. If you're Kamala Harris, you're like this. You're like, hey, will our turnout operation save my ass in the end? I think that's where her campaign is at right now. Her campaign is hedging on independence, and it's hedging on the people on the ground who are knocking on doors and making phone calls. So can they save her? Because she hasn't been able to do her part, which was what? Have a early vote turnout that should have been a big advantage for her. That doesn't exist. So the only way she's going to win is if on election day people are showing up and voting in larger numbers. We'll see. So that's how I see it right now currently. Some things to pay attention to is what happens with Virginia. So some states that are interesting so far. So right now she's ahead in Virginia by 1.9. So she has taken the lead. Last time I looked, she was actually behind. Okay. So, but we're still going to pay attention and see what happens because Donald Trump does not have to win Virginia. If Donald Trump even gets within 1 to 2% of Virginia, that's an indicator of what's going to happen in these other states. Okay. So we want to pay attention to that. Definitely Trump's path to victory. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Trump's path to victory is really a simple one. All he needs to do is win, if I get here on the screen correctly here, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and one of the battleground states. That's it. That's all he has to do. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, she has to do something different. She needs to win all three: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Right now, he's ahead in Pennsylvania. She's ahead in Michigan, and he's ahead in Wisconsin. So we'll see how that shakes out. And so that's that update. What else? What other updates are very important? There hasn't been any state that has flipped. I think that's a good thing to note right now. All the states that have been projected have been going that way so far. But again, Virginia, New Hampshire is too close to call. We'll see if he gets within. I mean, if he gets close, he's the 50% is in right now. He's at 47. She's at 52. So we'll see about that. But yeah, there hasn't been any really surprises. The only surprise, it's not really a surprise. It was an expectation that she wasn't going to do good in a lot of these key subgroups that are voting, like Latino men, black men, right? We knew she already had a problem with them. We knew her campaign never spoke to men, really. And every time they did, it actually alienated men even more. It was cringe at best. And so she hasn't really been able to communicate a message effectively for men to truly want to vote for her, if that makes sense. So That's a big weakness for her. The only weakness for Trump is it's two things. Number one, are there enough people who hate Trump that will vote against him? And two, are there enough women who bought into the propaganda about the fact that the government has taken rights away from you, right? Are there enough women out there that will vote for Kamala Harris? Now, I haven't seen anything that would make me believe that. I do believe there are people voting that way, but I don't believe they're showing up in numbers that are showing that yet. Again, technically it's still early. It's 8 p.m. here, and I'm still expecting at least 10 p.m. here, which is 1 a.m. on the Eastern time, for us to have a good picture. So it's still early. So if you're just joining us, thank you so much. And I appreciate you guys for joining us live. All right. So I see people in the comments saying different networks are calling different states for the two candidates. Some are pulling back. So let's kind of hop around and see what everybody is saying. We'll start with Bloomberg. Yep, Iowa was called for Donald Trump 13 minutes ago. Kansas was called. And so that pretty much confirms that poll was trash. So that's good. This is on Bloomberg. So this is what they have. We were just on NBC. They still have 210 to 91. So they haven't called any other states yet. Let's go over to New York Times. Let me refresh it. Now they're saying Trump is poised to get 300 electoral votes. So we'll see about that. Doesn't look like they've called. Let me go to it really quick. Sorry about that. Jumping around here. There it is. Here's their map right now. So Trump is still at 210. They have not called Georgia, but 93% reporting. So that's a big deal. 93% reporting. He's up 3%. That is good news. We're feeling good right now about that. North Carolina, he's up 3% there as well. 86% reporting. She's still up in Virginia. We already talked about that. These are still coming in. Okay. So that's what New York Times have, or that's what they have. And then let's go over to News Nation, because I know one of you guys talked about that already. Let's see what they're talking about. Oh, Bernie Moreno wins. Yep, that's a good news. That's what they wanted to happen. All right, let's see if they have their map on here. Track live results right there. There we go. There we go. All right, so they have 242. Okay. So let me make sure I'm not tripping. So New York Times has 210. Bloomberg has 210, but News Nation has 242. Why is that? Let's look. What are they calling for? Oh, they've already called North Carolina and Georgia for Trump. That's why. Okay. So that's their deal. Who else we got? Let's look at CNN. There we go. President results. They got Trump at 207. And there we go. I don't know why I was doing that. So they got Trump at 207 and Kamala Harris at 91. And it looks like they've already called. Did they call North Carolina on CNN? Let's see here. No, they haven't yet. Sorry, I know this thing keeps jumping around because these websites are all over the place. So thank you for being patient. There we go. Okay, so that's CNN for you. Let me zoom out and see if I can see this correctly because it's all over the place. There we go. Chris Wallace just, I guess, said this was, that would be, 20 minutes ago? It's deja vu all over again. Trump holds lead in Georgia, North Carolina, now in Pennsylvania, but there's still plenty of votes to be counted for Harris to come back. For instance, Trump has now taken the lead in Pennsylvania by 58,000, but at this exact point in 2020, Trump led by 200,000. Very good point. That's what I'm telling you guys. I wouldn't be, we don't have a confirmation yet, but Georgia is definitely looking good. Georgia is definitely looking good. All right. Let me see. Let me see if there's one more. Let's check out Washington Journal election. Or is it Wall Street Journal? Excuse me. Election. There we go. Let's see what they say. Yeah, whoever designs these websites, you think they'd just be, can I get there in 2 clicks or what? Let's see here. Let's go back. There we go. All right, so Wall Street Journal has Trump at 210 as well. They have not called Georgia either, so there we go. All right. There is that. Okay, so let's check in on X, and then I'll get back to your guys' super chats. Yep, this is where I'm at right now with my mindset. Trump people are correct to be feeling pretty good right now, but we should all remember that things were looking decent for Trump around this time of the night in 2022. Yep. All right. Here's a little clip from the Trump campaign. Their X account, they post these clips. Let's see what they have to say.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate.
Yeah, Jake.
Yes. Warning signs from the electorate. Yep, that's right. They've been silent all day. I just did a video on this earlier today. I mean, we didn't really hear from Kamala Harris except the fake phone call. I mean, that was embarrassing. So, I don't know. Does that mean she's going to lose? We'll see. Let's see here. Yeah, let's hear what Rasmussen has to say. He's a top pollster as well. He's always had Trump winning. Let's see here. Let's see what he has to say. This is about 30 minutes ago.
Here, let's jump into the map and let's jump into county by county. I'm literally watching the percent tick up. It just went from 37 to 40%. So Pennsylvania is absolutely putting results out. And I can tell you the New York Times statistical model is perceiving all these returns to be better for Trump because the little dial thingy is moving to the right. But Kamala Harris's lead is going up. So what's happening is they're interpreting traditionally bluer areas and saying, well, it is adding to Kamala Harris's lead, but we expected to find more. And also, I think there's a lot of rural areas here that haven't reported, and they're going to find more than, oh, wow, it just went back, tightened again. So, yeah, Pennsylvania is about to break, looks like to me.
Wow. So you're saying, and then that'd be amazing if it happened.
All right. Yeah, let me just give you guys what he's saying, because they've actually been saying this since yesterday. Rural voters are showing up in record numbers. So, meaning what? Rural counties are overperforming when it comes to voting if you compare it to 2020. Urban areas are underperforming if you compare it to 2020. So that's kind of the bottom line. Let's see here. We already talked about that. Let's see if this is even true. I don't think he said that. Yeah. See, when you're on social media, you can't believe everything you see, right? According to this guy, he's saying that the Georgia Secretary of State said Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead with the number of votes outstanding. I need to hear that from the guy to believe it. Let me click on and see what they said in the comments. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, he's in good shape. I mean, last time we looked, let's see here. News Nation already called it for him. New York Times saying it's probable it's going to Trump, but they haven't called it yet. So we'll see about that. Yep, it's been 3 hours since Kamala HQ has made a post. Kamala HQ is her campaign X account. So that's interesting, right? I think this is Barron Trump, who's voting for Donald Trump, of course. This is Melania's Trump account. That's cool. Okay, Frank Luntz. I do follow him. Don't agree with a lot of some of the stuff he says, but I respect his opinion. Let's see here. Election day vote in Dearborn precinct. Now remember, Dearborn is Muslim American. This is a big deal because it's a sign that's going to tell you how they're going to vote in Michigan as a whole. Trump is now leading in Dearborn, 332 to 293 for Stein. Harris is only at 81. That's not good. That is not good. But we've already known that. I've been talking about that for a while. I knew that was going to be a problem for it. The question is, will it tip Michigan in the direction of Trump? So according to Frank Luntz, he says these are catastrophic numbers out of Dearborn, Michigan for Kamala Harris. We'll see. I mean, it is, but we'll see if it tips the state in favor of Trump because she could still win that state. Okay. So, yeah, projected. We already talked about Georgia. That's Decision Desk HQ. Okay. Byron Donalds is reelected. I don't even have to talk about it. I knew that would happen. Let's see here. Let's see if anything else is crazy. Elon Musk claims he has won. Yeah. I'm not going to do that yet, but we'll see. All right. If you guys are on social media, you know this is funny right here, right? Harry Simpson. He's a Gen Xer, or no, a Gen Zer who clearly was getting paid from the Biden campaign to pretty much say whatever they want him to say on TikTok and stuff like that. And this guy, Harry Simpson, was this guy was more committed than Kamala Harris after the Joe Biden debate. He was like, no, Joe Biden should still stay in the race. He's going to win. That's who he is. Okay. So I find that to be funny. All right. Let's see. Just checking with your guys' super chats. Let me go back here. Can you check Virginia? Yeah, let's look at Virginia. They're saying Virginia is likely to be Kamala Harris. But that's fine. We don't need him to win Virginia. We just need him to get close to winning Virginia. That's a big deal. And to give you guys some context on why that is, take a look at this. So 2020, he lost Virginia. Let me see if it takes me to it. Let me go to let me go back to it, guys. Let me show you. So 2020 election, Virginia. Okay, here we go. Boom. All right, so Joe Biden won at 54 to 44%. All right, you guys following me? 54%, Trump got 44%. Currently right now, Kamala Harris is at 50 and Trump is at 48. That's a big shift. That's almost, they would call that an 8-point swing. That means there has been a shift in that state moving to the right. Even if Trump doesn't win, that shift could continue past him, and maybe the next president might win it and it turns red. We'll see. So hopefully that answered your question. All right, we're at 93% for Georgia. They might as well just call it. I mean, unless I'm missing something, that state is over for her. But we'll see. All right, let's see what other questions we have. Ellie Schultz put, out of all the channels anyone could watch tonight, your channel is far best. Thank you. I really appreciate you watching. Thank you. All right. Cool Sexy Witch writes, is it possible to know who the winner is tonight? It's possible. I'm not going to say it will happen, but there's really only 3 scenarios. Scenario 1, we know, or actually everybody knows who's going to win the election tonight. Even if they don't call it, we will know. Or 2, we're going to go to sleep and we have a good idea of it, but we just need confirmation in the morning. Like, meaning tonight we can get confirmation, but they may hold back and not say that the state has been called. Like, for example, Georgia could be at 99% and they still won't call it, but we know Trump is going to win, right? So that was scenario 1. Scenario 2 is we don't know. It's too close to call, but it still looks like it's going Kamala or Trump's way. Or 3, it's a toss up. Literally, it's dead even, and it may take some time for votes to be counted, which could drag this thing out tomorrow or the day after, or even up to Friday, especially if we get into a position where we're waiting on Nevada. And I hope that doesn't happen. What I want everyone, just so you guys are clear, is I don't want to see a close race. What I want to see is this. I want to see this right here. Let's just call it a night. 312, 226. People on the left understand that, hey, maybe we're doing a little bit too much and we might need to rethink what's happening with our Democratic Party. Okay? That I'd rather see that. Okay? I don't want to see the election be close. I need him to be in the 300s. I would sleep really good. All right, let's see here. What else we got? Minnesota is going red. Okay, let's look at that. Minnesota 13% is reporting. Donald Trump is at 61%, her 37. Yeah, it's a little too early, but we will see. We will see. Yeah, Minneapolis, it's not even, they're not really reporting anything yet. But that would be embarrassing if that happened. Let's see here. I've been watching all your lately. Get some coffee. I love it. I love it. Carl Picking puts Indiana first time voter 58. Thank you, DeVory, for making it easier to follow and understand. Voting red, and I know in my heart why. Appreciate it. Yep. Thank you guys for following as well. Thank you for my followers on Rumble too. I see you guys. See if there's any questions. What time is your show on Rumble? Do you do it daily? Yeah, so I don't go live. They're all pre-taped, and then I upload them. So usually videos drop somewhere between 12 and 2 p.m. and then another time between 7 and 9. That is California time. But definitely thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, so let's check in on X, see what people are talking about. What's the conversation in the comments section, as they say? New York Times, they have not updated yet. They have not called any new states. It's still 214 to 179. Let's see here. News Nation has it 246 to 169. They've already called North Carolina and Georgia for Trump. They've called Virginia for Kamala Harris as well. They've called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris as well. They've got Wisconsin and Pennsylvania leaning to Trump and Michigan leading towards Harris. They got Oregon leaning Trump. Why is that? There's only 10%. Yeah, it's too early. Okay. So there's that. And if you guys can't tell, they're getting this from the Decision HQ website. It looks just like it. All right. And then NBC has it 214, 153. They have not called any of the battleground states yet. So there's that. Adam Pencil Schiff wins U.S. Senate race in California. Yeah, that was to be expected. CNN has it 211 to 145. Let's see here. They have not called North Carolina or Georgia yet. Okay. Let's see if there's any new updates. Let me refresh this actually. So, yeah, we're at a point where all polls have been closed. So now we're just waiting for votes to come in. That's really where we're at. Okay, so Dana Bash just put, just to reiterate, the blue wall has always been Harris's best bet. That appears even more so now. They are still incredibly close. CNN has projected Ted Cruz to win. Okay. Let's see here. All right, no new updates there. And one more. Polymarket has got Trump at 87%. She has fallen to 12. Polymarket believes he's going to win Michigan. We'll see. But this is how they have it. Okay. Bloomberg, which is the map I started with, hasn't really changed in a while. Still at 214, 179. They did call Washington for Kamala Harris. We already know that was going to happen. No question. Okay. All right. So now I feel good about checking X. And then after checking X, we'll go back to your guys' super chats. All right. This is Scott Jennings. I follow him. He's really good. Only person with any common sense on CNN. I don't even know how he works for them, but he does. All right, let's see what this is all about. So, shift towards Trump since 2020, Michigan rural counties. So bottom line is what? Trump is overperforming in the rural counties. As I said earlier, that seems to continue to be the story of this election. Rural counties are overperforming. Urban counties are not. All right. Let's see here. All right, looks like we got some more commentating from Abby Phillips about Kamala. Now, you have to understand, why am I playing her? Because isn't it funny? CNN is at her election center, right? Her headquarters, at Kamala Harris's headquarters. CNN is not at Trump's headquarters. I find that to be interesting. But let's hear what she has to say.
This is a critical moment, I think, for the Harris campaign to show where they get to 270. And Jake, it looks like they are not foreclosing really on anything in the map right now that is not called. They're still waiting for the polls to close in parts of the Sun Belt, for those results to come trickling in. But again, it's the blue wall again. It is it's Pennsylvania, it is Wisconsin, and it is Michigan, where the best chances are for Harris to get to that 270 that she needs to become president of the United States.
All right, Abby Phillip and Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John, explain the theory of the case for the Harris campaign right now, if you would.
Right, and you heard Jeff and Abby emphasizing even the campaign, saying essentially they don't rule out any other possibilities, but we're really banking on the blue wall. Well, at the moment as we speak, 2 of the 3 blue wall states, that's Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, 2 of the 3 are red. We're not done, but 2 of the 3 are red. Why is that significant? Well, let's look at the Sun Belt states. And again, Harris campaign is not ruling this out, but you show this here. Donald Trump, 142,000 votes ahead in North Carolina. I can show you the live outstanding votes. And when I show you the live outstanding votes, you will see some pretty big circles in the blue areas, large metropolitan areas and suburban areas where the Democrats do quite well. I just want to say, at 85% reporting statewide and 142,000 vote lead, is it mathematically possible? Are enough votes out there? Yes. When you get to this point in an election in a state Donald Trump won twice, you start to think, okay, this looks like it did in 2016. And in 2020, it looks more like 2016 than it did in 2020, to be honest with you. But you look at it, and if you're in the Harris campaign, you're calling all these counties, and you're trying to figure out, how many votes are out, and what percentage are we getting. But if you're looking at the North Carolina map.
Yeah, that's summed it up nicely. I mean, that's just what it is. I told you guys, that's what she's been up to today. Obviously, we're just jabbing at her because we've said that she was silent today. She has been silent. You know why? Because they're on the phone trying to get people to turn out and vote. Right? So their problem right now is turnout. That's exactly what their problem is. And again, let me just say this, because I think this is a great life lesson for everyone who's watching this. Money does not solve the problem. Okay? Money is a tool. Hillary Clinton proved already that you could raise $1 billion and still lose an election. And she didn't just lose, she got wiped. It was a landslide victory for Trump. Right? So you've heard this hype. Kamala Harris raised all this money in a short amount of time. It's never been done before. It doesn't mean she's going to win the election. If that was the case, then Hillary Clinton would have won. Right? So I say that because sometimes we think as humans in America that, yeah, if I just make more money, it will solve my problems. Listen, that is one piece to this election is money. Okay. The other piece is turnout. Who's able to motivate people to turn out? Right? Think of it this way. The support for Trump is a mile deep. The support for Kamala Harris is a mile wide, but only 12 inches deep. To get a Trump voter to the polls is easier than to get a Kamala Harris voter. Remember, Kamala Harris is an unlikable candidate. The only reason why people are voting for her is not because they love her. They're voting for her because they hate Trump. Why are people voting for Trump? Most people of the Republican Party voting for Trump because they do love him. There's a difference there. And then it's combined with people who hate Joe Biden. and didn't get the answer they wanted from Kamala Harris. So when you compare that to Kamala Harris, she's only getting votes because people hate Trump, not because they love her. There's a difference there. And so when it comes to, hey, I need to get off the couch and I'm going to wait 2, 3, 4 hours in line, am I really going to do that for someone I really don't love? Probably not. Right? I'm in California and I casted my vote in a city, in a county, in a state that doesn't matter. And I waited an hour and 40 minutes to do it. Why? Because I truly support Trump. That's why. So again, it's human psychology. She should lose this election because a lot of this human behavior stuff that her campaign has been failing on, it doesn't add up for her. I just don't see it when push comes to shove, which base is really going to go to the limit or push it to the limit. I would say Trump's base will. I don't believe Kamala Harris has it like that. If it was Obama running, if it was, take your pick. I don't know who else is out there. Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania. Maybe Gavin Newsom. Maybe. I don't think so. But hey, that's just me because I live in his state. I just don't. There's a reason she didn't make it to Iowa in 2019. Okay. I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but there's a reason why she had the lowest approval rating as a vice president. She just does not come off likable. So I'm not surprised to hear that today they had to spend more time on the phones trying to get people to come out. And they're having that problem. So that's good news for Trump, but it's not over yet. So let's see here. Let's see what other questions we have. Let me just answer this one question. I'll get back to X. Daco writes, thank you for your detailed and diligence. God bless you. Check out the Senate and state representative numbers. Are we going to have a majority? And thank you for your service. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that because that definitely needs to be talked about. Okay, really quick. So North Carolina has been called by the New York Times. All right. News Nation already had North Carolina called. Let's see if CNN did it. They have not yet. Let's see if NBC has done it. Let me refresh. They have not either. So New York Times called it, and Bloomberg has called North Carolina for Trump. So he's at 230 right now. I know I'm jumping around here because I'm just looking at different websites, okay? So hang with me here. All right, let's look at the Senate race. I agree. Very important. Because it doesn't matter who becomes the president. If there's no majority in the Congress, they're not going to get anything done. So we already know that the Republicans had already had the advantage. They flipped one seat already, which was West Virginia, it looks like. Is that what they're saying? Yeah, West Virginia was a seat that they flipped. I just want to make sure I don't put my foot in my mouth. Let's see how Carrie Lake is doing. I don't believe Carrie Lake will win. There were polls towards the end showing that she was up. I think maybe you guys might get on me about this. Some of you guys might actually get a little mad, but I really do believe politics is it's human behavior, man. I've never found Carrie Lake to be someone that came off likable. That doesn't mean she's a bad person. I just don't get that energy from her. Donald Trump, on the other hand, he's a likable person. You could see why people love him. I don't get that from Carrie Lake. So I think when she's running up against someone who has the funding for his campaign that he had in a county that, had voted him in the first place, or not him, but the county it leans more liberal. Right, because they're replacing someone who was a Democrat turned independent and then said, I'm finished with Congress. I don't think if she loses, I won't be surprised. Let me just say that. Okay. If she wins, I will be surprised. Ted Cruz, I knew he was going to win. They tried to, at the end, try to scare people and say, oh, Ted Cruz, man, he's going to lose. I don't believe that. Texas would have to prove me wrong. I just don't see that from Texas. And Ted Cruz has been a very solid dude, very vocal. If you are on YouTube, you hear about Ted Cruz a lot. So I wasn't surprised. Dave McCormick, this is a big one, all right, in Pennsylvania. It's a big one because, if you guys don't know, Bob Casey started to separate himself from Kamala Harris towards the end. How do we know that? Because he was running campaign ads saying that he worked on tariffs and trade with Trump. And what he was trying to do was basically tell his voters that, hey, don't worry if you don't vote for Kamala Harris. You could vote for me because I'm going to be able to work with Trump. That's what he was doing towards the end. And that was kind of like one of those cracks that you start to see with the polling in Pennsylvania that maybe I couldn't see, you couldn't see, because they do have internal pollsters, of course. They have data. They have access to data that isn't public. Anyways, why would he make campaign ads like that? Because it's telling him that she's actually a drag on his campaign. So Dave McCormick, will he pull off the victory? We shall see. Bob Casey is the incumbent. 76% right now. But, you know, we will see what happens. Ohio was flipped from Brown to Bernie Moreno, so that is a big deal. Same situation as Pennsylvania, which was interesting. Let's see here. 67%. Yeah, we'll wait. I'm not really going to comment on that yet. Let's see here. Bernie Sanders won immediately. Yeah, no wonder. Elizabeth Warren won immediately. Not surprised there. Okay, so here's one that's unfortunate. Timothy Kaine hung Cal, right? They were hoping Cal would be able to flip that. I watched the debate between them. I thought Cal was great. I just think he's running up Timothy Kaine. I mean, we all know who Timothy Kaine is, right? He was the running mate of Hillary Clinton. So he's been there for a long time. And I think that was a tough ask of Hong Cal to replace Kaine, if that makes sense. I didn't think he really had a chance, but there's that. All right, so there's the updates for the Senate. Adam Schiff won. I already knew that was going to happen. Let's go to the House. All right. Let's see here. California is not reporting, which is what I'm more interested in, to be honest with you guys. There's a reason for that. But anyways, let me see something here. We already know Byron Donalds won in Florida, and Luna won as well, Anna Luna. She's a big voice that's coming up in the Republican Party. But I don't follow the House as much as the Senate. I follow the Senate more, to be honest with you guys. But the sense that I get from listening and studying some of this stuff is that a great scenario, or the perfect scenario, which isn't really perfect politically if you think about it, but I'll explain. The perfect scenario for the Republicans is Trump wins, they take control of the Senate, they take control of the House. I don't believe that will happen. Could, but I don't believe it. And I don't actually think it's good that one party controls the entire government. I don't believe that is the best thing. Now, even if that happened, they'd only control the government for 2 years, right? Because there will be Senate seats that will come up in 2026. So that's fine. Scenario 2. Trump wins, they take control of the Senate, but they lose the House. Still good. Still fine. It just means that probably most things are not going to get done. And even if there was 3 branches of government or Congress was red, Trump was in, it does not mean everything Trump wants to do will happen. Because I told you guys this time and time again, the stuff that Trump has said that he wants to do, I guarantee you Republicans don't want to do. Okay? So it's interesting to see if he wins, what happens with that. All right. So scenario 3 is Kamala Harris wins. Senate goes to the Republicans. House goes to the Democrats. She's in the same boat I was just saying, right? Most things are not going to get done. And by the way, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the approval rating of Congress is at an all-time low, which is funny. Anyways, and then scenario 4 would be House, Senate go to the Republicans. She wins. She definitely won't be able to do anything except her executive orders. So those are kind of what we're looking at tonight. There is no scenario where Democrats will win the Senate and the House. It just doesn't look. They've already flipped one seat for the Senate, so that just isn't going to work. So actually 2 seats now. Excuse me, not one. All right, let's hopefully that answered your question. Let's check in on what the numbers are currently. So Georgia is still reporting 95%. Trump is still ahead by 3%. So this is what I was telling you guys. It may get to a point where we're at 96, 97, 98. They still won't call it, depending on what website you go to. But we know Trump has taken control of that state. He's leading by, it looks like 135, if my math is correct, 134,000 votes. So there's still time, but it doesn't look like, yeah, the Atlanta area, 95% is reporting. So I'm not too sure if she's going to be able to pick up enough votes to offset that. Let's see here. Augusta, 95% already. Columbus, 95% already. Savannah, 59%. So we'll see what Savannah is if that cuts into the lead. But yeah, the rural counties in Georgia, it's exactly what the whole theme of this election has been. It's just been a massive turnout for Trump in these rural counties, and not so much a massive, or really an underperformance of a turnout for Kamala Harris in the urban areas. So yeah, I'm sure that they will call this. If not, then we can go to sleep knowing that they will. All right. Virginia still 85%. She's ahead by 110,000. So she's got a lead there in Virginia, but that's fine because the objective really isn't to win Virginia. The objective is to prove that there's a shift taking place. If he's getting that close in Virginia, then that's not really good. She's taking the lead in New Mexico. He was ahead in New Mexico. He's ahead in Arizona by 3,000 votes. That's crazy. Wisconsin, he is ahead by less than 100,000. Michigan, he is actually ahead now by 100,000, but it's only 39%. Man, Michigan drags their feet, guys. This is crazy. How could Minnesota be ahead of you, Michigan? How could Pennsylvania be ahead of you? I find that to be so interesting. Like maybe Gretchen Whitmer should focus on fixing her elections in the state. Like it's funny, Florida. Look at this. Florida counted 10 million votes already. And they're on the East Coast. So what are we talking about? It's crazy. They expect to have 99% of votes reported by midnight. But Michigan's at 39. Make it make sense. That's why people don't trust our elections, because that makes you scratch your head. I mean, Michigan should be at, I know I'm going on and on, but just bear with me here. Michigan should be at like 70%. Come on. New Mexico is ahead of you. Arizona, yeah, I think Arizona could be doing better, but whatever. All right. Let's see. News Nation. See if they've updated it. They still have it at 246. Let me refresh. Okay. 246. NBC. They got it 230 still. They did call North Carolina finally. Okay. They have not called Georgia. Too close to call. All right. Sorry, I know I'm moving the screen here, but just bear with me here. Too close to call for Georgia, according to NBC. All right. CNN. Doesn't look like CNN has really made an update yet. 2:11. No, they have not. However, there's some updates from some of their analysts. So Harry Enton, which is a data analyst for CNN, says in Michigan, there are 7 counties with 95% reporting Trump lost the state by less than 3 points in 2020. And in the counties with 95% plus, and Trump is tracking about 4 points better than he did 4 years ago. In other words, he's doing what he needs to do so far in those counties, but we'll see. Okay, that's good news. All right, so that's what he has to say. And let me go to his account here to see if he posted anything. No, I didn't think he would. All right, let's see what X is talking about. All right, Scott Jennings, Common Sense, the only guy worth listening to if you ever tune in on CNN. Dudes, rules, Hispanics, working class Americans, all sick and tired of it. Yeah, it's that simple. It really is that simple. It really is that simple. It's just fundamentals. I think in life, there are fundamental things that sometimes we're not taught, sometimes we just overlook, sometimes we don't appreciate. And I don't think the Democrats truly appreciated the massive impact that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had on our country over the past 4 years. I won't even blame Joe Biden for COVID. What I will definitely blame him for, because if we're going to give Trump a pass on COVID, especially when it came to the vaccines and all that, I'm willing to give, this is how much common sense in my mind works. I'm willing to give Joe Biden, a pass. But you know why he still loses and Kamala Harris loses in the end? Who told him it was a smart idea to open the border? I can reason with COVID. Hasn't happened to our country in a very long time. They're trying to do what they think is right. Fine. You can't tell me they thought they were doing the right thing by opening the border. They deliberately did that because they have a strategy. They want to mass amnesty people because they know they're losing what I just read. They're losing dudes. They're losing rules. They're losing Hispanics. They're losing Black Americans. They're losing the working class. So what do we do with those votes? We got to replace them. How do we replace them? Let the illegals in. Give them mass amnesty. Turn them into citizens. We'll be good. Is it that big of a stretch to believe that? You know what Lyndon B. Johnson said about the Black community back in the 1960s when he passed the Civil Rights Act. We're going to make sure that these N-words will be voting Democrat for the next 100 years. So I wouldn't put it past the Democrats to do something like that again. But what they're doing they're doing it with illegals. And I'm not in the camp that believes every single illegal migrant is evil. No, they came in here illegally. They broke the law. Okay. And if we're not enforcing law and order with people coming into our country, then why would you enforce law and order with people who are citizens? It's a double standard. It doesn't make sense. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Turns out no one likes neocons. Liz Cheney, that was a bad move. Let's see here. All right. Email from Jean O'Malley Dillon, which is the campaign manager for Harris. Here's what she said. Let me zoom out. Again, this is posted on X. Cannot give you 110% certainty this is her email, but this is on Frank Luntz, and I do find him credible. Team, as polls close across the country, I wanted to give everyone an update on what we're seeing. As we've known all along, this is a razor-thin race. Thanks to this amazing team, okay, etc. While we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, we have known all along the clearest path to 270 lies through the blue wall states. Okay. How am I going to read all this? This is just her going into depth about the 3 blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Basically, what I'm getting from this already is she's saying we just need to wait. We just need to wait. There's a lot of votes that need to be counted, and we're not going to know until tomorrow. That's what the Harris campaign is saying. But we all know that's not going to happen. All right. Let's hear what Steve Kornacki has to say. Looks like Trump posted this 33 minutes ago, but I bet it's going to confirm what I've just been telling you guys. I love it when that happens.
Another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the 2 that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia. We're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to.
Yeah, let me just stop this before we finish. This is exactly what I was saying. So she's underperforming in an urban area, Philadelphia. Now, it's only 67%. This is 30 minutes ago, so we'll see. But if it stays like this, it's she underperformed in Philadelphia. That's bad, right? This is why you heard that she was on the phones in Philadelphia.
Come in Philadelphia, that will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come, and you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
All right. Yeah, that guy, he's a robot, isn't he? He's a serious robot. Okay. Let's see. 10 minutes ago, CNN already writing a eulogy for Pennsylvania. Okay, let's hear this. It's only 26 seconds, but let's see what they have to say.
About Democrats in Philadelphia sounding the alarm and basically using the press to send the message to the Harris campaign that they didn't think that the Harris campaign was listening to Philadelphia Democrats enough about the need to improve the margins. And just, Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020, but he improved his vote count in Philly. from 2016 to 2020, and it looks like he's doing that again.
You see, isn't it interesting how they want to talk about that now in the face of defeat, right? Where was all that energy at a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? You guys keep putting up polls that made Kamala Harris look good. And now that it looks like she might lose, now you guys want to switch up. But that's who CNN is. When Joe Biden embarrassed himself on that debate stage, then they all wanted to act like, oh, yeah, maybe he shouldn't run again. You guys knew he shouldn't have been running again all this time, right? It's like a catastrophic event has to take place for the legacy media to do the right thing, right? It's sad. It's really sad. That's why they don't trust the media anymore. Like, I didn't go to school for journalism, right? I didn't go to Yale or law, or not Yale or Yale, but I didn't go to Harvard. I didn't go to MIT. Why is it that I can simply go to google.com, do some research, crunch the numbers, and tell you what's going on, but these clowns can't seem to do that until all hell breaks loose, and now they want to start telling the truth? I mean, these guys, they're pathetic. I mean, it's only their time is running out, is what I'm saying. Just going down this rabbit hole really quick. There's a study done that said 30% of Americans are starting to get their news from YouTube. So it's only a matter of time. All right, let's keep going here. Oh, yeah. I saw this post. This is an interesting thing. This is a parody, but this is an interesting thing for you guys to know. Joe Biden is not at Kamala Harris's headquarters. Joe Biden is not part of the Kamala Harris watch party. Tell me why that is. Tell me why that is. I find that to be interesting. Let's see here. These are all 2 hours ago, 8 minutes ago. All right. Let's hear Steve Kornacki again. I think he deserves. I told you guys he's the only guy I can really tolerate on MSNBC.
This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag, a couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again.
Yeah, it's all the same story, guys. We keep hearing the same thing, right? We keep hearing underperformance from her campaign, overperformance for Trump. Oh, our favorite Jessica from Fox News. Now, she's the Scott Jennings of Fox. Like Scott Jennings on CNN, she's him, but on Fox News, right? Her whole purpose is to counter everything that they say, okay? And yes, she is deranged with a lot of things that she say, but I am interested to see what she says about Trump here.
It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day. with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map. But it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Well, Georgia and North Carolina are off the map. Yeah, this was 26 minutes ago. So, yeah, it's done for her in that regard. Let's see here. This is Nicole Wallace on. Oh no, I can't play that because MSNBC, man, they are just something else. All right, so Sean Spicer has Trump at 248 electoral votes already. So let's check in on the map and see what we're dealing with, and I'll get back to your guys' super chats. All right, so Bloomberg has it 230. They did call North Carolina for Trump, but they have not called Georgia. So I don't know what they're waiting on. It's pretty obvious at this point. California is starting to come in. Okay, so that's them. Polymarket has Trump still at 87.4. All right. New York Times has it 230 to 200. Okay. News Nation has it 247, 204. They have not updated either. There we go. I know it moves around. I just want to make sure you guys can see it properly. NBC, let me refresh. There we go. All right, 230 to 185. They did call Virginia for Kamala Harris. NBC did. So there you go. So she's going to take Virginia, but will it be at the same margin that Joe Biden did? Let me look at that really quick before we go forward. So I think I looked at this earlier, but we're going to look at it again. So Joe Biden won it by a 10% margin, 10.2 to be exact, 54 to 44.2. She's coming in currently right now at 51.46. So she's underperforming. And that continues to be the theme of the night. Now, again, they're saying there's still 631,000 votes remaining, so we'll see on that. Now it's 591. Okay. Let's go back here to, there we go. Let me click on Georgia. I want to see how many votes are they saying that is remaining. 333,000, 93% is in. Trump holds a 2.3 lead. So, I don't know. It's not looking good for her there. Oh, sorry about that. And let's go to Pennsylvania, 82%. Trump is ahead. That is 3, actually. He's ahead by 3 percentage points. Actually, 3.9. So almost 4. There's still 1.2 million votes remaining. So, hey, we should probably temper the expectations because 1 million votes makes a difference, right? So let's see what happens with that. Next state is going to be Michigan. Let's see where we're at. We know Michigan is slow as a snail, 43%, 3.2 million left. I mean, this is crazy. This is ridiculous. It's like, why even look at Michigan? These guys, I mean, it's going to take them forever. Let's go to Wisconsin. There we go. Wisconsin has a remaining of 859,000 votes left. 74% is in. Trump is ahead by 3.4. So that's good. I keep doing that. Sorry about that. All right. And then They have not called New Hampshire yet, but it's only 58% in. 345,000 votes are remaining. So we'll see. A lot of rural areas have not reported yet, so that's probably why. Minnesota is too close to call. This is 12 minutes ago. That's funny. But she's ahead by 7%. 1.5 million votes remaining. 53% in. Yeah, I mean that's interesting. All right. I think we covered the states I wanted to look at. Oh, Arizona, last one. Arizona, 52%. What is taking them? That is fascinating. Trump is ahead by 0.4. 1.7 million votes remaining. Wow. Wow. That is interesting. Okay. Really quick, Senate. Looks like only one seat left, and it will be the Republicans. Let's see here. Too close to call for Bob Casey and McCormick, but McCormick holds the lead. Rogers maintains his lead in Michigan. Let's see here. Montana. This was an interesting race, but only 14% in, so we'll circle back on that. And Kerry Lake still down by 7. Okay. Oh, Nevada. This is another good one. Oh, but they're not reporting too early. All right. And let me check in on CNN just one more time. 2:30, they called North Carolina. Okay. All right, let's get back to some super chats. Let's see here. I'm just making sure there's no buy me coffee questions. All right, let's see here. Nevada needs to go to Trump. This is from Nikki. Thank you for your super chat. Everyone in my voter line, minus a few, were for Harris. God, please let Trump win. Kevin says, we appreciate the time, diligence, transparency, authenticity you continue to dedicate to this channel. Thank you. I appreciate you guys for watching. Let's see here. See if we have any questions. We have a lot of comments, but I just want to see if there are any questions first. Waiting a few days for a result. It's from Rob and Brusso, $20. For a result isn't bad. I remember a long time ago having to watch election night with a chalkboard and chalk being used. Yeah, I'm not. I guess what I'm saying is technology has gotten to a point where we shouldn't have to wait a few days, right? I mean, Florida is a great reason to prove that the country should not be waiting 4 days, right? Like I could see why we may have to wait till tomorrow in the morning. That would make sense. But 4 days I think is crazy. But we'll see what happens tonight. Haley Holcomb says, hey, DeVory, I wanted to add my husband was in Afghanistan when you were. We think you're awesome and love watching your show. Thank you. Let's see here. Let me go back right here as I'm reading these so we could see the same thing. All right, there we go. All right, let's see. Obama, LeBron, and the rest of the celebrities can join Kamala tonight to end the campaign with a joyful message. Yep, I agree. They didn't end the campaign that way. That is for sure. No matter what, Christ will always be king. Absolutely. Thank you. Kamala Harris wins in Hawaii, according to ABC, which we expected that to happen, even though I don't see any votes coming in, but they're already calling it. So that's interesting. Okay. Let's see here. Associated Press has her at 209. Yeah. Let's see if these different sources have updated. Nope, they still have her at 182 on CNN. NBC has her at 189. New Nation has her at 208. How are you getting 209? They have her at 208. Let's see here. New York Times has her at 204. Yeah. Let's see. Poly Market still has her at 12%. And Bloomberg has her at 209. Okay. And Wall Street Journal has her at 209. All right, there you go. All right, let's see what's happening on X here. I think it is the Nebraska district. Thank you. I think that's exactly what it is. Elon Musk just posted, America is a nation of builders. Soon you will be free to build. CNN finally projects, yeah, that was 23 minutes ago. Oh, there it is. Trump, Dana White, Elon Musk, Mar-a-Lago.
And the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win an election.
Let me listen to this really quick, because this guy, he hates Trump with a passion.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm going to, I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win a landslide are totally wrong.
Yeah, we knew that. Listen, I told you guys one or two things are going to happen. One, women are going to buy into the propaganda and the manufactured problem when it came to abortion and show up and show out. And it would be over early. Or two, blue collar, working class, Latinos, black men, and people who just are fed up with this current economy are going to show up in large numbers, and Trump's going to win. So it's trending in that direction, but they have not called the states to put the nail in the coffin for her. Let's see here. How long ago was this? That was 1 minute ago. All right, let's listen to this.
Percent of the vote. Kamala Harris is 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump, almost 80,000 votes ahead of her with 3.
Oh, okay. They're just updating us. We already went over that. We'll keep moving. Oh, now she's going after white women. Okay, let's hear this. Let's hear this.
You know, it's a state that I think Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and a thought that, you know, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, you know, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about out why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
Well, they did the right thing, which was not to vote for Kamala Harris. What are you talking about? I mean, I don't know what calculations she's doing in her head, but they definitely don't add up. And to blame it on women or white women it's laughable. It lacks intelligence, is my opinion. I think what you should be doing is blame it on the Democrats for putting up such a weak candidate and for running a campaign that was based on manufactured problems, not real problems. Why don't you guys do that? Project 2025 is a manufactured problem. There's 3 branches of government. You think all 3 branches of government are going to let Project 2025 actually happen? Please wake up. But they think people are that stupid. They think people really do believe that the president has that amount of power. The president does not. The president can issue executive orders just like Joe Biden did when he tried to forgive student loans. And then what happened? The Supreme Court stepped in and said, no, you can't. Stop it. Right? That's what happens. So if people knew that, they wouldn't buy so much into the propaganda. But again, clearly the propaganda, according to her, didn't work. And so now she wants to blame the voters. Don't blame the voters. Blame the candidate. Blame your party. Blame the people who ran that campaign. Blame Joe Biden because he put you guys in this position to begin with. Right? I'm telling you, they're too obsessed with Trump. They're not focused on themselves enough. They're not asking the right questions. Yeah, she's definitely racist in my opinion. Hold on, guys. My wife's here. Hold on. Huh? Oh. My son is asleep. Had to get a good look at him. Sorry, guys. Okay. It's bedtime for Mr. Tad. He's going to sleep. All right. Let me get back to you guys. So, isn't it nice for people who do have kids? You're 11-month-old. You see that your 11-month-old is asleep. Isn't it such a peaceful thing to see? I hope he sleeps good tonight. All right, let me get back to this. Okay, so let me keep going through here. Fox News projects. Okay, Republicans gain Senate control. This is 6 minutes ago. Let's listen to this. Well, I'd already said this was going to happen, but we'll listen to Brett Baier. See what they have to say.
Fox News projects that the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican pulling this out. And that means, because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority. But we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in the Senate. But right now, a 51-seat majority for the Senate, 42 seats for Democrats. And this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again, he needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah. And we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having.
Yeah, let me kind of educate you guys on something. I didn't really understand this in the beginning when I got into politics, but I do think it's valuable understanding this, because when you're voting, you want to know this. Why is the Senate so important? I'll tell you why. Who actually approves the appointments that the president carries out? So if the president wants to appoint the Secretary of State, who has to approve it? If the president wants to appoint a Supreme Court justice, if a president wants to appoint a federal judge, who has to approve it? The Senate. That's why you always see these Senate hearings where they're interviewing judges or Supreme Court justices, as you've seen with recently, don't quote me because I always forget her name for some reason, Jackson, which the first black woman Supreme Court justice, right? She had a Senate hearing. She was the last person to be appointed. So that's why the Senate is so important. And I was telling somebody this the other day, is they're like, well, my vote doesn't count. Or what difference does it make who's the president? Actually, my wife is saying you guys are mad that I didn't kiss my son goodnight. You guys have to understand, and I'm sorry to just cut this off real quick. My son is a Sagittarius. If I give him a kiss, he's going from 0 to 100%, and he's ready to play. He's ready to go, right? And if he does not go to sleep when he's supposed to, he is a nightmare, right? So he only knows one speed. Either he's going to sleep and he's done, or he's up and he's trying to spend every second in his battery, right? And so if I come around him, his energy goes up, all right? Mom goes around him, he seems to be more relaxed. I think you guys know what I mean. All right. Anyways, so what was I getting at? It's important because what difference does it make who becomes the president? It's a huge difference. If Kamala Harris became the president, the judges that she will appoint, right? The people in her cabinet that she will appoint, the trying to get rid of the filibuster, the trying to appoint more Supreme Court, it's insane. So in that regard, the president has some serious power, right? And to be fair, this is what Donald Trump did. He obviously was responsible for Roe v. Wade because who he put on the Supreme Court. So presidents absolutely play a role, and the Senate is right there, lock and step with the president as it pertains to that. So yeah, that is, if someone tells you, oh, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it does. It does, because those judges that are appointed, what cases are they dealing with? Sometimes they're dealing with cases that are infringing upon your freedoms. What about the judge that sent someone to prison because they were making memes about Hillary Clinton? That judge was appointed. You guys following me? Right? So that's why it is important to kind of understand the power that exists and how the government is operating. All right. Okay. Let's keep going here. Let's see what Charlie Kirk has posted on his platform here. I don't see anything yet. Let me go to Frank Wants. See if he has anything to say. 37 minutes ago. Yep, we already went over that. Okay. Let's check in with Mark Halperin. See if he updated anything on his account 36 minutes ago. All right, let's listen to this.
We continue to be talking about North Carolina, which has been projected for Trump by Decision Desk HQ, and I suspect others will project it soon. Georgia and Wisconsin. Still a lot of Trump confidence in Pennsylvania, but there is some Democratic pushback there. But if Donald Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin, he simply needs to win one of Arizona, where he is expected to win, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. And I'd say right now there's a fair degree of confidence in Trump land that he may win all 7 and maybe 6 to 7. Let's see. Let's just watch the TV here and see if anybody else projects North Carolina. Well, no, they're projecting Montana, so that means they're not projecting North Carolina. Now, there's one. Virginia also remains very close, but so does Iowa. And Iowa, of course, my friend Dan Seltzer said Kamala Harris was going to do well. It'd be crazy cuckoo if she won Iowa and lost all these others, and we'll have to start playing with if that becomes more real, we'll play with the Electoral College map. The exit polls continue to be a big story, and we may be looking at 2 implications if the exit polls are accurate of Donald Trump's strength with independents, with black young men, with Hispanic voters, with young people, which would be he may have some coattails to bring in up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, as many as 6 or 7 Republican senators winning Democratic held seats. And we may be talking about a Trump realignment, which is in some ways more profound than what he did in 2016. Because if he adds to the white working class realignment, young people, Hispanic voters, black voters, and independents, now we're talking about a realignment that's seriously profound.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what's going to happen. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. And we've talked about it during this live stream. It's just fundamentals. And I just think that the Democratic Party, they've become out of touch and they've gotten away from what has made their party great or has made their party credible to vote for because they've been too obsessed with Trump. All right, let's see here. Here's a good tweet I think we should look at. This is from Bill Ackman, who is a Democrat, but endorsed Donald Trump. Okay. And I think what he has to say is pretty profound. Okay. If the election outcome is as I expected, it should cause the large minority of the country who supported Kamala Harris and predicted her victory to begin to question their sources of truth. I totally agree. Half the country has believed that X is filled with mis and disinformation, and that they could only therefore rely on the New York Times, MSNBC, CNN, and other mainstream media for their news, and they did. Excuse me. If, however, you have been active on X for the last year, you have known the truth days, weeks, and often months before the facts appear in the mainstream media. I know. The mainstream media excerpted, clipped, and cut to defame Donald Trump while claiming that Joe Biden was fit as a fiddle. Then when Biden's polls collapsed, Kamala Harris was anointed the candidate, and her, I don't know what that is, was written with glowing acclaim from the press. But this could not hold as she ducked the media and held fast to the teleprompter. Citizen journalists with their phone cameras in hand captured the real Kamala, forcing her to defend her record and her plans in more media appearances. It did not go well, and the public demanded to learn more. So Kamala Harris had to risk unscripted media. The doom loop loop was underway, with perhaps 60 Minutes as one of the more dramatic examples, even after CBS tried to save her, most glaringly by excerpting one of the answers to replace a word salad response to another. Yeah, this is about all the cut-up interviews that she had. As many who supported Kamala began to realize that they had been misled, they became open to Trump as an alternative, but they didn't want to rely on the media to understand him because they did not want to be misled again. They want to hear the candidate in his own words, and that is where Lex Friedman, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, right, Flagrant Podcast, and what other ones I may be missing that Donald Trump did, because he did quite a few, that people actually got to see Donald Trump for who he really is and not what obviously the news portrayed him to be. When Kamala was offered the same opportunities to explain herself, she rejected them, and the voting public could only draw negative inference. I agree. When the story of this election is written, I expect it will be as much about how half of America woke up to the reality that they have been manipulated by the media. This should lead to an abandonment by many of the mainstream media as their primary source of information. I was telling you guys this, YouTube, 30% of people are getting their news from YouTube. And that number is going to continue to go up. It will push more people to X, to podcasts and other sources, and it will lead to more informed public. The other outcome I hope happens is the implosion of the Democratic Party. The party lied to the American people about the cognitive health and fitness of the president. Absolutely agree. I think that alone should be their downfall. It prevented, threatened, litigated, and then otherwise eliminated the ability of other candidates for the primary to compete, RFK Jr., Dean Phillips, to get on ballots, to even participate in a debate. The party and the administration used lawfare in an attempt to imprison, bankrupt, or otherwise kill off Trump as a candidate. These acts are collectively grave threats to our democracy. With the highest irony, in order to hide these acts, the party accused the opposition candidate of being the grave threat to democracy. Now, let's be clear. It's a threat to the bureaucracy, right? That's what Vivek Ramaswamy said. The Democratic Party proved itself to be fundamentally undemocratic. It needs a complete reboot. The leadership should be thrown out. Those responsible should apologize to the American people. Honest Abraham Lincoln said it best. You can fool some of the people all the time and all of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. That's very good. Very good. Very, very good. Very good. That is something good. Let me go ahead and bookmark that, because if Trump does win, I think that is a great essay there for people to reference. Really good. 5 minutes ago. Let's see here. I already heard that. All right. Let's check in on the maps and see if there's an update for you guys. We're at 9:30. I told you guys 10 p.m., 11 p.m. my time. I'm in California. We should be able to know. We're at 86% in Pennsylvania, 52% in Michigan, 80% in Wisconsin. Yeah, I believe we will know tonight, guys. I'm calling it right now. 93% in Georgia. We should know tonight. We should. Unless I'm wrong, but I don't see why I am. All right, let's see. Let me refresh. New York Times, haven't made a shift yet. Still the same. She now leads in Minnesota, though. Arizona is just dragging its feet. Oh, man, that is shocking to me. That is shocking. News Nation, they have not called anything yet, but they did call Georgia. We know that. They have not called Wisconsin or Pennsylvania yet. 61 million votes they're counting for Trump. So we'll see if he surpasses 2020. Some people believe it's going to be a low turnout this election, but that remains to be seen. All right, we're on NBC News right now on their website. And Trump is still ahead. They have not called Georgia yet, but I don't know what they're waiting on. I think they should already right now. Trump is still ahead in Pennsylvania. Trump is ahead in Michigan right now and Wisconsin. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Let's go to CNN. And CNN has not changed in a while. I think he's been at 230 for a while on their website. All right. So Harry Enton says, at this point of the night, it's the same story. Let me zoom in so you guys can see it how I do. At this point in the night, it is the same story in state after state. Trump is hitting or exceeding his benchmarks in counties where 95% of the vote is in. Okay. So no update there. All right, let's check in with your guys' super chats. Kristen says, thank you, DeVory, for staying up for us and keeping it 100% honest. Yes, absolutely. Thank you guys for watching. Let me read this one for you guys. Off-roading Arizona, $49 says, hello, this is Greg and Susie from the swing state of Arizona. We are 60 miles from the border and getting overrun by illegals. At this point in the election, it is the beginning of the end to that. Donald Trump is saving us. I agree. I agree. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm not going to read that one. All right, let's get back to X. And see what's going on. All right. So Bakari Sellers, who is a race hustler to say the least, he's saying numbers are coming in good from Detroit. Calm down, people. Okay, we'll see. All right, let me stop right now because there are some questions that are coming in from the Buy Me Coffee link. And so I'm going to go through them right now. All right. Let me see here. Let me put their questions on the screen so you guys can see them too. And if you guys, again, want to support the channel, click the Buy Me Coffee link in the chat section on YouTube, and you guys will be able to do that if you like. Let's see here. All right, let me drag this over. There we go. All right, I think you guys could see that now, right? Okay, so let me go through these questions. The numbers are 210 Harris and 230 Trump. Why do you still think Trump will win? I think it's because everything we've been talking about, overperforming in the rural areas, underperforming in the urban areas. Kamala Harris is an unlikable candidate. Her campaign had a message that was filled with contradictions. We need to turn the page. So why are you running if we need to turn the page? A new way forward. Why are you part of that new way forward? She can never answer any questions. She hid from the media for so long. And when you only have 60 days to run a campaign, maybe it's not a good idea to hide from the media because people want to know you, right? And the crazy part about it, and if she loses, she'll prove what you should never do, right? And what is that exactly? Well, you had polls, you had focus groups, you had the media, you had everybody pretty much saying the same thing. We don't know what she stands for. We don't know what she's going to do. What we do know is she hates Trump. That's not enough to get elected. And so she should have did something about those types of feedback, because I know her campaign knew that. And listen, here's another thing before I go further, because I have a couple of theories in my mind. Theory one for me is Joe Biden became the president. He was a puppet. They knew that they could control him. By the way, President Biden has always been a moderate at best. This guy was never far left. But then all of a sudden, he started to buy into all these far left policies. Why? Because he's being controlled. But anyways, he may not have had most of his brain, but part of his brain did remind him that he's the president. And he knows how powerful it feels to be the president. And his wife, Jill Biden, also knows that. And you think that he was just going to go down as a one-term president willingly? No, he was going to run. And he ran because everybody's focused on Trump and not on him. And so it turns into him doing the debate with Trump. And clearly some people believe that was on purpose to get him out. Some people believe Trump was never going to accept that debate so they could turn it around on him. Doesn't matter what happened. He got out of the race. And that led to Kamala Harris being inserted. And why am I going through this whole story? Because I think somewhere along the line, they have already done the calculation. They already know there's a chance she will lose. They already know that. And that's why they probably raised the amount of money they did and focus a good portion of the money towards down ballot candidates. But, you know, that's just me theorizing. I don't know if any of that's true. But the bottom line is this. Trying to run a candidate at the last minute probably is not going to be the best way to win. And not only did they put a candidate in at the last minute, they put the worst candidate in at the last minute. Imagine if Pete Buttigieg was running. Now, I don't support him. I don't believe in it. He's far left. But you can't say Pete Buttigieg can't answer questions. You can't say that Pete Buttigieg is scared of the media. He's not, right? And so they chose the wrong candidate, and they fell on their sword. Their sword is DEI. Their sword is people of color, and they couldn't pass over her, right? What type of party would pass over the sitting vice president? So there you go. Okay, next question. I can't help but wonder what scandal the Dems have ready to slander Trump with as soon as he wins. What is your guess? Let's see here. Russia. That's got to be on the list. What else? He's making money. Remember how they tried to attack him on him selling $100,000 watches? Like, you guys do understand he's a businessman, right? And if people want to buy a $100,000 watch because Trump's name is on it, it's a capitalist system. He can sell it. If someone's buying a $100,000 watch, the chances are that they can't afford it, right? But they'll probably try to, he tried to profit. They'll do that. They ran out of everything else. So, he's Nazi. He's a fascist. They'll probably keep pushing that. We'll see. Kind of annoying they called Cali before counting the votes, but we all knew it was going to be a blue state. But check out the county map and compare it to 2020. Good evening from down here in LA. I want to start getting news again, but dread it with the mention. But you and others on YouTube have been a great source of news for me. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you. I know Orange County showed up for sure for him. That is for sure. Thanks for hanging in there to give us election updates. Definitely fair and balanced. Salute from a fellow vet. Thank you. Becky. Oops, sorry guys. Lost my place here. Where was that at? Thank you so much. Coverage and perspective is so much better than watching mainstream media for my nerves tonight. Also, I miss your stay grateful, stay focused, stay true. Yeah, I did say that. Yeah. Or it was stay grateful, stay focused. Such a good reminder each time. All right, I'll get back to it, guys. Thank you for that reminder, Becky. Thank you for hosting this. MC Hammond writes, I'm glad I found you. I've been getting more value from your site than traditional news. Keep up the good work. Yeah, so you guys have to understand, traditional news, they have been what? They've dug their own grave. And what I mean by that is they chose to lie about so much that you can no longer believe anything that they say. It's the bottom line. And as a result, you have a lot of independent creators, other citizen journalists coming out and creating their own channels and their own platforms. And again, I'm going to tell you, everything that comes out of my mouth, it's not always true. There's some things I get wrong. Maybe I thought I did my research and I missed something. So, no one's a robot. We're not perfect. That's why I always encourage people, do your own research. You know what I mean? But I'm going to try to do what I can to keep it common sense. And I've always been a guy that's, if I'm going to compromise, I'd rather compromise by meeting someone halfway than to be extreme, right? And I think that the problem with the Democrats is that's not their mindset today. And I think that's will be the downfall for them. All right, we're going to get back to the map. I just want to make sure there's no more questions here. Breezy says, buying a few cups of coffee because you will need it tonight. I've been watching you for a few months and I'm watching you tonight because I need a calm voice. Thank you. Thanks for all you do. P.S. I sent you $25 via YouTube. Hope you got it. I think I did. Thank you. Appreciate you. My wife and I have been watching you. Thank you. Let's see. I don't think I have any questions. Okay, I'll circle back on the comments. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys' support tonight. Thank you guys for joining us from wherever you are. And hopefully we've been able to make this a much more emotionally tolerant live stream. I was kind of telling my wife, I was like, hey, let's stay relaxed. I think it's going to work out. I mean, the numbers are on Trump's side. History is on Trump's side. Fundamentals are on Trump's side. It'd have to be an anomaly for Kamala Harris to win. And it still looks that way. It's got to be something we haven't seen before. And right now we haven't seen it. So that is good news. All right. So let's update you guys on where the maps are at on the different websites. Bloomberg still has it 230, 210. Poly Market betting platform still has it 87. It hasn't really changed. It's just been sitting there like that for a while. Oh, I haven't refreshed it. All right, look at that. So Trump is at 96 on Poly Market. Okay. New York Times 230, 210. Okay. News Nation 248, 213. Let me refresh just to make sure. Yep, that's what it is. Let's see here. NBC 246, 189. Looks like they just called it. They just called Georgia. There we go. Took them long enough. So Georgia is in the bag. So at this point, Trump is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. He did not win Virginia, but he came close. Close is within 5%. That's not good. New Hampshire, still too close to call. Arizona, just neck and neck. That's crazy. Yeah. Arizona is going to be interesting. Let's see here. Can I get some water, actually, please? My mouth is a little dry. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Oh, he's asleep? Oh, yeah, perfect. Actually, do you want to fill that up for me? Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, please. Thank you so much. My lovely wife's getting me some water and some food. Thanks. All right. CNN. Where are we at on CNN? Oh, yeah. So if you're on the East Coast and you're falling asleep, sleep good. I hope I was able to, keep you relaxed. I'm in California, so, it's not my bedtime yet. But if you're still watching live and you're on the East Coast, definitely a big thank you. But if you do fall asleep, I hope that you wake up and there's a big smile on your face tomorrow morning. But I'm going to keep going until I think I'm going to go till midnight because I don't see why not. I think we'll get an answer before then. They've already called Georgia at this point. They're not going to, it doesn't look like they're going to call Arizona because Arizona is just dragging right now. It's at 52%. I mean, California is probably ahead by now. Oh, no, California's at 47. Okay. So I'll eat that. But yeah, I think Arizona is just dragging for some reason. But we could get an answer from Pennsylvania and Wisconsin tonight, and that could be the race right there. But we'll see. All right. Let me dive into some of the numbers. So let's look at Pennsylvania. So we're at 50 for Trump. There's 787,000 votes remaining. He still maintains about 160,000 vote advantage here. So we'll see. 89% of the vote is in. And so far, Jill Stein's not really playing a role right now. She's not really being a problem, I guess. She's coming in at 0.5. You know, I was expecting to see 1 or 2%. That does make a difference. 100,000 votes from Jill Stein, but we haven't seen it yet. So I guess that's good. Okay, that's Pennsylvania. Let's go to Michigan. I know Michigan is dragging too. It's only 58% in. I did see someone's comment in the chat that Detroit, I guess, was carrying ballot boxes. I don't know. We'll see. I don't like to assume, so we'll see what happens. But I trust Laura Trump. I trust the RNC. You know, I will defer to them before anything. In fact, just to do my due diligence, so you know I'm not really dismissing it, let's just go to Laura Trump's X account where she updates it, and she'll tell us if there's a problem or not. So that's 2 hours ago. She says we're still watching. So if there's a problem, I believe she would have put it up. Scott Pressler, he moved to Pennsylvania to flip counties. Erie just flipped to Trump, so that's good. Actually, let's go back and take a look at that. Let me go here, Pennsylvania. That was an important county. There we go. So Trump 50%, Harris 48%. Yeah, if Trump wins this election, Scott Pressler definitely needs a big shout out. They need to bring him up on stage because I think he would be a big reason on why Trump won in Pennsylvania because he did a lot of the groundwork. So if you guys are on X and you don't follow him, definitely follow him and give him a shout out. I believe he deserves it. All right, let's go back here. So yeah, Laura Trump didn't really have much to say. So that's good news. All right, let's go check out Wisconsin really quick and see if there's any updates there. And we'll take a look at Minnesota too. Okay, zoom in a little bit. So we're at 500,000 votes remaining, 524 to be exact. Trump is ahead, 100,000 votes. So that's good. RFK is still on the ballot. He's coming in at 0.5%. Yeah. But he's not hurting. I mean, if this is what the margin will be in the end, then RFK Jr. did not hurt, if that makes sense. All right. Let me go back to Michigan. I want to see what's going on with Jill Stein. Is she getting any significant votes? It doesn't look like it. She's at 0.6. So Jill Stein and RFK Jr. both combined for 1%. So that could happen. We're 1%, 2%. Yeah, you want to say hi? No. Oh, okay. Yep. Thank you so much. No, I'm fine. All right. I know I was drinking in the mic. Sorry, guys. Okay. So I was saying that Joe Stein and RFK Jr., they're combining for 1%, but I'm just trying to see, will third party Joe Stein and RFK Jr. account for like 100,000 votes, 50,000 votes? That will be a thing, because that's what happened in 2020 and 2016. 2016. All right, let's look at Minnesota really quick. It's close in Minnesota. I mean, I don't think he'll win it, but sheesh. I mean, he's only down by 3%. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. 1.2 million votes remaining. So, and rural counties are not reporting yet. So we'll see what happens with that. And then one more state that we want to look at, Arizona. And I want to look at Maricopa County. So she is now ahead with 51% in. Now, they haven't counted all the votes yet. So actually, let me do this for you guys. I think you guys will get some value from this. So, let me go to X. Arizona election day results. There's a couple of actual journalists on the ground in Arizona that are giving like minute by minute updates. So I definitely want to defer to them on this one. I think we might be able to get some detailed info. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Okay, so the chances are they have not counted early ballots yet in Arizona. Okay. How do we know that? 2.5 million ballots have been turned in, right? If we go back to what's being reported, they're only reporting what? 1.8 million votes right now. And this is, I believe, in-person election day. So that's why Arizona is going to take a while, because they haven't even counted their mail-in ballots. They haven't counted the early voting, I suppose. So that is a big deal. I thought you guys would get some value from that. So yeah, we're not even seeing the real numbers from Arizona yet. I think that's the bottom line of what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. Let's see what they're talking about on X. I think I've looked at the states I wanted to see. Oh, one more thing for you guys, just to be thorough. We know that the Republicans have taken control of the Senate. That is confirmed. Ohio did flip to Marino. West Virginia did flip to Justice. Pennsylvania is still outstanding, but McCormick is still ahead by 1%. That's a big deal. Rogers in Michigan is still ahead by 1%. And Wisconsin, I actually do not know how to pronounce his last name. Eric Hoved. I butchered that completely. He's ahead by 1%. But the real one is in Montana. We actually want to take a look at that. Here we go. John Tester is a guy who distanced himself from Kamala Harris, did not endorse her. Everybody thought that was crazy. But it was smart for him not to do that, because then he definitely wouldn't have had a chance. But Tim Sheehy has come on strong as of late. And Trump did fly out there. If you guys recall, I think it was about a month ago or 2 months ago, where Trump flew out to Montana, and people were like, why is Trump going out to Montana? Well, here's why, people. They act as if Trump doesn't know what he's doing. He was the president before, and he doesn't have people advising him. Like, they think he's just like, I don't know, he doesn't have any common sense or what. California, yeah, we know that. Let me look at Orange County really quick. I'm just curious. So, just so you guys understand, My wife and I, we live right here in the middle, Fresno County. So Fresno County, I expect Trump to win Fresno County. This whole red area that you see in the middle of California, it's all farmers. That's why it's red. So it's country. So it's a lot of blue collar out here, okay? It's a lot of like lower income if you're comparing it to the rest of the state. Education's very low in this area. The city we live in, very safe. It's a Republican-driven city, one of the safest cities in California, actually. So why am I saying all this? I just thought it'd be good to look at California. It looks like she's winning in Orange County, which is interesting. Okay. But Kern County, that's where Kevin McCarthy comes out of Bakersfield. Tulare County, that's where I grew up at. Yeah, this is all red. Makes total sense. And then Northern California, of course. Let's see here. Let me see if we can go to ballot measures really quick. Okay, so let me explain a couple things to you guys while I'm on this. We're still waiting for numbers to post. I think you guys will get some value from this because there's a reason why conservatives are trying everything they can to prevent Kamala Harris from making it to back or preventing her from getting elected. Why? Because California should be looked at as what happens when you let progressives and hardcore liberals take over and start creating policy. Okay. Proposition 3, which repeals Proposition H, which defines marriage as a union between one man and one woman. This is California trying to change the language in their own constitution. So it's a woke policy. All right. That's exactly what it is. And of course they were going to get it to pass because, you know, hey, it's okay. You know, that's everybody's attitude in California. Compassion has made Californians naive. That's what I would say. Proposition 32, I voted no on that quickly, and I think most people will. Increases minimum wage to $18 an hour by 2026. Because we got to see what happened when the fast food places that had more than 20 locations or something like that, when the minimum wage had to go to $20 an hour, so many people lost their job. I think people are seeing, okay, yeah, probably don't raise the minimum wage again. Where's the rest at? Is that all they're going to show me on here? Hold on. I need to show you guys this because this is it's a great lesson, man. California ballot measures election results. Here we go. All right, let's see here. There's one on here that really has something to do with Kamala Harris, by the way. All right, here it is. Prop 36. I told you guys Kamala Harris was instrumental in Prop 47, I believe it is, which was the original. It was like the first domino that really made California soft on crime when she was the attorney general. So since then, crime has been continuing to get soft. They've been releasing people from prisons. They don't really give felonies out, you know, when they should. And I'm just keeping it simple without getting into the weeds. They just let people get away with smash and grabs like it's nothing. Smash and grab is what? I break into your car and I grab your laptop and I'm not really going to get arrested. Or I go into an Apple, steal all of their phones and walk out. Nothing's really going to happen. Okay? And California has been dealing with that as an issue to the point where a lot of corporations, a lot of retail businesses moved or left the actual city itself because there's just too much crime. And what's happening is even if they're caught, it's just it's not even a felony. So they're not really being held accountable. So 36 is going to increase penalties for repeated theft offenses, certain drug crimes, including some involving fentanyl. Some, it should be all, really. Repeated theft offenses, very important. right? If I smash and grab 3 times, yeah, I should probably get a felony, right? So 70%, this is a classic one because Gavin Newsom came out and was against it and couldn't believe that this is the way the state felt about it, but whatever. Let's see here. Prop 6 is another woke policy. Pretty much was like, hey, if you're in prison, we want to pass this law where you don't have to actually do any servitude. Like if they want to punish you in prison, right? This was going to prevent them from doing that. It's stupid policy. I mean, who comes up with that stuff? Let's see here. Here's another one, affordable housing. Get that out of there. California's fed up with that stuff. Affordable housing, they start putting up apartments and homes and places, and it's just crazy. And I think people are done with it. Let's see here. All right, back to national. But yeah, that's what happens when you let liberals take over, right? And I think California would be best if it became more balanced, but it's not right now. It's far leaning left. It's Minnesota, but on the West Coast with a beach, right? The ocean. That's why California and Minnesota were the top 2 states that people actually migrated away from. I don't know if you guys know that or not. All right. Bloomberg now has 246. They called Georgia for Trump finally. So he's at 246. We knew that would happen. Let's see here. My wife just texted me, said Van Jones is crying on CNN. All right, let's see if we can get a clip of that. Let's see if it's already on X. All right, let me bookmark these so I don't get lost. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna. Let's see here. Okay. Van Jones is crying on CNN. Let's see if I can find this link. Hey, we will come back to Alan Lynchman's punk ass, okay? We will come back to him, right? Because this guy, 13 keys. Yeah, we'll see. It's not over yet, guys, but we'll see. All right. Okay, here we go. CNN, Van Jones is on the verge of crying. All right, let's take a look at this. This is bittersweet, guys. This is bittersweet. If you guys watched the Joe Rogan podcast where he talked about Van Jones, I hope Van Jones cries tonight because he deserves it.
There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they're facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
All right. So, guys, this is the problem with them. What about the people who've already been hurt over the past 40 years? What about the people who had dreams that were thrown in the trash because of Joe Biden's policies, the open border? What about Lincoln Riley? Right? What about the 13 service members who lost their life in Afghanistan because of poor execution? There's no excuse in this world for that in 2021 when that took place. What about those people? You see, I told you, the compassion makes them so naive. The compassion for manufactured problems. Like, black women really have a problem in today's world. You know how educated black women are today? You know how much money black women make today? It's fascinating. They have outpaced black men. Black women don't have a problem today. In fact, one could argue on a corporate level, it might be a good idea to be black. So if you take the totality of our country over the past 100 years, this is the best time to be black. If we believe everything that they say, right? I mean, come on, like, this guy is pathetic. And it shouldn't even be, and make sure I want to make sure I am super clear. It shouldn't even be about the fact that someone is black, white, Asian, a Jew, Jewish. It doesn't matter. What matters is we're all American citizens, and there are fundamental freedoms that we all deserve, that we all should be able to enjoy. And at the end of the day, we don't need to be talked to like a victim. And so don't turn this into a victim thing. They need to look in the mirror and say, hey, maybe this time as a party, our message was wrong. Because you guys have to understand, Democrats historically have been good at selling. They sell shitty products. Republicans, they can't sell their great products. Republicans, they have some good policies, but they have a hard time selling it. Right? So if they lose, please don't make it. You got Hope Reed or Deranged Reed on MSDNC crying about white women. You got Van Jones now crying about black women because their dreams were crushed. No, their dreams were not crushed. You guys put up a weak candidate. Put that on Joe Biden, who's truly is racist, but you guys don't want to really admit it. Like, this is on you guys. What I find funny, I've always said this, he's always had the advantage, right? So he should win. I mean, but we'll see here. We know Georgia has already been called. So that's good, but Arizona is still outstanding. So we want to see what happens with that. Dave Urban's face right next to him. That's funny. A lot of people woke up with a dream and are going to sleep with a nightmare. And then you wonder why the country is so divided. Why not say, you know what? A lot of people woke up with hope. They wanted to see Kamala Harris win. Doesn't look like that might happen, but we still will have a country. We could still find a way to come together. No, he's not going to say that. And so they're not going to say it. And then what they're going to do is accuse Trump. Because I remember someone asked me earlier, hey, what is the next hoax that they're going to come up with Trump? Oh, Trump is trying to divide this country. Why don't you guys set the example then? But they can't. They can't. Oh yeah, one more thing I want to talk on, because I just saw this comment, which was black men have been demonized for the past decade, and I do agree. It's not about what skin color you are in this election, but they want to make it about that, and because they made it about it, it shines a light on the issues. And for so long, the Democratic Party, they don't respect black men. Let me give you guys a great example. What was the first Harris fundraising call? Does anybody remember? You guys want to know what the first major fundraising call was for Kamala Harris? Black women for Harris. Not black people, not black men, not black community, black women for Harris. That already was like, oh, well, who gives a shit about black men then? And for so long, she never did a Black Men for Harris call until when? What, a week ago? 2 weeks ago? I mean, you can't make this up, right? Like, they did it to themselves. If she has a problem with black men turnout, if that's what ends up happening, go back to see how she ran her campaign. She didn't do any advertising. Her message did not include men in general. She chose Tim Walz as a running mate. He's as soft as a pillow. I mean, who wants Tim Walz as a potential president? Nobody. You know, so we are the United States of America. We don't need soft leaders. I want monsters running this country. Now, clearly, I don't want them being a monster to me. Be a monster to people outside our country. I don't want soft people, right? Let's see here. Let's see if anything is updated. Cardi B writes, we need a Hail Mary. No, you shouldn't have spoken at a rally. That's what it is. I don't even want to go down that road. She's something else. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me get back to this one right here. Let me get back to what I want to play you guys. It's 25 minutes ago. We already know they called Georgia, but just they say they look dumbfounded when they have to go through these numbers. So let's see what their reaction is.
This time it's exactly even. Harris won women by 10 points. Trump won men by 10 points. But the one that just stands out, sort of a flashing light, Jake, Hispanics. Biden won Hispanics 4 years ago by 32 points. As of tonight, Harris has won Hispanics by 8 points.
Can I just add one other thing about what this Georgia projection means? What it means is that she's got to win Pennsylvania. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's over.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially with the fact that he is leading right now in the 5 battleground states that we have not called. He is leading in all 5 of them: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump widening his lead in the race to
are outstanding.
Here we go. Pamela, what do you got for us in Georgia?
This is important information in Georgia. I'm getting from Gabriel Sterling, the top election official there. The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000 votes, right? 100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is. Chatham, 40,000 outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says it's the split coming from that will be marginally. His prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have any questions for Pamela?
You say the total outstanding votes is 100,000?
He said 100,000 votes out. Yep.
Well,
and so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked, when are we going to find out these results from these counties? He did not have a timeline exactly for that, but hopefully soon.
But the significance, obviously, that Donald Trump right now has a margin of 118,838 votes, and you're saying there's 100,000 left.
If he's being literal, sometimes 100,000, they're getting calls from counties and they say 20,000, it's really 22.
Right.
They say 30,000, it could be 33.
John,
but if he's
can I just jump in?
Yes, please.
Actually, we asked about how do you know these numbers, and actually by law they have to have it, the actual numbers. So
all right. I guess they just couldn't believe it, right? So we already know that he won Georgia, and here's CNN announcing
Trump, Georgia, and CNN can project that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. Georgia, a very highly contested battleground of 16 electoral votes. This is the second of 7 battleground states that we have called.
All right. I'm not going to play it because it's potential I could get a copyright for that music for whatever dumb reason. Okay, let me zoom out. I got some other clips to play you guys that people are melting down. Let's see what's going on with Chink Ogre, who is going crazy, they say. Let's see here. I think it's the clip we already watched. I'm not seeing. Yeah, I don't see that updated clip, but I think we already saw that one. Okay, let's look at the map one more time and see if there are any other updates. Like I stated, they already called Georgia. We expecting them to do that. It's about time. They were dragging their feet on it, but yeah, they should have did that a long time ago. Okay. So Trump is currently at 247. Pennsylvania is reporting 93%. So we're getting pretty close. I told you guys we should know something tonight. I really do. I still believe that because look at this. Pittsburgh, right? Pittsburgh is already greater than 95% reporting. Okay, do you guys see that? Pittsburgh. There we go. Excuse me. Sorry about that, guys. And to give you guys some context, let's see here. Let's go Pennsylvania. Election results by county 2020. And here we go. And we're looking at, let me go back to it for you guys. We're looking at, I don't know how to say that, so I'm not even going to attempt. But Atlantic County, or here we go. So, okay. Joe Biden won this county where Pittsburgh is located, 59 to 39%. You guys need to pay attention to this. This is huge. This is why she's going to lose. Joe Biden won that county 59% to 39%. That is a 20-point gap, right? 20-point advantage. Where is she at right now with this? 59 to 40. So, okay. I thought it was a smaller margin. So 20. But I'm only bringing this up because how much more votes are left in that county? There's not much. Philadelphia, let's see what we're looking at over there. 89%, 95, 93, 87. So Philadelphia is at 89%. She's at 78-21. Okay, what county is that? Philadelphia County. Let's see what happened in Philadelphia County last time. Philadelphia County. Joe Biden won in 81-17. Okay. 81-17. And she's at currently right now 78-21. So there's an underperformance there. Still, they're only at 89% reporting, so we'll see what happens. And if you look at the shift from 2020, Philadelphia County has shifted 3.7 points to the right towards Trump. And that is bad news for her. All right, let's go back here. Live forecast. So live forecast shows Trump more than likely will win Pennsylvania. Michigan, they got him at, what is that? Probably a 60% chance. Wisconsin, a bigger chance to win. They still have him up in Arizona. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's see if any other news sites reported. Okay, so now News Nation is reporting 251 because they've already called Alaska for Trump. That's where that number is coming from. All right. Nevada is finally reporting Trump is ahead. So we'll see what happens there. But again, he doesn't need to win Nevada to become the next president. So that's fine. Sorry about that. There we go. He doesn't win. He doesn't need, at this point, he does not need Nevada. if things keep going the way that it's going. He still maintains almost a 5 million, or now he's kind of down to 4.5 million popular vote advantage. Now, they did say that California would cut into that lead. California is at 44% of the vote in right now. So we'll see if it does. Let's check out NBC if they've updated anything here. Doesn't look like it. So just like Georgia, if you guys pay attention to this. So right now, Trump maintains what? 2,020 vote lead. 2,019,000 vote lead. That's really to be more exact. There are 493,000 votes remaining. So that means sooner or later there's going to be a delta, right? This number is going to drop to, it's going to drop below that margin like Georgia, right? So he had what, 120,000, 150,000 vote advantage in Georgia, but there's like 100,000 votes left. It's a loss, right, for her. So let's see how long it takes Pennsylvania to get to that point where you're looking at the number and you're saying, oh, well, it doesn't matter how many votes are left. The margin is there. We can go ahead and call it. So hopefully that happens soon. What time is it? It's 10. Yeah. So probably I'm hoping by 11 my time, this is over. I'm really hoping that, or at least we can go to sleep knowing where things are at. 89% for Wisconsin. So Wisconsin has 364,000 votes left. Trump is ahead by 100 and that looks like about 120,000 votes. So again, same scenario. When will this number drop below that margin that he has? That's when we know he has a good chance to take that state. And that's kind of what I'm looking at, right? That's what I'm looking for right now, to be honest with you guys. That's really what I'm wanting to see. I don't want to go to sleep until I see that. And hopefully that happens within the next 30 minutes here. Nevada, 70% in. So Nevada has counted some votes pretty quickly here. I'm surprised. All right, so Trump is ahead by about 3.6. He's got a lead of, what is that, 40,000? Somewhere around there, 36, 40,000. So they still got a lot of votes to count, but we'll see what happens. Of course, Las Vegas, Clark County should be a huge thing for Kamala Harris. But again, if we look at the numbers here, if I go to Clark County election results 2020, Joe Biden won at 53%. Trump got 44%. So where is she at right now? She's at 50%. He's at 48%. So there is a shift taking place. Will it hold? If so, there's a good chance that he could win because most of the population lives in this county. If you guys didn't know that. All right. Let me see if I can see some of the shifts. Where is that at? Actually, I think it's on. Hold on, guys. Oh, it's on this website here. Arizona shift. Okay, so they don't have enough vote data to tell us how much it has shifted in Arizona yet, but we will definitely update you guys when we find out. Yeah, we will definitely update you guys when we find out. But yeah, it's dragging in Arizona. It's dragging. Nevada's already ahead of them. It's crazy. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's see if we have any updates. refresh this. All right. Harry Enton, data analyst at CNN. He says, I grew up in the Bronx, New York. Trump is getting nearly 30% of the vote in the Bronx right now. You have to go back to Ronald Reagan in 1984 before I was born to see such a strong performance from a Republican candidate. Trump's inroads with voters of color aren't just in the polls, it's in the results and are very, very real. All right. I agree with him. I agree. Let's look at New York really quick. So she's ahead by 11. So you guys already know what I'm going to do. What was New York election results 2020? Oh my God. Wow. So Joe Biden got 60% of the vote in New York. Where's Kamala Harris right now? She's coming in at 55. So in nerd terms, that is a what swing? 37 to 44 is 7. That's a 13-point swing for Donald Trump. He's not going to win New York, but the fact that he cut into that lead in New York, that says a lot about what's happening in this country. And again, I've been saying it, why she should not have been the candidate to begin with. But hey, who am I? I'm just some guy on YouTube, right? Let me zoom out. This is Politico. Let's check out their map. Let's see here. Yeah, they're a little behind on the reporting, it looks like. Because Pennsylvania is at 93%. Okay, let me go on X and see if anybody is like already saying that Pennsylvania has been called. Let's see. Pennsylvania is trending. I'm checking Pennsylvania right now. All right, looks like Fox News just called it. Or they're saying Decision Desk is calling it. So let's go ahead and hear that.
We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former President Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and thereby he is on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States. With this, the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished. This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will.
There we go. Pennsylvania is in the bag. So let me show you where we're at on the map, right? Let me do this really quick. You guys will get some value from this, all right? Let's go to the map here. Okay, create my own. All right, make this toss up. Thank you guys for waiting. All right, this is where we're at right now. So, what does this mean? You guys know what it means. Come on now. 270. 270. That is what it means. Because remember, guys, he doesn't need to win Arizona, Nevada. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's the next president. You guys listening? Right? So I don't follow Decision Desk because they were on some funny business earlier talking about, they were calling states at 30%. So I didn't want to, I didn't want to listen to them. I need to hear it from, a different source. So 270. So that means we might be able to go to sleep tonight knowing it's in the bag. Now, I have a hard time believing because I need to see a speech. I want to hear it called on all news stations. Yes, he is the next president-elect. I want to hear that, right? But right now they're saying that Trump came in and he's taken Pennsylvania 19 votes. That brings him up to 270. And I'm not surprised. I'm happy if this holds true. But this is what's supposed to happen. History repeats itself. All markers, all metrics, all polling showed that he should win. And no matter how much propaganda the news tried to demoralize you or me and everybody else in this country, in the end, it didn't work. So that is good news. All right, let's see if X is about to break down. We know she's not going to speak tonight. She's got nothing to say. We know this. Let's see here. I might have to turn on the live stream from one of these news channels. I really don't want to, but I just want to see if someone's willing to come out publicly. Yeah, Decision Desk HQ called it. Okay. So let's check them out. And hold on. Thank you guys for waiting. Yeah, they've called it. 65 million votes so far. So yeah, they've called it. Let's see if CNN has updated their stuff. I don't think they will. I think they're going to wait till the last minute because that's how they are. See, they won't even acknowledge Pennsylvania right now, but they know what it is. Stop it, okay? I was telling you, we're waiting to see that margin, right? I know I'm moving around pretty quickly. Just stay with me here. Let me go back to right here. Or is it NBC? No, it's NBC right here. All right, let's go here. They've called it, but I want to see that margin. I want to see that vote count. I was telling you guys. So there's 442,000 votes still remaining. He's got, it looks like, almost a 200,000 vote advantage. So they're assuming that he's getting most of those votes. Even if he wasn't, it's not going to be enough to cut into his lead. And so they're calling it. That's what's happening, in case people don't understand why. But he's at 50%. I mean, that's huge. So it says that Trump is to address supporters in Florida tonight. So you guys will definitely be here with me to watch that. And let me go ahead and make sure we don't miss it. Let's see here. There it is. So the campaign has uploaded. Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania. So we'll be waiting around because I know they're going to announce when he's going to go live. And we will show it to you. We will show it to you. So don't let me forget that, right? All right. Okay. All right. Let's see what else. I'm telling you, we have to shout out to Scott Presser. You guys gotta go. If you're on X, shout him out, support him, because I'm telling you, I've been watching him on X for a long time. I've been seeing the work that he was doing. It took a lot of guts for him to move to that state and do the work that he did. I hope that the Trump campaign shouts him out. I'm sure that they will. He was brought on stage during the Butler rally, right, to speak, where Laura Trump was there as well. This little clip right here, as you guys see, October 6th. So hopefully he's recognized, because I think a lot of work that he did had a lot to do with that success. I just got to give credit where credit is due. Okay, let's see here. Somebody check on Van Jones. Has he cried yet? I'm sure he has. I'm sure he has. Now, I told you guys when we found out who was going to win, I want to see what MSDNC's response is, right? I want to see if any of them are breaking down mentally. Now, before we get to that, let's go ahead and hear CNN acknowledge defeat, right?
Bill, the proposals he's made. Republicans have said we passed an immigration bill, H.R. 2, which was a tough. It wasn't a compromise package. It was a tough immigration bill.
At least.
It was no H.R. 2.
He's talking about the House.
Sorry, the House version is what I'm saying. The Senate version was bipartisan. The House version, when you ask Speaker Johnson, what have you accomplished? He said, well, we passed all this legislation, but it just died in the Senate because Chuck Schumer wouldn't even allow a vote on it, assuming that Republicans hold on to the House, we have no idea, but it's not crazy.
But you're getting into a level of detail that I think, I mean,
my point is just that
Donald Trump campaigned on mass deportations. So this
what I'm saying is he could do
was for.
That's what I'm saying. My point is whatever Donald Trump wants, if they have the Senate now, if they get the White House and if they get the House, if they keep the House, whatever Donald Trump wants will become law. There will not be the backstop of the Senate controlled by Democrats.
Did not want the backstop. This is what I'm trying to say. We may be looking at a map of voters who weren't looking to give him a backstop.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Not to get too sort of dorky here, but I think it is still possible, if he is president, that some big pieces of legislation could be stopped in the United States Senate, because legislation at this point still needs 60 votes. But it is the...
All right, I see what's going on. So you're already starting to hear them change up their rhetoric as if he's won. So we already know how CNN is. They like to switch up, you know what I mean? Let's see if we have any other updates. Let's see if I just want to see them crying. You know, I want to see the meltdown a little bit, right? I need to relish that just a little bit. I know I'm being a little petty, but come on. These people, they've done everything they can to not only demonize Trump. I can understand you going after Trump. But when you go after Trump supporters or people who said, you know what, I got to go with Trump this time because you guys lied to us, and you call them Nazi supporters or Nazi people or fascists, right, or racist, right, and you start attacking white women and black men, yeah, I want to relish just a little bit. I want to see the meltdown. Yes, I do. Let's see here. Let's see if we see any meltdown. I want to see it. Latest. I don't see any clips yet. I go to X because usually people clip the best parts, but we'll see. Yeah, they haven't put it up yet. But I'm going to be waiting for it. And I'm sure you guys are going to want to see it yourselves. Let's see here. There it is. Projection. I don't want to hear his voice either. I think that's ridiculous. Let's see here. I don't want to hear from David Muir because he doesn't deserve my ears. He's a freaking loony for what he did during the debate night. I'm good. Let's see here. And CNN is doing more morning. I just wanted to see if there was any crying or any clips like that. That's why you guys see me scrolling. Let's see here. This was one an hour ago. No. All right. I think we're good. All right. So we're going to be standing by for Trump going live. He's going to be speaking to, here's Mark Cuban congratulating Trump. You won fair and square. Yeah, that's right. We did, didn't we? New York Times is saying that Trump will win all battleground states. So that will be huge if that ends up happening. We'll see. Yeah, I'm still waiting to see if, let me go to YouTube, see if they've already scheduled it. It's live.
Sorry to keep.
Nope, they haven't scheduled it yet, but I know they will. So we'll be standing by. Don't worry, guys. I know he's going to end up saying something. So let's see if we can go to. I'm going to give them a couple of my time. Let's see here.
First, we would be kidding ourselves.
I don't want to get any copyright stuff going on here, so hold on, guys.
To think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska's going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way.
All right, so yeah, I'll keep this right here. And when he comes on stage, then we will talk about it. All right, so I guess this would be a good time for me to tell you guys why I believe this would happen, right? I told you guys it comes down to the fundamentals. And I was telling my wife, I said, this is a test to see if our country still has people that is here with common sense and still has a voice of the people. And it's a test to see, can Americans withstand propaganda, right? Like we all will be lied to, but how long can that last, right? And I think they didn't plan for the fact that technology, social media, Elon Musk and the X account, I mean, thank you, Elon Musk, for buying X, right? I don't think they knew how powerful that would be. And podcasts, like what we were reading, how powerful that has been to give people a different look at these candidates, to get a different way of receiving news and information. And so I kept saying it. One or two things are going to happen. One, the abortion issue and Project 2025 has scared women shitless to the point where they're just going to show up in numbers we've never seen. Or two, the Democrats have massively underestimated the support that Trump has, the damage Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has done to our country, and how fed up people are, and the shift that's taking place politically, people leaving the Democratic Party and switching over to being Republicans. I think they've massively underestimated that impact. And this is a good reckoning. They need this. This is a good, I think they truly needed it. Just like we needed that loss in 2020 for the RNC to change. You know, I don't think he would have won if it wasn't for what they did with the RNC, Laura Trump taking over, them changing the entire strategy around, promoting early voting. I mean, there's a lot of things they did differently than 2020. It's not even the same campaign. So you have to call it what it is. The Democrats massively underestimated their obsession with Trump. I keep saying this all the time. Your obsession, you end up becoming what you're obsessed with. They're obsessed with Trump. They accuse Trump of being a dictator. They accuse him of being a threat to democracy. They accuse him of this and that. And they literally become the thing they accuse him of. So it makes sense that they would lose this election. All right? Let's see. Roland Martin is melting down. Let's see if we can get a clip of that for you guys. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I don't miss this.
26, but again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
All right. I want to get a copyright on that. Let's see if we can zoom out here, go over to X, and see if we can find Roland Martin melting down. Or let me just put Roland Martin, actually. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's a video of him. I'm not seeing it. All right, so I have to use the restroom, guys. What I'm going to do is put the stream on. Trump is expected to speak any moment now, and so we're just waiting and standing by. And so just give me a minute, okay? All right, thank you guys for waiting. I literally have been sitting here since, what time did I go live? 4? I literally sat in the seat for 6 hours, guys. That's crazy. Doesn't even feel like I sat in the seat for 6 hours. But yes, Kamala, you're fired. Exactly. Let me read some super chats while we're waiting for the 47th president to speak. Sherry D says, thank you for helping and educating the masses. Trump 2024. Yep. Thank you for watching. Richard says, thank you for all your hard work and dedication. Appreciate that. Thank you for your video. Jay says, thank you, DeVory, for your videos in the past months. You're welcome. Robert says, just be patient. They will have a meltdown soon. I agree. I guess Lichman was wrong at his program. Didn't really work after all. Thank you for reminding me. That's what I said, man. I just think his keys, they make sense, but it's up to interpretation, right? So if I believe the economy is bad and he believes the economy is good, who's right? How do we know? What's the actual measurement? GDP growth, he needs to rethink that. He probably needs to incorporate, if 70% of the country thinks we're going in the wrong direction, maybe the economy is not really doing as good as you think it is. So there you go. Thank you. Nicole Lee says, thank you, DeVory, for your common sense and service to our great country. My husband active duty and voted in Michigan. I'm a veteran. I voted in Georgia. Good for you. Thank you. And thank your husband for his service, too. Let's see here. I can't believe he won the popular vote, too. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, they underestimated his support. Too big to rig. That's right. Too big to rig. Chan, $20 says, you're crushing DeVory. I've loved tuning into your channel since the presidential election campaign kicked off. So big thanks for that. Go Trump. Let's get it done. That's right. God be with us, American first. I live in Ventura County. This is P. We hate that our votes don't matter. Fun fact, Trump right now has the best results for Republicans since 2004. Thank you for mentioning that. I think that is super important. Let's see here. People are...
When you get out, I got 15 seconds for you, Steve. I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it's a massive victory. Oh, we got to jump back. Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the...
All right. So that's the official announcement from Fox News. We're still standing by to hear from the president-elect, right? 47th president of the United States. That's right. So you want to stand right here so people can see it at least? I look really weird. Just a shirt. You don't. They don't have to see your face. You don't want them. Yeah, come here. Stand like right here. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So yeah, that's in the merch store, guys. Lion Kamala, you're fired. So officially, it makes sense to wear it now, right? Because it's official. Yeah. So let me see if there's any other super chats. Dan Pepper, $50. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for your clarity and balance insights throughout this election. Trust you will continue upholding the new administration accountable over the next 4 years. Absolutely. Yeah, this channel is not finished. There's so much more to talk about, guys. There's a lot of stuff that needs to still be addressed. We still have, by the way, we still are 2 months out from him actually taking office. So there's plenty to talk about and to, of course, address. All right. We're still waiting for him to come out. So let's see if the maps have updated, because we all love to see it, right? Let's see if NBC has changed their tune. They have not. But he is ahead in Wisconsin. He is ahead in Michigan. Wow. By I was about to say 3 million. No, he's ahead by, what is that, 300,000 votes? So that's huge. And so NBC hasn't gotten their act together. Let's see about CNN. You think by now they would have updated their stuff, but man, they love dragging their feet. That's so funny. And look at this. Look what they put at the Trump will soon address supporters at campaign event. No, the 47th president will soon address supporters at campaign event. Get it. Man, you just can't hate these guys enough. Zero respect. They're so petty. So petty. They won't even update their website. They know he's the president-elect already. They know. But hey, News Nation has already called it. We already know that. Let's see if they've updated their website. Yeah, Donald Trump projected to win presidential race. At least they're fair, right? At least they are fair. This is New York Times. Let's see if they've gotten their act together. It doesn't look like it. They have not updated Pennsylvania for some reason. It's funny how Fox News called it already. They have not called it. So, yeah, I don't like that. I need them to call it. Get it over with. All right, still waiting.
I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting. But
all right, still waiting there. Let's see here. They have not called Wisconsin yet. 92% is in, and he still is ahead. So it looks like he's going to win Wisconsin. That's what it's looking like right now. I mean, he's on his way. He is ahead in Michigan. Doing pretty well. So they're projecting that he's going to win all of the battleground states. And if he does that, let me just show you guys what that ending number would look like. So you guys can see it for yourself. Okay. Boom. So he'd be at 312. That would end up being the result as of right now. If everything keeps going the way it's going, he'll end up at 312. So I told you guys, this is what we needed. We needed a decisive victory. And the fact that it happened on the election night is even more comforting because we don't need any election deniers. We don't want to go to sleep thinking about, are they trying to stuff ballots and ballot boxes, you know, things of that nature. So I think this is really good for our country. And obviously it's great that he won, but it's how he won. He won fair and square. He put it all out there. This guy did 12 rallies in 3 days. I mean, come on. He didn't back down. He was almost assassinated twice. I mean, come on. If anybody deserved to win, it was definitely him. No question. No question at all. All right, we're still waiting to hear from him.
We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong?
I think it's going to be agonizing.
Yeah. In fact, let's go ahead and hear some of that agonizing pain. Oh, that's funny. CNN is so pissed. They're not even showing like their analysis. They're showing ballots being counted. That is funny. Wow. That's crazy. That is something else. Let's see here. That is funny. I hope I'm not the only one that notices that. That's great. Yeah. See, they're going to be salty, guys. That's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to be salty. And they're not going to give them the respect. They're not going to. So you're already seeing it. You're already seeing it. I told you guys I'm not going to give attention to ABC. I just can't do it. All right, let's go back over to X and
consensus to
all right, we're still waiting. Let's see here. That's funny. All right, let's see here. Yep. I told you guys, CNN refusing to call the 3 blue wall states despite the fact that Kamala Harris is essentially mathematically eliminated.
146 electoral votes. Kamala Harris
I don't want to get the music in there.
has 187 electoral votes. Obviously, 270 electoral votes are needed to win. So let's look at those states that remain outstanding. Pennsylvania, outstanding in so many ways. Donald Trump.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to play the music because, you know, they may be petty with the copyright stuff. All right, let's see if he starts to cry here. I guess this is another clip of Van Jones saying he is shocked.
If you're a soldier, and I'm still absorbing all this, it's a lot. And I think when he steps out on the stage, we see him as like, you know, America's next president. The world's looking too.
Yeah.
If you're a soldier in Ukraine, looking at Russians being more and more aggressive, you're very nervous tonight. You're very nervous tonight. If you're a solar farmer in a red state trying to deal with this climate issue, we've had billion-dollar climate disasters. Your financing might fall apart tomorrow morning because you can't now count on the federal government being at the front lines of this fight the way that the Biden-Harris administration had put the United States government at the front of the climate fight. So you've got people all around the world whose fates are now in the hands of someone who can either be aggrieved or it can be big. He's usually not big. And so I think this is a shock. It's a political realignment for sure. The Republican Party can now claim to be a multiracial working class party. That is a shock. But the policy implications for planet Earth are yet to be known. I
don't know where he was going with that. Jeez. I mean, come on, dude. Just call it what it is. She's a weak candidate. Joe Biden screwed you guys. You're too obsessed with Trump. You guys didn't do what you were supposed to do.
That was my only point.
And you got what was coming for you. I mean, that's just what it is. This is Kevin O'Leary. Let's hear what he has to say.
I love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight, too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years and, in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500 because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah, hopefully we get that from them, right? Hopefully we get that from them. Let's see. Is he speaking yet? No, we're still waiting.
Saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while.
Okay, still waiting. Yeah, somebody check on Plies. I have some posts that are bookmarked showing where people said she's going to win by a landslide. I'm going to bring those up too, by the way. But let me relish a little bit in. Let's see here. Is this him admitting defeat or saying these people, they're all fired. The Democrat is out of its mind. Okay. I guess we can listen to this one. Let's give it some energy. It's fine. If he's melting down, I'm entertained.
And so if you say it's super hard to beat him in a primary because of the lying sons of bitches on mainstream media who will smear you to no end, who will fight harder against progressives and populists than Republicans or Donald Trump or anyone else, well, brothers and sisters, nobody said life was fair. So we got to go fight that mainstream media. We got to destroy that mainstream media that is filled with lies on top of lies about how the politicians are so honest and the donors have no control over policy. They have 100% control over policy. Everyone in mainstream media is a liar who goes, oh, well, here's a bill. Well, I'm not going to talk about the donors at all. Oh, I think they're having an ideological debate. Oh, look at that. The donor class won the...
Yeah, I'm going to stop it because I already know what he's doing. So he's saving face. That's what he's doing. This whole time, he was up Kamala Harris's ass. And he wanted Trump to lose so badly. If there's anybody that you could tell has a personal vendetta besides Mark Cuban against Trump, he'd be in that group, okay? And so, of course, he's going to come out and kind of save face on it, but whatever. That's his prerogative. Let's see here. Yeah, check on plies, please. Okay, let's hear what MSNBC has to say. This guy also hates Trump with a passion. There's no question about that.
The House, we're not going to know for weeks, but it's possible that Donald Trump and the Republicans will have a trifecta as they did in 2016. Mm-hmm. In which case, the bulwark, against whatever overreach there could be, and whatever those depredations might be, and I think they're going to have a tendency to overreach if they do, is the kind of thing that's democracy between elections, which is the work of civil society, it's the work of the fourth estate, it's the work of institutions, it's the work of citizens. All that's super important stuff.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, overreach, right? Okay, Joe Biden overreached when he tried to forgive student loans, right? In a sense, this current administration overreached when they opened the border. What are you talking about? Again, they accuse Trump of being and doing what they are already doing. So that is fascinating. Oh, I love seeing this. Hey, Lichman, I think somebody found your 13 keys. That is great. All right, hold on. Let's see if he's talking. All right, not yet. For Corey, absolutely. Send his family your prayers, please. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, here's a good post. It's worth looking at if you're still into the numbers. Biden won New Jersey by 17. Harris only won it by 5. Biden won Illinois by 17. Harris only won it by 8. Biden won New York by 23. Harris only won it by 11. It's crazy. It is crazy. All right, let's see. I just wanted to see if there's any more meltdowns that we can look at. Yeah, pollsters coming out tonight looking pretty good. Pretty good. See, guys, I had always been following the Atlas Intel. And they've always had Trump winning. And it looks like he's going to win within those margins, right? So let me give you guys an example while we're still waiting. All latest polls. Atlas Intel. So look at this. So Atlas Intel has Trump winning by 1 point in Pennsylvania. So where is he at right now? Finally, NBC updates. He's winning by, it looks like, 2 percentage points at the moment. But we will take it, right? Which means he what? Overperformed, okay? Right? Because again, they underestimated Trump's support. Okay? So Atlas Intel, this is who I've been listening to the entire step of the way. I could care less what CNN was talking about because they're clowns. Like I kept noticing, and I was like, why do you guys keep putting up polls that keep saying that, you know, it's tied or it always favored Kamala Harris. Like it was always like, let's see here, 2 weeks of Kamala Harris winning, and then 1 week of Donald Trump winning, and then it goes back to Kamala Harris 2 weeks again. Like I started to notice a pattern of where they didn't want to release the true information of Trump actually winning. So I'm not surprised that this is the poll that I was going for the whole time. Let's see here. Let's look at Wisconsin. Atlas Intel had Trump up by 1 in Wisconsin. And so if we look at Wisconsin right now, right, he's probably up by 1, even more, because again, he's going to overperform. That's what it's looking like right now. So he's at 51%. We're still waiting for him to come on, so that's why I'm just going through this really quick. And what was the other one? Michigan. Okay, so Michigan, Atlas Intel has him +2. So let's see if that is the case. Obviously, not all the votes are counted, but we're just kind of looking. 73% in. Wow. He's up by 7, guys. Do you guys see this? 6.6. He's up. So a clear, there's still 1.5 million votes to count. So, we'll hold out on that one. But so far, that looks good. And as you guys can see, NBC is not calling the election. But they do say Trump wins Pennsylvania. Okay. All right. Tell me how this makes sense. It's because they haven't called Alaska, I guess, is what I'm assuming. I don't know what their deal is. I don't know what are they waiting on. That is so funny to me. That is so crazy. All right, let's see.
How much money was spent on this election? $15.9 billion with a bill. Wow.
Yeah, that is a lot of money. All right, so Trump wins Pennsylvania. They don't want to give it to him yet. And guys, you're seeing what's wrong with the mainstream media. New York Times, they're not going to say it either. It's just fascinating. It's crazy. That's why I was just looking at this post from Sean Spicer. He says, if you're wondering how this happened, and watched NBC News, ABC, CBS, CNN, or read Political, New York Times, Washington Post, etc., think about where you get your news and information from. They didn't miss it. They don't want to acknowledge 50% of the country. Hopefully, you tune them out going forward. I always said it. If Trump wins, it's over for them. Because at this point, he will have proven you don't need to use the mainstream media for anything. They are done. And that's frightening for them because it's like, they should be the people that we depend on for news, but they can't be trusted. So Frank Luntz puts Kamala Harris lost this election when she pivoted to focus almost exclusively on attacking Donald Trump. Voters already know everything there is about Trump, but they still wanted to know more about Harris's plans for the first hour, first day, first month, and first year of her administration. It was a colossal failure for her campaign to shine the spotlight on Trump more than on Harris's ideas. Now, there's a thing in marketing, and actually it's really explained this way. Where you give your attention, it grows, right? So she kept giving her attention to Trump, Trump this, Trump that. And it put the spotlight on Trump. And all publicity is really good. So like even all the attack stories on Trump worked in his favor. Why? Because citizens of America started to realize, wait a minute, that is crazy. That can't be true. Right? So because they became so radical with the way they would speak about him, it backfired. I'm telling you, her campaign should be used as a case study. It really should. It really should be used. Yeah, we've been waiting. He's not on stage yet.
740 years. That would be $1 billion.
Because he doesn't want to use.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think you, look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So.
Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah, we're still standing by. We'll see what happens here. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, I got to repost this. Exactly. It's, man, CNN, you just can't hate them enough. They have them at 265. Like, what is wrong with these people? It's crazy. See, now you start to realize that maybe, you know, I can use my own brain and do my own research, and most of the time I'm probably going to be right. Because these guys, they're just too much. All right, I'm sorry. I've been forgetting about the super chats, so let me get to that here. You guys have been patiently waiting.
Curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration.
All right, let's see. Looks like they're... What are they doing over there with the camera or something? Oh, they're setting up the mic maybe. All right, so let's look at super chats here. Red Montgomery, we did it. Yes, we did, sir. Thank you for your... Shane says, thank you for your dedication and continuous work to deliver truthful and just commentary. Exact. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see here. Let's see. All right. I am now grateful to you than you'll ever know. You opened my eyes about mainstream media. I appreciate your time and effort the last 2 weeks. Joy Selena said, thank you very much. Shane Morrison, watch daily. Thank you for your dedication. Oh, yeah, I just read that. Thank you. Let's see here. Vicente Cabrera says, I'm curious what their campaign and rhetoric has done for the Democratic Party for years to come. The people will now see them for who they are and realize all the lies spewed by the left. A new fan. Exactly. Gabriel says, DeVory, you don't know where he was going with it. You need to pat yourself on the back, my brother. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Let's see here. Tech Time with Eric put, her spokesman came on stage and said she wouldn't speak tonight. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, she didn't speak all day today, so she knew it was already looking bad, right? Andrea says, DeVory, thank you so much for all your support and insight over the last few months. You made my life so much calmer and balanced. Please thank your wife for sharing you with us for all these hours. I definitely will. Appreciate you. All right. So we're still waiting. That's Vivek. Ramaswamy. You got 2 governors there. Let's see. Okay, somebody's, I guess, checking the mic again.
Something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back. Does everybody remember 5 years ago? So Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see the blue dress, I see yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing.
All right. Yeah, I think he's about to come out because they're getting the mic set up. Okay, let's see. I think while we're waiting, let's read this or listen to this. This seems to be fascinating.
Tomorrow. AP Vodecast has Trump winning 20. Tomorrow. AP Vodecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
Mm-hmm. That's staggering.
What's it? Nationwide.
Yep, that makes sense to me. That makes total sense to me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Staggering.
Where's that from?
AP Vodecast.
And that has to be a
complete
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular vote.
Yep. It's just common sense. That's what it is. It's exactly what it is.
That there are a lot of unhinged people
across the political spectrum. And we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her.
All right. All right, we're still standing by. Let's see here. Got a couple more super chats. First one says, thank you for what you do, helping us see the results real time. Yeah, I appreciate you guys watching. Excuse me. Hawaii called the polls to Kamala and people were still standing in line to vote. They also said Hirano won for the Senate, but most of us in Hawaii dislike her. Thank you for the live. This is from Brada. God, how many times are you going to check the mic?
Mention unity a half dozen times, but when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was
Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's no.
All right. Let's see here. All right, now I'm going to read some comments from people who bought me a coffee. I think they definitely deserve my attention. Let's see here.
That it works. That this is.
All right. Okay, let me refresh this. Mark Walton says, DeVory, thank you for your outstanding coverage of the election. You brought it far better insight and knowledge than most of the mainstream media. Wishing you the best, Chief. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Lorraine, I love your channel. You taught me so much. Thank you. I appreciate you watching. Rob, congratulations from Canada on such a smart decision. Isn't that right? Caroline and Rich, we appreciate your honesty, integrity, and great insight. Someone said, thank you for all your coverage. You need to run for governor in California. No, thank you. Okay, here we go. Kamala is spiteful and said Trump cannot be allowed to take office. After she loses, do you think she will invoke the 25th so she can be president? No, that's not possible. That's not going to be able to happen. Mr. U.S. Patient, very relaxed election night coverage. I visited a bunch of sites and ended up on yours. Thank you for your coverage. It's awesome to hear you are from Fresno. I have family there. If you're ever in Sacramento, drop into Ralph Gracie as I'm a jiu-jitsu black belt there. All right. Thank you. Let's see here. Coach Constant. You are the best coverage for tonight. I've been watching you, Patrick Bet David, Megan Kelly, Dave Rubin, Free Press, and the Ben Shapiro crew. They're all mostly talking to each other and not watching all the results coming out. I found your channel a week ago. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you guys. Hold on.
As we get
Nope, not yet. All right. Where did I leave off? Best election night ever with your show. You keep it informative, interesting while covering all the updates. This grandmother is your newest fan. Thank you, APR. Barzello put, I found your channel 2 weeks ago. I really like your commentary. All the best. JFMS99. I've been following you for the last several months. I think you have a wonderful, informative channel. I can always look forward to great analysis from you on what's going on. It's been fun watching you covering the campaign. Thank you. JD on the fly and Joe DeVory. Appreciate you guys. M. Cisco put, thank you for keeping us informed with real shit, unlike fake news. Yes. Kristen, DeVory, thank you so much for your dedication and calm demeanor. You're a level voice in an unhinged world. We appreciate you. I appreciate that. Thank you. How do you pronounce that? Kevin? I hate butchering names, but I do love how that name is spelled. That's nice. Walker, so what would you say we should expect in the next couple of months if Trump wins? Also, thank you for all of the videos in this live. As a black woman who voted Trump and was called a coon, it's nice to be here. Yeah, I was called a coon too. Yes. How do you pronounce his name, you think? Kayvon? Kayvon. With the Y? Kayvon? Yeah, I'll figure that out. But thank you, Kaveen Walker. I appreciate you. And yeah, I've been called that as well. Hold on, guys. Go ahead. You're funny. All right. Oh, man. All right. I was telling my wife good night. She's going to sleep. She feels better now. All right. So we're still awaiting the speech from Trump. I'm going to stay up until I hear that. I think that would be the best thing to do. Okay. So thank you for everyone who's been watching with me. Whether you're just joining me now or you've been with us for a couple of hours or the entire time, I have to say thank you. You know, my channel has grown because of people like you, people who supported me by, you know, buying stuff from the merch store or buying me a coffee or just watching, subscribing, sharing the video or talking about it with friends or family. Thank you to every single one of you guys. When I first started, I didn't, you know, I'll be honest, I didn't think I would get to this amount of subscribers or views. You know, I was more focused on just trying to give a common sense take, you know, and a different perspective, you know, and that still will be my focus because I think we need more of that. And for so long, people have been silenced and people feel scared to say they support Trump or scared to say I am a conservative or, hey, maybe we should look at it from this perspective. And I learned that, you know, you can't care about what other people think. I understand the family, you know, it's tough, right? You don't want to cause any problems or conflicts with the family. And, you know, unfortunately, we live in a time where if you tell someone you're voting for Trump, they think you're a racist, right? And it shouldn't be that way. If I met someone or if I meet someone tomorrow and they say, yeah, I voted for Kamala Harris. Okay, fine. You know, you're still an American citizen. They're still the greatest country. And it looks like he's coming out.
By Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha.
Okay. So they're coming out here. I just don't want to get the music copyright. Let's see here. Yeah, so here they're playing God Bless America, which is to be expected. Yeah. So we're just going to wait until that stops. But yeah, this is exciting, guys. I mean, this is what all this work has been for, all the work that he put in, and it's well deserved. All right, let's see. Okay. Yeah, the song is still playing. Look at that. The whole family on stage. That is amazing. That is amazing. Yeah, so while we're waiting, it's probably, 30 seconds or so. Yeah, the whole purpose of the channel is just to provide common sense, you know, and my perspective. And, you know, I wasn't a person who was born into wealth. You know, I didn't have a father. You know, I've had to figure a lot of stuff out on my own. I went to the military. You know, I've had to become my own man. I've had a lot of hard lessons I went through. And so I think that I'm an example of why This country is not racist, okay? There is no system against me holding me back, and neither is it for you, you know? And if you just dedicate yourself and work your ass off, good things can happen. It doesn't mean you're always going to win. You're going to take some losses, but if you do what you're supposed to do, I do believe you will be successful. And I think this is a great example of seeing that as a country, that playing the victim card isn't going to lead to the results that you want. And so I think this win really shows that. And anyways, so yeah, that's why I say the things that I say in the way that I do. All right, here we go.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're We're going to pay you back. We're going to do the best job. We're going to turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast. And we're going to turn it around. We're going to do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're going to do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it. I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Obviously, he didn't write a speech. That was totally unscripted. Absolutely. But listen, when you're going through what he went through, right, you deserve to do it your way. And so we're just happy that he was finally elected, and it looks like the country has saved itself, right? That's what I saw on social media, where the country, when it gets too crazy, that was Kevin O'Leary, right? When the country gets too crazy, sooner or later, it will start to autocorrect. And I believe that. I believe that. Now, what I want to do really quick before we wrap up here, because there's still a couple of things I want to talk about, all right? I find it fascinating of the headlines. You guys ready for it? Because this channel is not done. We have so much to talk about, so much to do, okay? Just because he won, that doesn't mean anything in regards to what the media is going to do. They're going to continue to double down on what they've been doing. And I'm going to show you an example of that. If I go to NBC News, they still have Trump at 266, and they say Trump claims victory. NBC News hasn't called winner. Okay. All right, sure. If I go to CNN, Trump's edge grows in race to 270. CNN has yet to project a winner. It's right here. See, right at the bottom. The former president addressed supporters following battleground projections. CNN has yet to project a winner. Okay. I mean, you just can't make this up, right? Who else do we got? We got, well, let's be fair. Let's pull up Fox News so you guys can see it for yourself. They have it. President-elect Trump makes history with political comeback to the national stage, right? So they've called it. I find that interesting that the other people haven't. We know that Decision Desk HQ already called it. They put him at 280. They have him winning Wisconsin and the other battleground states. Okay. So that's fine. That's good. And then, did I show you guys New York Times, right? I showed you guys that. Yeah, New York Times, they don't want to give it to him yet. Right? They still have him at 267. If I click on, if I just go to their homepage here. Trump on verge of victory with swing state wins. I mean, just say it already. Come on. Look at this. They're already spiteful. He celebrates win before results are final. Okay. All right. Come on, man. But they don't want to give it to him. Fine. Okay. So yeah, that's another example. Let's go to, who else we got? Well, might as well do it for fun. Sheesh. MSNBC, Trump cracks blue wall with Pennsylvania win. They also have him at 266. So if you're wondering, why do they only have him at 266? They're not factoring in Alaska right now, which would put him at 269. And they're also not factoring in another one, which I believe they're not giving. We're missing one here. What are they not giving him? Hold on. I'm not gonna do this on MSNBC's website. I gotta go to a different one to do this. But anyways, I'll get to that in a bit here. So yeah, so they're not calling it yet. So I guess make of that what you will. So what do we have right now? If you're just joining or, trying to understand what I'm saying, what we have right now is Fox News is calling it. Trump has come out, given a speech. Decision Desk HQ has called it, but MSNBC, New York Times, CNN, NBC. Let's check CBS. I don't think CBS has it either. Let's see what they say. Oh, not CBS.com, CBS News. Sorry, there we go. Okay, so they haven't called it either. They're just saying that he's projected to win those battleground states. So there you go. All right. And let me go to News Nation, just to be fair, and see what they say. Let me go to Bloomberg's website. Trump speaks after winning key state of Pennsylvania. Okay. And let's go to News Nation. We already know Newsmax. I don't even have to go to the website. See, News Nation claims themselves to be independent, and this is why. Trump projected to win presidency. How hard is that? Right? Why can't they just do that? But they have to be spiteful. And what they're doing is they're falling on their sword. They're going to live and die by the hatred they have for Trump. Them having the hatred for Trump has got them ratings. But it's also going to be the reason why they're going to die as networks. I really do believe that. So I think you guys are getting my point, right? He hasn't even taken office and they're continuing to act this way. And so I just find it to be interesting. Now, having said that, let's figure out what's going on with the actual map and why it's only at 266. Let's see here. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So New Hampshire has not been called. Okay. Nebraska. Okay. District 2. Let's see. Oh, I think it's the Maine. Yeah. So Maine District 2 has not been called. But if it was, then that would put him at 267. Alaska would put him at 270. So they're refusing to call it for whatever reason. But if I clicked on the details here, 60% of the expected vote is in. He's at 52. She's at 44. We got 327,000 votes remaining. So, okay, fine, whatever. And I think what might happen is they're going to wait till tomorrow, these other stupid networks, to actually call it. So there you go. That's why they're showing the numbers that they're showing. CNN, are they showing the same numbers? Yeah, 266. So they're not counting Maine, and they're not counting what is it? Alaska. Let's see.
That he has a mandate to fulfill his agenda.
100%, and I think one of the things that's so significant.
Oh yeah. So let's get to that. So there was a clip already going around. Let me close out these ridiculous people here. I'll keep that open. Okay. So there was a clip going around. CNN. I guess Dana Bash didn't like. She didn't want to acknowledge his win or whatever it was, and I want to show you guys that because it's another example what's going on here. Oh, not Dana White. Let's do Dana Bash. There we go. Oh yeah, here we go. So Chris Wallace, this is how he's talking. Remember, Trump is not talking this way. They are. They are. Here we go.
And, you know, this is his party. This is these voters.
Not just his
want him.
party.
What?
It's not just his party now, and that.
No, it's his country.
I mean, we have to be careful. We haven't called it yet, but Pennsylvania makes it extremely tough for Kamala Harris, and that's one of the things. I mean, that.
Yeah, you guys aren't going to call it because you're petty. That's what's going on. Just pettiness. That's exactly what's happening right now. Just pettiness. So how did we get here, right? Let's go back through it. I think I, beat that horse. Let's rewind, okay? And I will be dropping a couple of videos tomorrow, by the way. So about my post-election analysis. I think we'll have more exit polls to look at to kind of give you guys a bigger picture of what your eyes and ears were telling you is actually true and not what the lying media was saying, in a sense, right? Okay, so we got here. I think the better map would be to use this over here. Hold on, be patient, guys. All right, here we go. Okay. So let's go with putting these in toss-up mode. There we go. Okay, so now we're ready to go. All right. So we started tonight with what we've always known. There are 7 battleground states: Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, Nevada and Arizona are still dragging their feet. They have yet to call it, but it doesn't matter. The point is, Trump started to perform very well in Georgia and North Carolina as it pertains to the rural counties. And Kamala Harris started to underperform in the urban areas. And because Trump had that advantage when it came to early voting coming into election day, on election day, all Trump supporters had to do is just show up, right? And independents, we know, were already supporting Trump in margins that ABC, CNN, all these MSNBC, none of them wanted to report. They didn't want to be honest about the poll numbers. So they tried to program people to believe that Kamala Harris was going to win. So anyways, coming into election day, the numbers started to show, yeah, that's probably not going to happen. Trump is in a position where he was not in 2020. 2020, Republicans were trash with early voting. So even though they may have turned out on election day, it wasn't enough. Just wasn't enough votes. Okay? So obviously, right now, we stand with Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. She underperformed in Philadelphia. She still won Philadelphia, of course, but she didn't win it at the margins that Joe Biden did. And that puts him at 270 because we know he's going to win Alaska. We know he won Maine. And then also, hold on, I'm not too sure it's not showing you guys correctly. Hold on, let me make sure you guys could see it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm losing my train of thought here. Okay, so that puts him at 270, right? So that's where we're at right now. And then they've already called Wisconsin for him. So that puts him at 280. They believe he will win Michigan. So that will put him at 295. And if Arizona and Nevada holds, that will put him at the 312. That was always the best case scenario. He did not win New Hampshire. He did not win New Mexico. He did not win Virginia. But he did, cut into that lead. And New York was an indication of that, where Joe Biden won New York by 23, but Harris only won it by 11. That is a problem, right? So that's how we got here. on the map. Okay. But again, in the future, if you guys are following politics, I got a shout out to Atlas Intel. These were the individuals that I'd been following the entire time and looking at their polling data, right? And the polling data said that Trump would win the national vote and he would win the battleground states. And let me take you to their X account because I'm going to show you what they posted earlier today. Where is that post at? Right here. Boom. So this was their projection today. They put this up today. Will he win by 5 points in Arizona? It's not looking like that, but we'll see. But they did project him to win Georgia, Michigan, lose Minnesota, but win Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, lose Virginia, and win Wisconsin. So, you know, this is who I've been paying attention to. I don't pay attention to CNN and really believe what they have to say when it comes to polling. That's crazy. I just don't believe them because they're known to lie. Remember, this is the same people who supported, what was it called? The 51 intelligent agents said that Hunter Biden's laptop was misinformation. Okay, yeah. They have zero credibility. All right. So, yeah, they have not. And look at this. Look at ABC News an hour ago. Former President Trump still has a sentencing hearing scheduled for November 26th in his New York criminal case. I mean, what is this? You know? So there you go. That's just, oh man, I can't believe she won. But anyways, that is something else. Looks like Heron Sensen. Oh, America failed women tonight. I'm so sorry. Some of my initial thoughts. No, you guys have failed America because of what you try to do and it backfired. Kamala Harris wins New Jersey. Okay. Yeah. See, they're not going to acknowledge it. They're just not going to acknowledge it. It's funny. Let's hear what they're talking about here just for a second.
Yeah, he talked about putting the last 4 years behind us. Maybe those are some of the things that'll go away. And, you know, I also want to recognize something that Dana White said at the UFC where he said this is karma. Just to hear that through the lens of his supporters, that they feel that between his convictions, impeachments, et cetera, that he has been persecuted and that this was their response to that. That was like a huge applause line in that room.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. This is a man who has been impeached twice, a man who has survived 2 assassination attempts, one of them very serious, 4 indictments, almost 100 charges, and he looks like he's going to have walked through all of it.
And he's at 34 counts, a convicted felon.
And well, when we'll see what happens on that conviction and what punishment he faces. I don't understand how a man like that couldn't feel tremendously empowered to do whatever he wants because he has got the mandate. The system, I don't believe it was a persecution by the system or weaponization or legal, but he certainly does.
Yeah, I gotta stop because that's why you guys lost, because you can't look in the mirror and acknowledge how far gone you guys have got. I mean, this is crazy. It's just crazy. They don't want to acknowledge it.
And it seems to me he's going to feel they did their worst to me, and I survived it, and I thrived, and the country gave me a mandate.
I think probably there are a lot of Americans out there watching who are trying to make sense of tonight and trying to figure out why this happened. And I know that there are those who think that this is a manifestation of ugliness among their fellow Americans, that this is a vote for bigotry, and this is a vote for misogyny, or this is a vote for racism, et cetera. And I want to take a moment and just reflect on the fact that if you look at the reasons why the voters who decided this election voted the way they did, it is not because of those parts of the MAGA movement or Trump's comments in the past. It's not about vindicating Trump for the lawsuits or the criminal charges or the impeachment. The people who decided this election, the people in the battleground states who switched or who turned out, don't like the country as it is right now, mainly because of the three issues. And like the people like it or not, Donald Trump ran an issues-based campaign, whether or not his 2-hour stem-winder rally speeches covered all of it. It was mainly because of the economy and the beating the people are taking at the gas pump and in grocery stores, inflation, and immigration, and the fact that immigration, there is a crisis at the border. There has been for several years. The first couple years of the Biden-Harris administration, they were in denial about it and acted as though anybody who asked about it was just reading right-wing talking points. And then also having to do with foreign policy and the standing in the world. Now, you can say...
I told you guys, it takes a catastrophic event for them to speak the truth. Where was that energy at 2 weeks ago, a month ago, 2 months ago? Where was that energy at when you were criticizing Trump because of the border bill? You guys never once brought up the fact that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, broke the border, right? But now, in the face of defeat, you want to talk about it. I just find it hilarious.
Reading right-wing talking points. And then also having to do with foreign policy and the standing in the world. Now, you can say, you can look at what's happening in Ukraine, and you can look at what's happening in the Middle East and all over the world and believe that Trump had something to do with it, or not believe Trump had something to do with it. But it is true that there are wars going on right now that were not going on during the Trump presidency. I'm not saying that correlation, but I want to reassure, because I know that there are people out there who are worried that this is a statement, that this vote for Donald Trump is a statement of...
His own people are about to cut him off. That's how far gone they are. They're cutting him off when he's just trying to come to grips with what the truth really is,
Dislike of them. And I don't think that is what people should read into the election results.
The only point of which I agree with most of what you said, the only thing I would push back on is this is a man who would get up in rallies and say, I am your retribution. This goes back to what David Axelrod said. There obviously are millions of people in this country who feel that there's an elite, an inside game, that they're looked down on, as Axelrod said, where...
You just call this garbage. The president of the United States called people who support Trump garbage. You guys have forgotten that? Deplorables. We need to be deprogrammed, right? Like, what are you talking about? The fact that you guys kept going on to the news and saying, no, the economy is great. It's the best economy. Yeah, I know people feel that way, but they have to understand that we have low inflation. That shows that you guys are out of touch. You're not even willing to acknowledge the pain that Americans are going through. Right? When your first words out of your mouth is, no, it's good. Not, you know what, you're right. And we have not done the job that you have trusted us to do. Then this is what you get, So they're just deranged.
The party, the Democratic Party, approaches them almost like missionaries, like we want to help you and make you like us. And he was in effect saying, I'm representing you against those people. I agree that a lot of it doesn't have to do with misogyny and racism, but I do think that there's we talk about one of the big dividing lines here is college-educated people versus non-college educated people. I think there is certainly a class element.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm not dismissing any of that. I am saying that the people who either swung their votes, changed their votes, the people who decided this election. I'm not saying all 85 million or however many people ultimately ended up voting for Donald Trump did so for one monolithic reason. I'm just saying I think that people need to think about the economic reasons first and foremost.
That's what I was just going to say, is that one of the things that I think maybe the biggest thing that Donald Trump benefited from was the fact that he had been in the White House before. And the economy was better. Whether it was on him or not, the economy was better. And people remembered that. And that is such a fundamental across the board for pretty much everybody who voted for him.
Let's bring
All right. Yeah. So hold on, guys. Yeah. So that's what we expect from them. I just want to see if they are still not saying, or they're still not calling it. Let's see. Nope, they have not. They have not. Yeah. So what can we expect, or what can we expect after this, right? We can expect that things are going to get nasty. I'm calling it now. You would think it wouldn't, but at a certain point, unless adults in the room go into these corporate companies, I'm talking about CBS, NBC, ABC, all these people, and Nancy Pelosi and them, they get into a room and they say, hey, listen, we need to look in the mirror. Unless they do that, they're going to continue to go down this road, because it's as if, and I say this a lot, I don't know if you guys agree with me on this. Donald Trump is a drug. And these people are addicted. Whether they believe it or not, they are. Because if he's not here, they have 0 ratings. There's no other reason to listen to CNN, MSNBC, CBS. There's no other reason but to hear them criticize Trump. And so that drug, they're going to have access to it now. And they're going to continue to get high off of it because they can't help it. They're just that addicted. So I don't think things are going to get better with the media. It's just going to, they're going to live or die by their hatred. Their hatred will not be cured because of this win. It will be even more entrenched, and they will go down hating every single thing about Trump until the lights go off. I mean, that's just what it's going to be, and it's going to last for 4 years, unfortunately. But you know what? Good for them, because all that's going to do is give people like me and people way more successful than me who do independent media or independent content or news the chance to actually do right by the people. So, you know, I'm not complaining about it. I'm just telling you guys what's really going to happen here. I mean, if this is their reaction to Trump clearly winning, then they're already going in with the attention of not giving him the respect that he deserves. They're not giving the respect of the presidency, and they're not respecting half of America who voted for him. It shouldn't take Jake Tapper 5 minutes to try to explain himself on why Trump won. It's very simple. And until they acknowledge it, you know, it's going to be on them, right? It's not going to be good for them. So anyways, so NBC has not called it yet. I already told you Fox News has, which makes sense to us. Looks like people are still on the stage. Oh, this was yeah, it's done. Okay. And CNN, I know, has not called it yet, but now they're saying Trump on the brink of victory. Yeah, they're gonna hold on to the very last second. I find it funny. That is funny. Let's see what the Associated Press. All right, so what I'm going to do is just confirm this. Yeah, Trump on cusp of victory after Pennsylvania win. Okay. All right. Okay, so what I want to do is check in on some of my favorite people that I follow and see what they have to say, and then we'll wrap up. Eric, yeah, I follow him. Lichman was wrong. Didn't we go through the 13 keys? We went through the 13 keys. I told you it was up to somebody's perception of what they mean. So there we go. Let's see here. No way. Illinois 91% reporting. Trump is at 47%. Wow. In 2020, Biden won it by 17. That is crazy. That is crazy. Oh, I've been waiting to hear what these guys had to say. Anderson Cooper looks like he's about to cry as they cut to commercial break. Let's just hear it really quickly here.
Not battle tested, and she was wearing the brunt of Joe Biden in her own positions in 2019. That was a terrible position to be in.
Donald Trump on the...
Why didn't you say that a month ago, though? I'm sorry I had to cut it off, but I mean, we were already saying that. Let's play it again.
Not battle tested, and she was wearing the brunt of Joe Biden in 2019. That was a terrible position to be in.
Donald Trump on the brink of a stunning victory. Votes still coming in. We're also tracking the fight for the control of the House. A lot more ahead.
Yeah, you could hear it in their voice. Vivek Ramaswamy puts, exit polls show that threats to democracy was a top issue. Mainstream media thought that meant votes for Kamala, but turns out it was the exact opposite. Voters are rejecting censorship, lawfare, and dishonesty. That's right. That is right. All right, Jillian Michaels did vote for Trump, so I do want to respect her. She is a liberal, of course, but she did the right thing, and so let's see what she had to say. To all my friends who are Kamala supporters, I understand how you feel. I've been there, but I promise you that the vast majority of us, regardless of party, want to see much of the same things. Peace, prosperity, liberty. I know there's concern about the path forward, but I assure you that your fellow Americans do have your back. We also worry about the First Amendment, crime, war, healthcare, illegal path to citizenship, etc. We just have different ideas about how to get there. Let's work harder to listen to each other and find ways to work together. At the end of the day, we're all in this together. Let's act like that. Yeah, I agree. And the media is not helping because they're already being spiteful, right? Yep, Elon, definitely. Yeah, I told you guys, Red Eagle Politics, I follow him, really good. Atlas Intel won the night. Seltzer can go pound sand. Bigger miss than ABC News in Wisconsin. She was paid off, clearly didn't work. The election mafia takes the L tonight. Never doubt the basic fundamentals. It's never wrong. I totally agree. Tim Miller, I'm not reading him. He's a clown. He's just embarrassing at a minimum. Let's see here. All right. Oh, is this? I think this is them, you know. Okay, we'll just hear this one time, and then I will have to call it a night. All right, hold on. Let's hear this.
And obviously, Democrats are going to be looking at this very closely about what it was why they didn't deliver.
Yeah, we talked. We should, we heard a discussion about what it was. We should talk about what it wasn't. It may have been a mandate for some of the policies around economy and immigration. There'll be battles over some aspects of that and the wisdom of some of it. But certainly he should feel like he's been affirmed on that. It wasn't a mandate to wantonly use the power of the presidency to punish his political enemies. It wasn't a mandate to help enrich himself and his friends. It wasn't a mandate to single out groups in our society for scorn or worse. I'd love to hear from Van on this, but let's be honest about this, okay? Let's be absolutely blunt about it. There were appeals to racism in this campaign, and there is racial bias in this country, and there is sexism in this country. And anybody who thinks that that did not in any way impact on the outcome of this race is wrong. I'm not saying that was the main reason that Kamala Harris lost.
Why are you giving it
Donald
so
Trump
much
won.
attention then?
I think they ran honestly, strategically, his campaign, and I've said it many times, they ran a very smart campaign. It was an ultimately rational, well-conceived, and well-executed campaign for an irrational, often irrational candidate, and they overcame him to sell his message, or the message that they thought he should be selling to the country. But let's not confuse what this was and what it wasn't. Let's be very clear-eyed about it.
Well, I don't think you were clear about anything you said, honestly. You spent most of your time talking about racism and sexism. I mean, that's not even really the reason. It's not even probably top 5 reason. I mean, anybody with some common sense would know they voted for Trump because their wallets are hurting. It's that simple. You know, I'm going to call this right now, okay? This is another reason why these people are finished. Right? This is a guy who has a big resume, been in politics for a very long time. DeVory Axelrod has been a part of campaigns, reason why campaigns have won or may have lost. Highly educated. That is your response? Right? I mean, these people, they're just becoming so out of touch. They've forgotten the basic fundamentals of life in this country. And, you know, if that's the way that they see it, then they're just going to continue to lose. That's how I see it.
I think it's going to be a long time for us to figure out what it was and what it wasn't. I hope that it goes the way that you said. But like I do think it's bitter in the mouth, the racial and gender dimension of this. And the only way that you can kind of begin to see it, if you don't see it right away, is, can you imagine a woman of color acting like Donald Trump acted, even for one day? The kinds of stuff that he said, the kinds of things that he did, the way that he would insult people. If you're a person of color, you don't feel you have that freedom. You feel like you really are somewhat constrained. You're always running something in the back of your mind like, how am I going to be perceived? And also, if I say this, will they think that all black people are this way or all women are this way? So there's a license that he had to just be a fool, just to be an obnoxious ass to everyone. And for people to go, well, he can still be president. There's nobody who doesn't have that phenotype that feels that free. And so I do think that what I'm hearing from people is, what do we have to do to be acceptable? I'm hearing from women of color, like, from people see things very, very differently. I just want to make sure people like.
Oh my God, I gotta stop it, guys. This is torture. What do you have to do? Listen, black women are already enough. God, I mean, these people, they need therapy. Okay, you're not less than anybody. We're all God's children. When it's all said and done, we're going to the same place. Our bodies will go into the earth. Like, can you knock it off? That. You want to know what you need to do differently? Stop thinking like that. That's your problem. Because when you think like that, you automatically look at people who don't agree with that as the opposition. You look at it as an enemy, when we're really just trying to help you, right? So, again, this is why they're dead. This is why there's no purpose for these people anymore, because they can't even be honest about what happened. Think about this. They're spending their time talking about racism and sexism, but then say, well, that's not really the main reason, but I'm going to use most of what I'm saying about it. Really? Instead of just sticking to the fundamentals, man. Joe Biden had a series of executive orders, had a series of policies that were signed on his desk that did not help the economy. Even though it may have saved businesses, may have cut some checks when it came to stimulus. But I ask people the hard question all the time. If you knew your mortgage, your interest rates, your rent, your gas, your groceries, your car insurance, your medical insurance would reach the prices or cost that it's at now, would you have taken that stimulus check? Would you go back? Would you go back and say, hey, government, don't give me that check? By them giving us that check, it led us to where we are today. So, I mean, that's why the government just handing out money is not the solution. So why can't they just talk about that? Right? I'm telling you, they're too far gone.
Kamala Harris, look, she's not Oprah or Beyonce. She's not like some untouchable black woman in the popular, but she is a respectable woman, and she's somebody who served in all three branches. She served in the courts, she served in the legislature, she served in the executive branch, she served local, state, federal. She should have been qualified enough to be able to not have this sort of an outcome. And so, just give me a second now. And so then I think what happened last time when Trump won, everybody ran to the economic argument. The Tea Party was just people, they had economic anxiety. That's all it was.
Oh, man. I really want to hear what Dave Urban had to say, but yeah, it's just, I don't know where they're going with that. Yeah, they still don't want to acknowledge the win. I will be doing a video on this. Stages of grief. They are just in denial. I wanted to see if there was one with David Urban, because I think it's worth listening to what he had to say, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, as I was saying, right? Man, I don't even understand what their purpose is anymore. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. I think we have some super chats that I want to get to here. Jacko24 puts, good job on the election cycle coverage. You're a great American. Appreciate you. Alex puts, thanks for all the coverage videos and all the hard work you put in. You and a handful of other challenges really helped. Trump win is a cherry on top. Exactly. Let's see. Rate It M Gamer said, thanks you for all the election campaign coverage, DeVory. Yep, absolutely. A lot of thank yous. Appreciate you guys. Yep. Aussie Jedi puts, mental health crisis coming to America soon. I totally agree. All right, let's see what these bimbos have to say. And yeah.
Kristen Holmes, what he has been arguing for 2 years on immigration or the economy, criticize the message or not, that is what came through. And I think the other thing that stood out from him being on that stage tonight was the power sources around him. Susie Wiles getting up there, she did not speak. She was the only person he called to get on stage who did not say a word into the microphone.
And actually adamantly shook her head that she wasn't going to speak.
And is maybe one of the most powerful and influential people of this campaign that was up there on that stage tonight.
Absolutely, and her name's already been floated for chief of staff. There's a lot of people around him who believe that if she wants that job,
hold on, I'm just... Oh, here we go. Let's get to this part right here.
She was going to show up to that Mar-a-Lago watch party. Now, obviously, everything started shifting when they started seeing those numbers coming in. But she has really taken a back seat here, and it was interesting to see her on the stage.
Yeah. And, Jake, obviously a moment there that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump himself summed up. J.D. Vance calling it, as he put it, the greatest political comeback ever. And Donald Trump saying that he believed that they are seeing the results that we're looking at now for a reason. Obviously, the question is what that means and what's to come.
Caitlin, thanks so much. And Anderson, it is hard to think of a political comeback that is actually more significant than this one. I'm tempted to say Richard Nixon, but that really falls short of what Donald Trump has achieved.
Yeah, I mean, winning not just the electoral votes, but the popular vote as well. Let's continue the discussion about.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's a painful pill that they have to swallow because they know they did everything they could to help get Kamala Harris elected, and it didn't work. It didn't work, and it wasn't because of sexism. It wasn't because of racism. It wasn't because of any of that, right? let's see what else we got here on the timeline. All right, we're coming down to the end just as a heads up, but I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Let's see here. Okay, let's check in on those Senate races really quick, right? Because I think that is important to make sure. And actually, I'm going to go to News Nation because it seems to me that hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm all over the place here. I'm trying to find where I was. 2024 election. There we go. And then track live results. Okay, there we go. And okay, so they already called Nevada for Trump. So that is good news. Yeah, 90% reporting. He's up by 5%. So there you go. So yeah, Nevada turned out to be exactly what. Hey, I shot a video earlier yesterday. Now it's Wednesday today, talking about that. So I'm glad that actually happened. Currently at 68 million votes. We'll see if he will get more than he did in 2020. Arizona, he is ahead by 2 to be exact right now. 58% reporting. Yeah, Arizona is just dragging. That's funny. Excuse me. All right. Let's see if we can get to the Senate races really quick because I think that is important. Let me go here. There we go. Congress. All right. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so let's see here. So Kari Lake is still running behind. 57% end. Rick Scott did win. We already knew that was going to happen. I want to check in on Montana just to confirm. Josh Hawley did win again. That's good. All right, here we go. So Tim Sheehy, so 49%. He's up by about 4. So there's still some time. We'll see what happens. Sam Brown, wow, has come from behind. The last time I looked, he was actually down. So he's 47.4. He's only about 2,000 votes ahead. And there's still about 10% left to count. So that's good. West Virginia, no. Let's go to... Oh, okay, so those are just the key ones. All right. Yeah, so it's possible Kari Lake is not going to win. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But if she doesn't win, it's going to be because what I told you guys early in the live stream. I just don't think just being, the most tactful way to say this is I just don't think she's a likable person. That's just my personal opinion. I might be wrong. I think she's a great person. I think her resume is great. I'm just saying, like, I think she should have worked on her image a little bit better and found ways to connect with people and just her brand in general. But again, I'm just some guy on YouTube. What do I know, right? That's just my personal opinion. And running against someone who is being funded by the Democratic machine, yeah, I would say there's some things that I probably would have did differently for her, but hey. All right. So that's what's going on with the Senate. Then let's go to the House. And Republicans are at 200. And let me at least let you guys know what New York Times is saying about the projections, because their projections are pretty good. Let's see. There it is. Okay. So there we go. That's what I was looking for. House. See full results. They have it counted at 193. And okay, so I want to see what their forecast is. Give me a bunch of numbers here. That is the presidential stuff. Yeah, it's not really telling me. I wanted to see if they was gonna tell us, but we know the Senate has already gone to the Republicans, and now I guess we were just hearing that it's reported that it's possible that the House will be Republican as well. And as I stated, you don't want that going on forever, right? And if that does happen, it's only going to last for 2 years. But you know, it's a solid victory. That is for sure. If not only Senate candidates found success, but also people in the House found success as well. It's nothing short of historic. I mean, that's really where we're at. Okay. All right. So we're at the end here. Again, how do you support the channel? I have a couple videos we're going to be dropping tomorrow. Giving you guys more of the post analysis of what happened, how we got here, what the current number is, and some other insightful things. Listen, there's so much more to talk about besides politics, of course. There's a lot of cultural stuff that we're going to get into here in the future. But as it stands right now, Donald Trump is president-elect. He did win. And there's still a couple of months until he takes office. And so there's going to be a lot of drama leading up to that. Not necessarily from him, but really from the media and their continuing obsession to cover him in such a negative way. And if this loss does not teach him anything, nothing will, right? And so I'm calling it now. I think the media is going to get even nastier. I think they're going to continue to double down on what they've been doing. And so buckle up. And we will be here to help you guys see the truth. We will be here to make sure your voice is heard as well. And we will be here to call it fair. Now, Donald Trump is not a saint. He's not a perfect person. Nobody is. We all have flaws. But the fact remains is the media, they have not done themselves any favors. They have purposely lied about him in every single way possible. Even tonight, they have been very reluctant to give him the respect that he deserves after everything that has happened. And they wouldn't even go as far as to give you respect. And I'll give you guys an example of this. Dr. Phil showed up to the Madison Square Garden rally. And the first words out of his mouth, or kind of the first sentences out of his mouth on stage, was, I am not here to actually endorse Donald Trump. I'm here to support his supporters. And what he was doing was being an example of what the media should do if they ever want to have a chance, is support half of America that has elected Donald Trump as the president. They're not. And what they're going to continue to do is not only get nasty with him, but they're going to double down on this rhetoric that me and you were garbage. There's something wrong with us. We bought into his lies. You know, what we saw from Joe Biden isn't true. You know, we are low information voters. That's another thing. And so, you know, they're just going to do it to themselves. And we'll be here every step of the way to see their demise, of course. But the bottom line is that it's not just him. You know, the media, they have actually become, in a sense, the enemy of the people. Now, that's not a very nice thing to say, but when you're not reporting the truth, when we are supposed to depend on you for the truth, you become the enemy at this point. And they're doing it because they hate Trump so bad. And there is an attitude that they believe they are better, that they know better because they have some fancy degree from Yale or whatever, or their resume spans 30 years in journalism. Like, if you have 30 years of experience in journalism and you're getting on CNN and deliberately lying, then that doesn't mean anything, right? Like, it's trash. It's like Tim Walz. Yeah, you served 24 years in the military. Thank you for your service. But then you lied about the rank you retired at. So make it make sense, right? It's like, just because you've done something good, it doesn't give you a license to get on TV when your job is to tell the truth and lie, right? So I'm saying all this because I want you guys to be prepared for what's coming. Just look at how they're already reporting this. And so it's going to get nasty. And also be prepared for your associates, your coworkers, your friends, your family who supported Kamala Harris. Be prepared for their reactions. They may not be taking this very well. Some of them had probably went to sleep expecting when they wake up in the morning that she would be the winner. There's a lot of people that did probably go to sleep, believe it or not. So understand who you're going to be dealing with, that these people, if they're sipping that MSDNC Kool-Aid, I wouldn't even, I'm telling you, I probably wouldn't engage or try to debate anything because these people, I don't think they can handle it right now. I think we should just let this sit in or let it set in for them. Hopefully the smart people will find some way to do some reflection, and maybe they might say, yeah, maybe MSNBC, maybe they don't know what they're talking about, But I'm just, why am I going through that? Because I want you guys to be successful after this. The job is continuing. Okay, this is a big milestone, right? That he won, but there's so much more work to continue. Okay, because there's still problems that need to be addressed, and you're going to run into people in your life that they're not going to take this very well. And I would say, show them some grace. Don't be judgmental. Just let them sulk in their sorrows, but don't get into an argument with them about it because you're wasting your time, right? This is kind of like a breakup for people. This is a reckoning. This is some people, they believe their lives are over. Remember Michael Cohen? Yeah, I need to pack up and leave this country. Right? How many Hollywood celebrities said they were going to leave this country? Where are they at tonight? I'd love to hear from them. Right? So these people, there's a mental health crisis that has already been here and will continue to be here and is about to be magnified because of the way the media is already reporting this. Right? And they're already using words like sexism and racism and gender and all that stuff is it's crazy. So, and having said that, Scott Jennings is pretty much saying the same thing. Isn't that amazing? So I've been waiting to see a clip from him. And this is perfect timing because this would be a great way to end this. Let's hear what he had to say.
I think she wasn't able to put the coalition together she needed to in each of the states. It was never going to look the same. But we've always talked about this would be on the margins. So if you pull off even 1% of one of your base constituencies, which he was able to do he was able to do in many of them, you were not going to be able to keep that state or hold that state. And so I've heard a lot of people talk about the conversations we need to have. And I think we do need to have conversations as a party. But the conversation that I want to have are for people who showed up and voted for Kamala Harris and tell them to hold their head up high. I remember in 2016 having to walk back into the White House today, and I was embarrassed to go to work because I feel like I had failed our country. Despair is not the time to lose hope. It is the time to dig down, to do some soul searching and fight for a better day. Many of the communities that are most vulnerable and that are really afraid right now, the trans community, immigrants, people of color, even if there's polling or outcomes that are showing that some...
Sorry, it's that rhetoric that I'm telling you guys. That's what I'm saying. You're going to have people that you may pass through in your life, friends, family, associates, whatever. That idea that she just said out of her mouth is what's in their mind. She's basically telling them that they should feel scared. Why would you tell them that? What in Donald Trump's record, as when he was the president last time, did you see him attacking trans people? He didn't. I mean, like, where do they get that from, right? It's made up fear.
People of color voted for Donald Trump. You're worthy, you're visible, you're not alone. And so you can feel what you feel right now, but we have to do work to protect the most vulnerable. And we can and we will. And then for the people who did support Donald Trump, we've sat on this network and people have said the things that he said about retribution and about going after his enemies. That's not what he really meant. So in moments when he does that, it's your responsibility to hold him accountable and not let him do that and not let him undermine the democracy, because it is bigger than him. This is not his country. It is our country. He just happened to be most likely elected to run it for 4 years.
Scott, what do you expect the next couple of months to be like once he's in?
Well, look, he has an opportunity here to try to unite the country after a huge victory. And this is a mandate. He's won the national popular vote for the first time for a Republican, for the first time since 2004. This is a big deal. This isn't backing into the office. This is a mandate to do what you said you were going to do. Get the economy working again for regular working class Americans, fix immigration, try to get crime under control, try to reduce the chaos in the world. This is a mandate from the American people to do that. I think I'm interpreting the results tonight as the revenge of just the regular old working class American, the anonymous American who has been crushed, insulted, condescended to. They're not garbage. They're not Nazis. They're just regular people who get up and go to work every day and are trying to make a better life for their kids, and they feel like they have been told to just shut up when they have complained about the things that are hurting them in their own lives. I also feel like this election, as we sit here and pour over this tonight, is something of an indictment of the political information complex. I mean, we've been sitting around here for the last couple of weeks, and the story that was portrayed was not true. I mean, we were told Puerto Rico was going to change the election. Liz Cheney, Nikki Haley voters, women lying to their husbands. Before that, it was Tim Walz and the camo hats. Night after night after night, we were told all these things and gimmicks were going to somehow push Harris over the line, and we were just ignoring the fundamentals. Inflation, people feeling like that they were barely able to tread water at best. That was the fundamentals of the election. And so I think that both parties should always look at the results of an election and figure out what went right and what went wrong. But I think for all of us who cover elections and talk about elections and do this on a day-to-day basis, we have to figure out how to understand, talk to, and listen to the half of the country that rose up tonight and said, we've had enough.
I think we have to listen to everybody, actually.
Oh, well, that right there is a problem. That's the problem right there, right? She can't even acknowledge what he just said, right? Let me just hear a response, and then you guys are here for me.
I think that I've been saying this whole time, I think the polls did not have it right? Like the spread in some of these battleground states are a little larger.
What polls were you looking at?
Not as close as we thought it was going to be. We thought we were going to be counting. I mean, it hasn't been called yet, but the likelihood that he gets to 270 is highly probable. The people who voted for Kamala Harris are struggling too.
Hold on. Thanks for all your reporting, DeVory. Please give a shout out to Brooklyn Boys Pizza Small Business. There you go, brother. Thank you for your super chat. All right. Yeah, people who voted for Kamala Harris are struggling too. They are. And that's why you guys shouldn't have misinformed them, because Kamala Harris should not be the next president because she's not going to fix anything.
They're feeling ignored too. A Republican's pain is no greater than less than a Democratic's pain. And we have a moment now where, and I'm not saying you're doing this, we can point and be like, ha, you're the loser, I told you so. Or we can do what Donald Trump said, which I believe I have the right to feel skeptical of, that he wants to unify this country. Actions speak louder than words.
That's the opposite of what I'm saying. And I think for Van and for you and for Axe, I mean, I've been on the losing side of tough nights here and in my professional life. It's not easy to lose a race like this. One of my most crushing nights was 2012. I know it was one of your best, and one of your best because we were there in the same state together. And so I understand, and I do think that the new president has a responsibility to make the whole country feel like they can be part of a more optimistic future. I do think the way this campaign was run was basically on the Democrats thought there were enough people who hated Trump or were willing to fear him to win the race. And it turns out there's more to being president than simply not being Donald Trump in the eyes of the American people. I'm a little worried about how Democrats are going to react. They've been told Trump is a modern-day Hitler, or at least he's a fascist. And now Kamala Harris, I suspect, is going to have to wake up in the morning and concede to that person. And then she's going to have to go to the Senate and certify the election. And
which she will do.
She'll do that.
And I'm a little concerned about an election in which half the country was conditioned to believe that the person who just won the national popular vote is going to be a dictator, eliminate the Constitution, and create a bloodbath, and so on and so forth. So
can I say something about that?
We have to reckon with that in the aftermath of that argument.
Yeah. See, the problem is these people on these news channels, they don't want to reckon with anything, right? They don't want to reconcile. They don't want to admit that they were wrong. They have an agenda. They have talking points. They have a narrative. They have a career and they have a name. And I don't think any of them really want to say what they would probably be saying behind closed doors. We have to remember that too, right? That's the beauty of having your own YouTube channel is I don't have anybody to answer to, right? I can tell people exactly how I feel. And so these people, they're never going to tell you how they feel really. But you could tell she was clearly crying or holding back tears. Again, you guys deserve to lose because you covered up Joe Biden. So you did it to yourself. And it's not about pointing fingers. It's just about if you can't face the truth, then I don't know what to tell you. And it's just like this. If Trump had lost, we did it to ourselves, right? We could have went with Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley or whatever, right? We have to take responsibility. It's like I live in California. We had a chance to recall Gavin Newsom. I voted in that recall election. I voted for Larry Elder, but Gavin Newsom ended up winning and the state continued to get worse. So at the end of the day, as someone who lives in California, we all share the fact that Gavin Newsom is still the governor and he did the damage he did. And that's on all of us. Doesn't matter what side you're on. But again, that takes an emotional, intelligent person to do that. And again, I don't think these people can. Oh, by the way, they wouldn't say something like that as well on this because people are watching. And if they said something what I just said, oh my, they would hear it from everyone. And I don't think they want to face that type of resistance. Okay. So there you go. Okay. Let's see. Few super chats and then we're going to wrap up here.
Ashley Allison is joining us as well as Scott.
Okay. Let's see here. Been with here since 4 p.m. today. Hey, I appreciate you, Naughty Pantry Eggs. That's funny. Benjamin says, thank you for sharing the common sense with a lot of Americans lack those these days. Exactly. But we're here to help. We're here to help. Wayne Howie puts, in times of doubt, I have visited your page to lift my spirits. My prediction is the sleeping giant has once again been awakened, and we watch the legacy media squeeze out all of their last juice in spite and contempt for the people. Exactly. Camille Clark puts, love your show. Thank God Trump is the next president. I'm from Australia. Hey, thank you for joining from Australia. Full-time production. Please cover the MSNBC fallout. Epic. Yeah. Hey, why don't we at least play you? I know I keep saying I'm going to end this, but hey, you know, let's see if we can find a quick clip for you guys to relish in. They're not going to call the Trump victory tonight, guys, just so you guys know. I've already went over countless times why that is, because They can't help themselves. Okay, let's see here. Let's see if we can find. Having a struggle session trying to figure out why working class voters love Donald Trump. Let's hear that. This was 3 hours ago, but I guess we could just listen to a clip just really quickly of this.
Not all working class voters are members of unions, right? And so there's a huge portion that correct. And I think that gets overlooked. And while we can all say, but Donald Trump does absolutely nothing for them, that's true from a policy perspective. But they look around and somehow still they feel connected with his personality. They like the way he speaks. And he speaks to them and says, you are forgotten. You know what Joe Biden did? He forgave student loan debt for college educated people who have all sorts of job opportunities. You continue to be forgotten. Not all working class voters are members.
Yeah, it's still out of touch. Still out of touch. Let's see here. Ah, I can't believe she was reelected. Yikes. Okay, so here is the meltdown on one of these individuals. Now, this guy, he is just... I always believe that there's got to be... sometimes I don't believe they really believe this stuff, but here we go.
I can't help but wonder if the American up on democracy simply because of what he's told us, what he wants to do, simply because of what the Supreme Court decided in terms of immunity. I mean, he has said he wants to go after his political enemies. I am your retribution. So if indeed what Fox is reporting, if that ends up being true and ends up being the case, then this conversation about who we are as a country, I was going to say will pop off in earnest, but I think we will have an answer, especially because I'm looking over your shoulder. Right now, Donald Trump has 51.2% of total votes. 51.2.
Yeah, maybe you guys need to stop focusing on him and focus on yourself and ask yourself, man, do I have the right information? Because if the math is not adding up, oh my God, I need you to really listen to me here, okay? Because you might run into this in your life, because I've run into this problem in my life plenty of times, and this is what I do most of the time. Sometimes I can get a bit stubborn, but when I find myself in a situation where nothing is working, right? And I got the faith, I got the mindset, and I feel like, man, I am really this is a struggle here. Maybe I just don't have the right information, right? Maybe I just don't understand, right? Like if you're struggling with your health, do you leave the room for the possibility that maybe you just don't understand health in general? Maybe you were never really taught, right? Or if you're having problems in school, not because you can't pay attention or, you have some learning disability or whatever, do you leave the room for maybe you just don't understand what you're learning? Maybe you don't understand the topic. Maybe you haven't really applied yourself. And these people, they refuse to apply themselves to the idea that maybe they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Maybe they just have it completely wrong, right? Like just maybe it doesn't matter how many fucking degrees you have. Maybe it doesn't matter what your last name is or how fancy your freaking suit is and what network you work at. Maybe you just don't get it. And just maybe you should get out of that mindset and open your mind to a different perspective that, hey, maybe I should stop thinking this way. Maybe I don't have all the information. Maybe I don't even value that information, right? Because that's another thing that they leave me with the impression of, is that they don't even value the fact that 51% of America sees things differently. So, yeah, I'm not surprised by the meltdown. I'm telling you guys, this stuff is sick, and it's just going to get worse. Yeah, it's just these people, they can't help it. This guy too, he wasn't any help. I think he just made it worse, in my opinion. Let's see here. See if I can find a couple more clips. Here we go. Is this another one? This is 5 hours ago. No, I'm not. Let's see here. All right, 1 minute ago. Here we go. MSNBC's Rachel Maddow struggles to get her words out and splutters as she reports on Trump's landslide. All right, this is what we've been waiting for, right? Let's have some fun, guys. And this is not like personal, right? This is just part of the game. Bragging rights. Here we go.
NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that that presidential contest has been won by Donald Trump. Now, I believe that means that we are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris had 194 electoral votes. So to be clear here, this is the third of the 7 major swing states that have been called. But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those 3 states, presents an almost unless there's it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket.
All right. So she was struggling to, do it. Let's see here. Yeah, I wasn't watching them live, so of course, you will see the full meltdown in my videos today, actually, because today is already Wednesday, right? Yeah. So I will be dropping videos later about it. Yeah, this was earlier. I did report on that already. Let's see here if there's anything recent. Yeah, let me go this way and see. Kamala Harris leads watch party without addressing supporters. Yeah, that shows you who she really is. That shows you who she really is. After a most incredible night with President Trump making history, I decided there was still a little time to enjoy MSNBC's misery before bed. They truly did not see it coming. Yeah, because they're stuck in their echo chambers. It's pretty funny. Yeah, that's just great. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to see if there was any calls Florida fascist CNN host on the break of tears. Yeah, we already talked about that, guys. Okay. All right. So we're going to go here, and I'm at 110, and I'm going to call it. Okay. So guys, thank you so much. For the people who were with me this entire time, this was great. This was just great. It was really great doing it with you. I appreciate the people who watch from all around the world as well, because we had a lot of people, of course, outside of America. I appreciate all of the super chats. I appreciate the coffees that you guys bought us tonight. and you watching, please, if you haven't already, like, also subscribe to the channel. There's so much more for us to discuss. There's so much more to be exposed. This fight is not over, guys. I mean, you've already seen the coverage. They are being very petty, and we're going to be there every step of the way to continue to help them pretty much die off because they refuse to do the right thing here. It doesn't matter the amount of fancy, what do you call it? Education or degrees or universities they've gone to or suits or what networks they work at. They can't help themselves. They're too far gone. And I hope that wasn't the case. So we're going to do what they're failing to do is we're going to report on the truth. And we're going to make sure we're here for you to make sure that we continue to provide the common sense commentary in these uncommon times and make sure that your voice is heard. So thank you again for being with us tonight. It was great. And now I'm ready to go to sleep. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow. We have a couple episodes dropping tomorrow. I will be going over the meltdown, of course. And then I will be doing a more analytical post-analysis type of video as well. So thank you guys. Have a great night wherever you are. And we will see you later on today. Take care.